Good morning and welcome to the Diego Martin Sporting Complex here. Historic day here in Trinidad and Tobago with the first-class game being played at this newly built facility in Diego Martin. It's going to Trinidad and Tobago against the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. The Red Force are in the field. They won the toss and elected to field first. And Shannon Gabriel, who is making some sort of a comeback, is about to bowl the first ball, and he's going to be bowling to Hodge. So 3 slips and a gully, and that one just outside the line of the off stump, and Hodge allowing it to go through to be taken by Joshua De Silva. The team news is that Joshua De Silva is in fact leading the Red Force because the captain, Imran Khan, is not well and has opted not to play in this game. And also Keegan Simmons is out of the lineup, and we'll give you those the Red Force lineup in a bit, as well as the Leeward Islands lineup. But Gabriel, with his second delivery of the morning. Hodge still reaching out for that. He would have been happy, that ball coming off the middle of the bat, just opening the face and guiding it down there to the man at a backward point. And so Gabriel, you could see him just trying to get a feel of conditions. Nice sunny conditions here prevailing in Diego Martin. I'm Colin Murray alongside Anil Raja. Anil, Trinidad and Tobago winning the toss and opting to field first. You're surprised at that decision?
Yes, a very good morning to you, Colin, and good morning to all the viewers and listeners as well. Not really surprised. They went into the game with 3 fast bowlers, so you would expect that they would want to have a first bowl on this pitch.
That one wide, signaled a wide by the umpire, and much too wide of the off-stump. Gabriel trying to get a good line and length going. But there he was just too wide. He's obviously getting some swing as well, because that ball went a long way after pitching, and De Silva was getting somewhere across in front of first slip to take it.
Spanking new facility here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex, and it looks in pristine condition here, Colin. A wonderful venue, and it has now become the latest in the first-class cricket venues across the region. Lovely. The pitch looks pretty dry from where we are, Colin. No sign of grass on it. This might be the only surprise that Trinidad and Tobago decided to field first. Having looked at that wicket, you would think it is a batting track.
Another delivery from Gabriel. So still he hasn't got that line. I would think he would be just wanting to be on or around the off stump if he's getting movement, but he's starting a little too wide of that off stump. And Hodge has no problem in allowing it to go through. Yeah, I think the only reason with their 3 fast bowlers, they would have wanted to utilize whatever moisture there may be in the pitch, the the preparation moisture. But you're right, it looks pretty dry. Yeah. You know, I'm not sure if by day 4, if the match goes into day 4, if there's going to have some sort of turn based on the dryness of the surface. But you're right, there's no grass on it, and the only reason I would think that Trinidad and Tobago decided to bowl first was because of the preparation moisture. Oh, that's a good delivery from Gabriel pitching. That one beat him. Much better line in terms of getting a little closer to the off stump.
Good pace and carry here from Shannon Gabriel. If you have a look at the slip cord and then the wicket keeper, they are a fair distance away from the stumps, so that gives you an indication that the pitch is probably a very hard one. Sorry to say that we did not have a look, or I personally did not have a close-up look at the pitch, but it looks like it's a very hard pitch, pretty dry, and as you said, Colin, it might get dusty as this game progresses, and it would probably aid the spinners later on in the match.
Let's give you the Trinidad and Tobago lineup. As we said, Joshua De Silva leading the team today in the absence of Imran Khan. Then there is Jeremy Solozano, Jason Mohammed, Darren Bravo, Yannick Carrier, Shannon Gabriel, Anderson Phillip, Brian Charles, Jaden Seals, Akil Hussain, and Tion Webster is a late addition. He's been brought into the squad because of the absence of both Khan and Keegan Simmons. And Tion Webster's come into the team, but not only has he come into the team, He's made the final 11. So, which was a little bit of a surprise because he was not in the original squad. And they decided, the Trinidad and Tobago selectors decided to bring him in, not, as I said, in as a replacement, but also included him in the 11.
Here's Gabriel. Good pace and left. Well, I'm pretty taken back by that decision, Colin. I don't want to speak about it because someone I'm personally close to is involved, but surprising to see Theon Webster getting a late call-up because of the illness of a couple of players and his on the playing 11 as well. And I think we got other players who should have probably been there.
Well, it begs the question that did he come in as a specialist and there was nobody else to fill the position? That's the only thing. If you're going to bring in, for example, let us presume it was Shannon Gabriel, a fast bowler, and they had to bring in a fast bowler, then maybe you would have expected that fast bowler to play. Now, my only speculation here is that Theon Webster came in a specialist position as an opener. And maybe the selectors feel that since he's come in and an opener is the one who's been who can't play, bring him straight into the team as an opener. Now, I'm just speculating, Anil. That's my only suggestion as to the reasoning behind it. May not be logical, but I'm just speculating. But here is Jaden Seals. Oh, that's a good start from him.
Pretty good delivery from Jaden Seals, the very first delivery. There was some pace and movement as well. We are at a difficult angle here, so we'll have to be keep looking at the monitor really to have a straight-on view instead of a side-on view as to what is taking place in regards to the line of the ball and the swing as well. Jaden Seals in tandem with Shannon Gabriel, and they've also got Anderson Phillips, the three quickies selected for this match. TNT Red Force have a pretty good bowling lineup. They've got a lot of variety as well. They've got the left-arm orthodox in Akil Hossain, and they've got the right-arm off-spinner in Brian Charles. As you've heard, Imran Khan has fallen ill and would not be taking part in this game, but they've also got Yannick Karaya, who bowls the leg break and googlies as well.
Well, the Leeward Islands off the mark here. A delivery from Jaden Seals' line just outside the leg stump, and Powell looking to turn that delivery. Karen Powell opening the innings with Hodge was looking to turn it. They flicked the top of the pad and went down to a fine leg, and they were able to go through for the single. So one leg by, but it means that off and running is the Leeward Islands, and it's going to bring Hodge into strike. And just making a further comment on that decision in terms of the opening attack, the bowling attack for Trinidad and Tobago, the Red Force. It's a pretty strong bowling attack. You look at it, Gabriel, Seals, both West Indian players. Yeah, both West Indian players, and Anderson Phillip, who also has just been called up to the West Indies squad. So, and Akil Hossain, another West Indian bowler. And Brian Charles played for the President's 11. So it's a formidable bowling attack. It's going to take some good batting from the Leewards here to get a good score against this attack.
Well, you also have the leg spin googly bowler in Yannick Karaya, who
he just got 2 hat-tricks.
Something of a world record. I've never heard that before, Colin, and in 2 very important matches.
Yeah, and
2 hat-tricks in 2 days.
Yeah, you're probably right. Some kind of world record.
Well, really. I was present at the ground, and when it happened, I was asking my fellow commentator to please wake me up when it is over.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't believe it. When he got the hat-trick in the first game, I think it was the semi-final, right?
Yeah.
And then he came in the final and got another hat-trick, and I thought, that's
amazing.
How has he improved that much?
Really amazing.
But well done to him.
Yeah, he got a wicket that was assisting him a lot, though. It was a very dry track down the National Cricket Centre, and it was really spinning big.
Oh, that's a beauty. And that's the first wicket. Jaden Seals has picked up the first wicket for the Red Force. And Hodge was pushing at a delivery outside the line of the off stump, got the outside edge, and it went into the hands of the man at second slip in Brian Charles, who took a very comfortable catch in the end. But what a good delivery. And this is the thing with Jaden Seals, Anil. He tends to be, in terms of line and length, just outside the line of the off stump. And Hodge had to play at it. It moved just enough to take the outside edge. And right away, the Leeward Islands find themselves in trouble. They're 1 for 1.
Yeah, Monson Hodge got a beauty of a delivery there from Jaden Seals, as you mentioned it, Colin, pitching on the perfect line, just about off stump. He had to play at it, and it moved pretty late, took the outside edge, and a very comfortable catch there by Brian Charles at second slip. Looks pretty secure in collecting that ball. It was third slip, I believe. So that's the fall of the first wicket. The Leeward Islands losing a very early wicket here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex, and the first wicket to be taken in first-class cricket here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex is by Jaden Seals.
The new batsman is the man who has just come into the West Indies ODI squad in Keacy, Carty. So it's going to be a real testing time for him, because he's going to come up against Jaden Seals, who is really bang in form. He's been rested since the last West Indies tour. He's had a couple of weeks off. So he's really charging in now.
Brilliant sunshine here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex, and at the end of that over from Jaden Seals, a successful over it was, getting the wicket off Monson Hodge, caught Charles at third slip, and the Leeward Islands, after the second over here, 2 for 1. Powell is yet to score, and Carty has only just come in to meet him. So both batsmen on 0. Nothing that a fast bowler would like, that two new men are at the crease. Shannon Gabriel has got to return to start his second over. He had a pretty good first over. He looked pretty lively, looked fit as well. He was running in pretty hard, hitting the surface hard, and there was a lot of pace and carry for him as well. Kyron Powell would be on strike. Spin out of sorts, in and out of the first class game. Didn't represent the Leeward Islands a couple of years, and then made a return just before the pandemic. I'll give you the feel for Gabriel. 3 slips, a gully. There's a man just behind square on the offside. There's a normal cover and a mid-off on the offside, and on the onside just the 2 men, a short mid-on and a deep fine leg.
It gives me the impression that Gabriel is going to be concentrating on just outside the line of the off stump for Powell. Would much prefer a 6-3 field. And that's the reason why I prefer a 6-3 field, because it was pitched up on the leg stump, and Powell easily, that's a good shot, because he just worked it through the vacant mid-wicket region for 4. When you've got a 7-2 field like this, Anil, it means that the bowler, he's got to be, in terms of his line, he's got to make sure and pitch it outside the line of the off stump. He cannot attack the stumps. Once he attacks the stumps, which Gabriel did there, it's easy for Powell just to work that ball through mid-wicket. And I would prefer to give him the cover in mid-wicket, take out the man maybe at cover, put a mid-wicket, and tell him to bowl at the stumps. If he bowls just on the off stump, then that's fine. You've got the protection with 2 men on the offside.
I couldn't agree with you more, Colin. I mean...
There he goes again.
Oh, my goodness. Well, bowling with a field like this, it means that you have ruled out 2 dismissals, bowl and LBW, because you won't be bowling on the wicket You'll be looking to keep that ball outside off stump because you've got most of your fielders on the offside, and as has happened in the last two deliveries, when he tried to shift the line, there aren't enough fieldsmen on the leg side to protect the run scoring. So I think that Captain De Silva should be thinking in terms of getting that extra man on the onside and allow Shannon Gabriel to shift his line more on the wicket. And he's got a new ball in his hand. It is moving around, so why just concentrate on the off stump? Bowl, wicket, and wicket. So that's two consecutive boundaries on the leg side. They were well played. They were asking to be hit. They were over pitched and they were on the legs. And Kyron Powell is a no-nonsense batsman.
He's going to take advantage of anything loose. That's better. Appeal going up for caught behind, but I think the pure enthusiasm of Gabriel beating the bat and the appeal went up. But that's better. If that's the line he has to bowl, then that's what he's got to bowl. But the thing is, you know, can Gabriel do that 6 balls in a row? And that's my problem. You've got to give him a little protection that when he strays a little bit onto maybe the middle stump, middle and leg, you've got to give him the protection on the onside.
There was some good carry and bounce in that last delivery, though. Beat Powell all ends up. Appeared to have moved as well. Passing just over the shoulder of the bat, almost taking the glove on its way through. So no change in the field, Colin. Probably Josh De Silva didn't hear you.
No, I mean, they've got a plan. You know, my thing is, you know, they were struck for 2 fours in his first 2 deliveries, so he's decided to keep with their plan. Let's see if it will work for them.
Wow, that's a good height as well. That was well left by Kieran Powell, sorry.
Seemed to have some movement as well, isn't it?
Yeah, but it was good bounce as well. It's a very good decision to allow that one to go by. If he had attempted to play with that, at that, probably could have taken the glove.
And that's very important what you're saying. Sometimes when you say well played, meaning it you can also leave alone and it's well played.
Yes. Takes a lot of good judgment as well. I've seen a lot of guys leaving alone balls and getting LBW, getting bowled on.
Well, the great thing with an opener, they always say openers know exactly where their off stump is. Getting a leading edge there. He was looking to work that through mid-on. Get a little bit of a leading edge. He's a little bit lucky there that it didn't carry to the man at mid-off in Anderson Phillip.
And you can see what happened there once he pitched the ball on the wicket. You almost got a Kieran Powell there looking to play through the onside. That ball probably moved a bit away from the left hand and it took the leading edge. Fortunate for him that it went along the ground. 7 men on the offside, 3 slips a gully, a man just backward of square, backward of point really, and a cover, a mid-off, and on the onside a short mid-on and a fine leg. Kieran Powell is Gabriel. And again, over pitching on the legs. This time he's fortunate, Shannon Gabriel, that on drive went straight to the man at short mid-on. So he has erred again there, Colin, in this over.
He has, but at the end of the over, it's what? 10 for 1? 10 for 1, the Leewards haven't been sent into bat. Powell is on 8. Carty yet to get off the mark.
Nothing too alarming from the pitch.
No, I think you look at it, there is some bounce, there's a little bit of carry, but you know, there's no real devils at the moment. I mean, you know, because of the lack of grass, you're not seeing too much sideways movement and abnormal bounce, so to speak.
Well, you asked me the question earlier on whether I was surprised that Trinidad and Tobago decided to field first, and my answer was no, I wasn't surprised because of the fact that they had 3 quick bowlers in the attack. I didn't expect that all 3 would have been playing here in this game, and they probably want to justify that reason for having having the 3 fast bowlers, so they were probably looking at whatever preparation moisture there was in the pitch to take advantage of that. But it looks a fairly good batting track, and I'm sure that with the type of sun we have at the moment, by lunchtime, whatever preparation there would have been would have dissipated, and I think that is going to become a pretty good easy-paced batting wicket, and the team that bats last on this pitch might be the team who can find themselves struggling.
I think when you got 3 fast bowlers, Anil, with the quality that Trinidad and Tobago has in Gabriel, Phillip, and Seals, who is now operating again, when you look at that kind of quality, it's difficult not to include all 3. If I was the captain and I have that kind of firepower, it's difficult for me to leave out one of them. I mean, you got Gabriel with his experience. You got Seals, who is, I think he's going to be one of the next great West Indies fast bowlers if he continues the kind of progress he's making. And then you got Anderson Phillip, who's up and coming, hungry, wants success. So it is difficult to leave any of those out. Well, and then of course we talked to the variety in the attack. You got the left arm orthodox spinner and in Hussain and the off spinner in Charles.
Well, I think the decision, oh my goodness, with the 3 fast bowlers, it should be taken into consideration with the type of wicket that you have as well. I didn't see a grassy, fresh looking wicket. And if you have noticed over the last couple of weeks here in Trinidad and Tobago with the dry spells that we've been having, most of the wickets are very dry, and they offer a lot of spin and turn as well for the spinners. Isaiah Raja is on the field. I don't know who is
came
off.
as substitute. Didn't have a first good look at that ball, Anil.
Well, I was trying to pick up who it was made that misfield.
I noticed you didn't make the comment who misfielded. I noticed you said nothing about the player misfielding.
I didn't even know he was on the field.
No, you're right. I didn't as well. When I looked at it, I was saying, I wonder who that is. And now I realize it is him. But I'm not too sure who he's gone on the field for. I'm looking for Darren Bravo. He's at mid-off. Darren Bravo. Yannick Carrier, where is he? We'll try and identify who he's come on the field for in a minute or two. I didn't see anybody going off and Raja coming onto the field. It could be Yannick Carrier. Thing with Jaden Seals, how does one describe him? He's not an aggressive fast bowler. If he's not in the mold there, he's going to bowl 2-3 short balls and over. But he's a menacing type of fast bowler. What I mean by that is he's always attacking you, making you play at almost every delivery, keeping the ball on the stumps. And every now and again he sinks in the short ball. I think he's a very intelligent bowler.
But he comes across to you as not being aggressive. Colin, I'm a little surprised with that, because
when I say aggressive, I mean, well, it's the end of the over from him, and let's see, it's 11 for 1 at the end of the over from Seals. And when I say aggressive, you don't see him bowling 2 and 3 bounces and over. You know what I mean? And to me, he's more menacing than aggressive, and I use the word menacing because of his ability to keep at you. He never, he doesn't give you a breather, if you understand what I mean. You almost have to play at every delivery. He's on the stumps or he's just outside the off stump. He's not the kind of bowler that is very wayward in his attack, that you can leave alone 3 and 4 balls and over. But having said that, he's not going to bowl 2 or 3 bumpers and an over. I think he uses the short ball exceedingly well. He keeps at you, and then he slips in a short one. And that's intelligent bowling. I have a lot of time for him. I think if he continues in this vein and stays free from injury, he's going to be one hell of a bowler.
Yes, he's pretty young as well.
I think he's 22, is he?
And he's had a pretty good start to his young career. He's shown a lot of quality, a very good prospect, and if he can live up to that expectation, we expect that he would be on the West Indies test team and other teams as probably the number one fast bowler in a short while.
Well, I mean, as it stands now, I would put him after Kemar Roach. I would pencil his name in after Kemar Roach in terms of the bowling. Shannon Gabriel has got to do well in this game and for the rest of the tournament if he is to break back into the test team, you know. But again, Gabriel is being challenged by Anderson Phillip, and how well he performs in the regional tournament as well is going to be very interesting. How can he push Shannon Gabriel for a spot on the test team? I mean, Kemar Roach is settled, but again, Kemar Roach may have a couple more years left in him. Yeah, he probably will have a few more years left in him. And Jaden Seals is going to, in my view, take up that mantle of being the number one fast bowler on the West Indies team. Does Gabriel, again, how long can Gabriel go on for? So you've got the young man in Anderson Phillip. Now he is aggressive. You know, you look at Anderson Phillip, for example, he runs in hard, bowls the short ball. He's bowling maybe 1-2 short balls and over, you know, and I like that aggression from him. But he's not as menacing as Jaden Seals.
To me, I would think that Anderson Phillip is the more menacing one in terms of running in hard at you and always having you hustling your shot. You know, you might not be serving up as many bumpers as let's say a Shannon Gabriel or even a Jaden Seals, but he appears to be more menacing in that he always keeps coming at you and he's running in hard and he always has you hustling your shot. That is what I like about.
Well, I suppose we've got to go back into the Oxford Dictionary and decide what is aggressive and what is menacing. But my terminology of the aggression is where I like Anderson Phillip as he runs in. And the thing is, and he is not, in my view, and I'm happy because he's playing in this game. Give us an opportunity to look at him more. I don't think he's as accurate as Jaden Seals. You know, Jaden Seals will run up and you could put a coin on that pitch and in my view, he will hit it 5 out of 6 times, where Anderson Phillip may not do that. But we're talking about Jaden Seals and Anderson Phillip, and Shannon Gabriel's got the ball in his hand. He's in his third over so far, none for 10.
Carty on 1, Kieran Powell is on 9, Carty is on strike. It's easy to recognize the batsman. We've got a right-hander in Carty and a left-hander in Kieran Powell. 3 slips, a gully, there's a man just backward of point, a cover, a mid-off, that's the offside field, and on the onside just the mid-on and the fine leg deep. It's well pitched up there by Shannon Gabriel.
Have you seen Carty before, Anil?
Yeah, we saw Carty over the years. He's pretty steady player. He had some good scores over the last couple of years in the regional tournaments. He's one of the heavy scorers for the Leeward Islands.
Yeah, he looks very composed. I've seen him this second or third time I'm seeing him, and what I like about him, he seems to have a lot of time in which to play the ball. Looks very composed at the moment, and then of course he's just got into the West Indies team, which you know, kudos to him because he's really forced his way because of his scores.
Yes, he's been doing pretty well at the regional level over the last few years. So no surprise there that he's now on the West Indies team. How he handles it from there would be left to be seen. But he needs to keep improving in terms of his determination and always wanting to score big, even though he has now stepped up at the level of international cricket. It's a big step really for a guy who has been playing just the first class cricket now to move up to international cricket. He'll have to get himself settled in there, feel comfortable, and if he can really improve a little more in his batting, I think he can score runs at the international level. He's got a lot of patience as well, and he has the appetite to stay long at the wickets. That's why he's been having so many good scores for the Leeward Islands.
And what I like about him, he appears to play with a very straight bat. You know, he tends to play in that arc between, say, extra cover and mid-wicket. Plays with a very straight bat. But you know, commentators curse. As soon as I say that, he's probably going to fish at one outside the off stump. It's a good shot. That's going to run away for 4. So Gabriel straying in line and just putting that one outside the line of the leg stump. And Carty, all timing, he turned it beautifully. And Jaden Seals, who was down at fine leg, he couldn't get around in time. And the ball went into the boundary. So Carty moves to 5. Powell is on 4. And after over number 5, the Leeward Islands, they are 17 for 1.
That was very well played there by Keacy, Carty. The leg lance, Shannon Gabriel pitching just about middle and leg, and Carty just waited on it, allowed it to come onto the bat and glided it very fine. There's a man down at the deep fine leg, but he was just a bit too wide.
So that is the Leeward Islands team, not necessarily in batting order. If Cornwall comes at number 4, something has to be wrong. But there is the team: Hodge, Powell, Carty, Cornwall, Thomas, Ward, Archibald, Louis, Django. And I don't think Django will bat at 9. He should be, and then Berridge and Walsh. But Django should be hoping. The loud appeal goes up. Not out, may have just flicked the pad. But one or two of the Brian Charles at second slip seem convinced that he tickled it. Powell. Jaden Seals were belated appeal, but umpire said not out. Yeah, so that I was talking about Django. Obviously plays plays his cricket in Trinidad, but has been over the last couple of years been with the franchise in the Leeward Islands. Hasn't done as well as I think he would have liked, and this is another opportunity for him to showcase his talent.
Yeah, he had a pretty good start to his first-class career when he first represented the Red Force. He got a few good scores, a couple half-centuries, and he was ultra-aggressive as well. But he seemed to have gone off the boil a bit, especially with the CPL. He was, as you said, with the Leeward Islands team, and he didn't really light up the CPL. So he has fallen off the radar a bit. I'm a little surprised to see that he's representing the Leeward Island Hurricanes.
Jaden Seals operating from around the wicket, and that delivery angling it into Powell, who took advantage and just turned it backward of square. Yannick Carrier is back on the field, and he was the one who gave chase. They were able to pick up 2 runs, but Seals, guilty there, may have just taken that delivery and angled it into the left-handed Powell. He needs to get it moving away from the left-hander.
Oh my.
Another delivery that Powell is looking pretty comfortable. Had maybe 1 or 2 alarms, but outside of one where he played towards mid-on, got a leading edge, and then I think he was beaten as well outside the line of the off-stump from Gabriel. He's looked very comfortable, hasn't he?
Yeah, even though they've lost Monson Hodge, I haven't seen anything too alarming here on the pitch, and even from the fast bowlers. They're bowling with some good speed, and there are a couple of deliveries that are carrying quite well to the wicket key, but nothing over alarming for a first day pitch.
Again, Carty there, just in defense, but playing with a very straight bat. Jaden Seals maybe has a word with him.
Well, he's bowling with good pace
here. Yeah, he is.
I'm a little surprised that he's not offered up a bit more of the short stuff. I thought with the new ball in hand, it's as hard as it would ever be. It's new, it's shiny, it's swinging around, and it is going to bounce higher than any other time in the day.
And maybe there's no forward short leg. So that could be the reason that they're not looking at many short deliveries.
Well, why not?
But no, and I agree with you. I'm not suggesting they shouldn't, because that's the surprise ball of a fast bowler. You're in your comfort zone if a fast bowler is going to pitch up to you, and you're just using the pace of the ball to work the ball through the gaps. But once you get that short delivery, it should be the surprise delivery where you just suddenly it rears at you, and you tend to make a mistake as a batsman.
Yeah, you can miscue the hook shot. This case, Carty, very slimly built. And that's very well left there. That's a good leave. And Jaden Seals is having a little exchange of words here with Keacy Carty. No doubt telling him that was a very good leave.
No doubt. So after 6 overs, it's 20 for 1. Powell is 12. Carty is on 5. The man out already. Hodge. So a change in bowling. It's Anderson Phillip. Not surprising. Shannon Gabriel has had what? He's had 3 overs. And so he's been replaced by Anderson Phillip. And he's going to be bowling to the left-handed Kieran Powell. So there's the bowling figures for Gabriel. 3 overs, none for 14. Whereas Seals, his 3 overs cost him just 1 for 4. Similar feel for Anderson Phillip as we've seen for Jaden Seals and for Shannon Gabriel. The 3 slips, gully, point, cover, mid-off. So 7 men again on the offside and then just 2 on the onside, which is that mid-on, and the man at a wideish fine leg.
I think it's a bit unfair for a bowler now coming on and you put him under that sort of pressure, Colin, giving him 7 men on the offside and just 2 men on the onside. He's not yet into his rhythm. I thought that after the first over you probably would have given him some cover on the onside and let him get his length and line going before you could really set a specific feel for him. A bit of a misfield there by Shannon Gabriel.
I think he took his eye off the ball. There was a good run, good judged run by Powell. As he played that ball, he was on the move. It was going just to the right of Gabriel, and he realized early that Gabriel was not moving quickly to the ball. He called for the single, and Gabriel just took his eye off the ball to determine where the batsmen were. And because of that, they were able to get the single. So they were able to get 2 because of the misfield. But a good call by Powell, and Carty responded.
It's good pace here from Anderson Phillip. Good bounce as well. It's well left by Kieran Powell. Nice lush looking outfield here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex, Colin. A spanking new facility.
You remember the days when Merry Boys used to play here, and there was a little shed, and the dressing rooms could have held what? Could it have fit all 11? I can't remember. I don't think 11 players could have fit at one time in the dressing room. But the support for Merry Boys here, though, was excellent.
I remember too as well, Colin, even before that. This one is struck to the mid wicket. There's got a big couple here. Larry Bravo is having a chase. And again, just the 2 men on the onside. Once you try to bowl on the stump and you get the line wrong, the batsmen are going to get runs on the onside. So again, we are making the point that there should be an extra fieldsman on the onside, and it would allow the fast bowlers to bowl a bit more on the stumps. Yes, I was talking about this venue here. I'm sure that you would have played in the West Hall League in the 70s, Colin. And I thought the zone from this area was northwest, was it?
Yeah. No, was it northwest or Diego Martin Central? I can't remember now. You're carrying me back so many years.
I think it was northwest when Randall Leon, Keith Duryea. I think you used to play for North.
I played Northwest.
Northwest.
Yeah, that's a good delivery. As Powell was looking to drive, may have left him at the last minute and taken by De Silva, but Powell, one of his few false shots, was going after a foolish delivery from Anderson Phillip, but that moved, and would have beaten that outside edge. He's a little bit fortunate there.
Yeah. Yes, just going back a bit here, in those days, you know, we played against guys like Gregory Gomez, Randall
That's
Leon,
right,
Chris
yeah.
Galt.
You were East, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, in those days, the US Whole League, it was North Central. There were
Yeah.
a lot more zones than
That's
it
right.
is at present.
I think Diego Martin was just a zone on its own as well. I think there was Diego Martin
I wanna believe
or
it
Diego
was-
Martin Central,
it was
and then there was
called
Northwest. I'm not sure.
Yeah, because I thought that the team some closer to Port of Spain was North.
Yeah.
And down in this area, Diego Martin was the Northwest.
It could have been. But the end of the over, 25 for 1. Powell is 17. Carty is on 5. Another quick single with that final delivery. And Jaden Seals is going to continue. It's going to come in for his, 5th over? Or his... Yeah, he's going to come in for his 4th over.
Well, he went around the wicket to the left-hander in his previous over.
He seems to be still staying around the wicket.
Yeah. It's not a bad line of attack, really. He has taken off one of the slip. He did that in his last over. He's got 3 men now on the offside, a mid-off, a cover, and a man just backward of point. He's got a gully and just the 2 slip.
Well, Jaden Seals now, what they've done, as you rightly said there now, they've taken out that 3rd slip. So he has the protection on the onside with that forward square leg. And then he's got a man at fine leg. So he's given the liberty to bowl more on the stumps.
Man at fine leg is pretty wide. If he should play that leg lance, easily he can beat the Gabriel down at fine leg. He's now going a bit finer. Here is Seals. And it's short for LBW here, but that angle would probably be taking it down leg side.
Yeah, once you're coming around the wicket and you're angling it into the left-hander, you've got to be dead on that middle and off. But that seemed to be moving into him and probably going down the leg side.
Yes, as you said, there's a man at forward short leg, just on the right of the umpire, looking for that uppish on drive. And here's Powell again, driving and getting a tick inside edge. Karaya is giving some chase. It reaches down back of the square, and they are going to turn for a 3rd.
And it appears we were given wrong information that Trinidad won the toss and elected to field. We're now being told that Leewards, in fact, had won the toss and they elected to bat. So I'm not too sure. I got that information when the toss was taken, that Trinidad elected to field. But now I'm getting a different message that the Leewards won the toss and elected to bat. Now that makes sense if it's true.
Well, of course,
because the pitch looks in good condition for batting.
We were criticizing the decision to field.
So let's apologize. Let's apologize to Trinidad and Tobago
course.
and Joshua Da Silva.
And let's take the guy to task who told us that Trinidad had won the toss.
He's downstairs. I'm going to deal with him at the end of the day. Good.
This could be out.
Another dismissal here.
Wow.
No. Well, the Trinidad and Tobago players are adamant that Carty got an outside edge to this. Jaden Seals was going past the wicketkeeper, and the umpire, you had the name of the umpire, Anil, that's not Dayton Butler, is it?
No.
Yeah, you had mentioned it to me a little earlier when I asked you for the names of the umpires.
Yeah, it's Dayton Butler and Jonathan Blaze.
Yeah, well, it's Jonathan Blaze is the man who says not out. Darren Bravo is actually going to have a word with him. But the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they were absolutely confident in that appeal. Every man jack, including Jaden Seals, he went past the keeper because he was sure that Carty had got the edge?
Well, that was a very, very confident and vociferous appeal indeed, and almost all the guys in the slip corner, and the wicketkeeper, the bowler, and everyone out there was really appealing with all the strength that they got.
Maybe we can get a replay on that, Anil, and see if there was any deviation. But it's the end of the over from Jaden Seals. 8 overs, 28 for 1 now.
Yes, and Jaden Seals went all the way up the pitch past the stumps and was gesticulating. He didn't seem to be a very happy man there, Jaden Seals. Well, they are much closer than we are, Colin.
The total Red Force team, they were so confident. I had already given Carty out the way the appeal went up. But obviously umpire Blaze, well, he had a totally different opinion.
Well,
they say sometimes when you don't see it, you hear it. He obviously didn't see and hear. It's a good shot. He punched that one. I thought the over had come to an end, but that was the final delivery of the over from Jaden Seals. He looked so disappointed that he didn't get that decision. He was so confident. He was going way past the umpire. He was going way past the wicketkeeper, Joshua De Silva, who took the ball into his gloves. See Joshua De Silva now going past umpire Blaze and having a word with him. Not too sure what that word could be. I know if I was the captain, I would have said to him, you're not hearing too well, or you're not seeing too well. And then I would have got written up.
A lovely day it is in the Diego Martin Valley, Colin. An area that you're very familiar with.
Oh yeah, it's great down here in Diego Martin. Of course, I live just about 20 minutes from 15 minutes if no traffic, could be even 10.
Here's Anderson Phillip, this time straight on the leg, and that's tucked behind square. The deep fine leg has to run around about 15 meters, and they would cross easily for 2-1. So,
Anil, I'm sorry to be harping on this, but I'm not understanding. Now, for Anderson Phillip, as opposed to Seals, they've got 3 slips, and that's fine. But I have not seen let me say, maybe one ball that has gone towards cover. Why are they persistent with this cover when runs are being taken on the leg side in that square leg, mid-wicket square leg region? It's a little bit baffling to me.
Well, they had most of the runs that have been scored so far have been scored in that particular area, Colin, between mid-wicket and square leg. We had 2 boundaries earlier on from Powell, off Shannon Gabriel, and then there were a couple 2s as well. Why rule out LBW and bowling to a field like that? You got a new ball in your hand. Bowl out the stumps.
And you see, what can happen now is that Anderson Phillip, because that first delivery bowled on the stumps and was turned backward of square, he's now gone outside the line of the off stump and too far outside the line of the off stump. And Powell says, well, Powell will take that any day because he wants to continue getting the pace and the bounce of this pitch. And if you're going to bowl him wide of the off stump, he's going to leave it alone all day long.
But even some of the better bowlers in the world who have much more control than an Anderson Phillips or Jaden Seals or even Shannon Gabriel, they hardly bowl with just 2 men on the onside, Colin. And there's a reason for that as well. They want to bowl on the wicket. I mean, if you're not bowling on the wicket, it means that you're ruled out 2 dismissals in LBW and bowled. And you don't really want that. So shift the line a little bit to the stump, put an extra man on the onside and see what happens there.
Well, I think Joshua De Silva just heard you. Because they're now taking out the 3rd slip and they're putting him towards that
mid-wicket area.
Square leg, forward square leg area. But they've taken out the attacking third slip, so they obviously feel that there's not enough pace, bounce, movement that the ball is going to carry to a third slip. But Anderson Phillip has now come around the wicket as well.
Well, that means he's going to be angling the ball into Kieran Powell. Well, it's not a bad idea. He's still got 3 slips there in case the batsman should edge in the slip cordon. But he now has some protection on the onside. Correa has gone to just forward of the square leg umpire.
Just too many deliveries in this over that Powell was allowed to leave alone, and I would think Anderson Phillip and the Trinidad and Tobago team would be a little bit disappointed with that. But it's the end of the over from Anderson Phillip. He's just completed his second over, none for 7. Powell is 22. He's batting very well, actually. He's faced 32 balls for his 22. Carty is on 5. He's had one real scare when a very confident appeal went up for caught behind, and umpire Blaze said not out. So he's on 5 from 13, and it's 30 for 1 after 9 overs. Jaden Seals is going to continue.
Well, Carty might be a bit tentative now, seeing that he had a very close call for caught at the wicket in the previous over from Jaden Seals, so he's going to be just that bit more watchful. I'm sure he's quite aware of the fact that it's a very strong offside field. 3 slips a gully. There's a man just backward of point. There's a cover and a mid-off, and on the onside a short mid-on and a wide long leg. Very offside attack here.
I think Carty was trying to turn. Now, for the right-handed Carty, they've gone back to that 3 slips a gully, point, cover, mid-off, and then just the 2 men on the onside, which is a shortish mid-on, and then the man at fine leg. So they've gone back to that 7-2 field for Carty, as Seals operating from over the wicket. And he's going to continue to persevere with that delivery just outside the line of the off stump for Carty. And this beats him again. So he is having real problems, Keacy Carty, against Jaden Seals. Seals has been pitching this ball just on or around that off stump. He seemed to be getting some type of swing, maybe getting that ball just to move away from Carty, who is lucky so far that he's not got the edge. And the only time the Trinidad and Tobago team thought he got the edge, the umpire differed. But it's been good bowling from Seals.
Yeah, he's been the pick of the 3 fast bowlers so far. And he got the only wicket to fall as well. And again, here is Carty looking to play on the onside perhaps and getting a bit of the outside edge.
Yeah. He was looking to play that, I thought, or maybe he was looking to play it more of a straightish cover or a wideish mid-off. Got the outside edge. And even though it was in the air for a while, didn't go towards the slip region and was bouncing out towards the man at, that's Akil Hussain, at a point position. That's runs. It's probably going to run away to the boundary just about now. That's 4 runs. And Ken Carty, a ball flying off the outer part of the bat. He was looking to play it through the cover region. It flew off a thick outside edge. And luckily for him, it went between Gully and Hussain, who is at that cover position, down to the boundary for 4. But Carty was not in control of that. He was looking to punch it through the cover. I would say maybe extra cover. Got that thick outside edge, and luckily for him, it went between Gully and that point, and you could see Akil Hussain walking back to his position, just applauding the delivery from Jaden Seals.
Well, it travelled all the way on the ground. Not too sure if he was looking to open the face.
It's a short delivery that's been punched into the onside now by Carty. So consecutive boundaries, but that's not a good delivery from Jaden Seals. It was just a short delivery, not a rising delivery. And Carty was getting back quickly, and he just punched it on the onside down to the boundary for 4. So consecutive boundaries from Carty takes him into double figures. He's on 13. Powell is 22, and it's now 38 for 1.
Well, Keacy Carty had a lot of control in that pull shot. It was a short arm jab really. He got right on top of it and made sure that he rolled the wrist over the shot, kept it on the ground, and it travelled very quickly through mid-wicket. So that's probably one of the first short deliveries that was not properly lined by Jaden Seals. And boundary coming off that last delivery. The last 2 deliveries, as a matter of fact, were boundaries. The previous one, Keacy Carty, I'd give him the benefit of the doubt. He said that it came off a tickets outside edge Colin, but to me he appeared to have opened the face just on making contact. And the thing about it, the ball travelled all the way on the ground. So 2 good deliveries there picked up, and here is Anderson Phillip.
Man at mid-off in Shannon Gabriel, he's dropped maybe about 5-6 meters further back. We see now they're asking him to just come forward at mid-off, because that's why Mohammed had to move swiftly to his left to do the fielding, because Powell was thinking of the single, because Gabriel is deep at mid-off. He's now come in, and obviously they're asking him to save that single. Yeah, I'm not going to argue with you, Anil, with that one with Carty. I just thought he was looking to punch it more, a little straighter. And the important thing from him, it wasn't in the air. I just didn't think he was in control of it.
Yeah, he didn't come off the middle really. But I thought that he probably did open the face slightly. And played with a soft bottom hand as well. 2 other games simultaneously taking place here in Trinidad. In this 3rd round of the Regional 4-Day Championship. Guyana, they are up against Barbados at the Queen's Park Oval, and down at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in Taruba, the Windward Islands, who have not won any of their matches in the first 2 matches, they are up against Jamaica. Jamaica as well, they lost their 2 opening round matches, so the clash of the cellar place team down south, Colin.
Yeah, the Windwards, I thought, was unlucky not to beat Guyana in that first round game, where Guyana were trailing. Well, they got to 327 in response to the Windward Islands 339, and then they dismissed the Windwards for 190. And Guyana went on to win by just 1 wicket, 203 for 9. But the last pair of Pumal and Smith, they added some 20 runs to give Guyana victory. But at one stage, it looked like the Windwards were going to win that game. Not only that, in the first innings, Guyana were 152 for 5, chasing that 339. And Kimo Paul got a half century, together with Vishal Singh, who got 91. And the 2 of them added some 70, 80 runs and took them to that 327, which at one stage didn't look possible. So that I thought the Windward Islands, they would have considered themselves unlucky not to win that game. But when you say unlucky, sometimes you play a little bit of bad cricket, and I thought at times they played some bad cricket. Seemed to be a little bit overconfident. But Ghana as well, they haven't been playing all that well. They were absolutely hammered by the Leeward Islands in the second round when they were bowled out.
By an innings,
innings and 57 runs. They were bowled out for 116. And this same Leeward Islands batting lineup got to 438 for 7.
Well, I was listening to that game. I thought you were the commentator when Guyana won with the last pair at the wicket. And it was so gripping. I mean, when you know that the last pair is at the wicket and they got anything that is reachable, you don't want to leave the set.
Yes.
And I looked at the very last run that was scored, and it was very unfortunate that the Windward Islands allowed Guyana to come from behind because they had one on first.
That's
innings.
right. The wind was at 100%. But
they-
it's the time for a water break. Not sure if we will get any water, but we'll see. Powell is 22. Carty is on 13. It's 38 for 1 at the first water break. So even Stephen at the moment, you would think the Trinidad Red Force would have wanted another wicket before in the first hour. They haven't been able to get that second wicket. But these two, Powell and Carty, after losing the first wicket, Hodge, who went for 2, he was out, caught Charles Bowles Seals without scoring. The total was then 2 for 1 when he departed. So these two have weathered the storm very nicely, Anil, and they're starting to build here a good partnership. Of course, no need to hurry. We're just 1 hour into the first day, and I'm sure that they will. As they look at it now, they would want to bat out at least the first session until lunch.
Yeah, both teams probably are satisfied at the moment with their position. I think that Trinidad Red Force would have preferred if they had gotten probably a wicket or 2 more, but it was not to be. And the Leeward Islands, after losing a wicket in the very second over of the morning, they have held on pretty good. And as Zibiu said, they closed on just the 1 wicket in the first over and 40 odd the score. Not bad going by the Leeward Islands. We join you in a short while.
So Brian Charles has been brought into the attack, the right arm off spinner, replacing Jaden Seals. And after that first water break, again, Carty looking to play that through extra cover, seemed to have peeled off a thickish outer part of the bat. And he picks up 3 runs, but never was looking to play that ball behind point. Certainly looked to be cover driving, and that ball peeled off a thick outside edge. And he picks up 3 runs. So hasn't looked all that solid. Keacy Carty is the bowling figures for the Red Force. Gabriel none for 14 from 3, Seals 1 for 15 from 5, Anderson Phillip none for 7 from his 3, and Brian Charles in his first over. Just 2 deliveries so far. So we're coming round the wicket. And Powell was looking to paddle sweep. Ball coming off, maybe I thought it may have come off the back of the bat, appeared to, and went over the leg slip area. He picks up a single, but you could see him looking to paddle sweep Brian Charles. Of course, for Brian Charles, the off spinner, if he's getting any turn whatsoever, he's going to be turning away from the left-hander, so always a dangerous looking shot. It's much better from Carty. Very much in control of that shot and playing it straight down to Seals at long on. But that's a good shot. He's getting right on top of it, Anil, and playing with a straight bat.
Yeah, he's a pretty steady player. He's not taking a lot of risks. He looks pretty sound out there, Carty.
Interesting feel for Brian Charles. There's a slip on a forward short leg.
Well, you would expect that he would have the forward short leg, because there's always the possibility he bowls a lot of arm balls, and the inside edge onto the pad can offer the catch to the forward short leg. So we have seen spin after 11 overs, Colin.
You surprised?
Well, not really, because we were misled early on when we thought Trinidad and Tobago had won the toss and asked the Leeward Islands to take first strike, but that was not the case, and we were already passing judgment on that decision. And as you rightly said, Colin, we do apologize if we were knocking the Trinidad technical team for not batting first on a track like this.
I'm going to look for the guy who told me Trinidad won the toss and decided to field.
You will have to look for him, because he surely isn't going to be coming up here.
Well, 43 for 1. Powell is 23. Carty's on 17. And Anderson Phillip is going to continue. He's had 3 overs so far.
The thing about Kieran Powell is that he looks pretty unassuming at the wicket, but he just keeps piling on the runs. He's on 23? Yes.
From 41 deliveries.
And that is pretty slow by his going. But the bowling has been pretty steady as well. Didn't see a lot of bad deliveries and not a lot of run scoring opportunities for the batsmen. I like the way that Keacy Carty has approached this innings. He's looked very, very steady. He's very watchful. He's looked very good technically. He's getting right in line. He's playing the ball as late as possible and playing right under the level of the eyes as well. He looks like a pretty well-organized player. And from what we have seen in the couple of years gone by, he has been scoring because of these facts that he's a pretty technically sound batsman.
He's going to pick up a couple of runs here as well. Not well lined by Anderson Phillip. Shortish delivery, not getting much bounce here, and Carty was able to get on top of that and turn it just backward of square. Now Seals is down at fine leg, but he had to run about 10 to 15 meters to his left, gave the batsman enough time in which to cross for 2. So Carty is on to 19. And you would have to think that the Red Force are starting to look at this partnership now and thinking that they need to break it sooner rather than later.
Yes, things looking pretty rough there now for the TNT Red Force, as these two batsmen are getting themselves well set. You've seen the introduction of spin. Brian Charles, he doesn't turn the ball a lot. He depends more or less on trying to be economical. He bowls a lot of arm balls, a lot of what we call darts. He doesn't flight and spin or loop the ball a lot. So with that sort of bowling, I don't think that you're going to be seeing a lot of wickets falling from that end.
You sound very confident there.
Well, but I have looked at his strike rate in regional cricket over the years, Colin, and he has a strike rate of 11.5 overs. That's a pretty high one.
Well, that's
getting a wicket every 11.5 overs.
Yeah, that's more like when you bowled. But you know the thing about it, when you look at Brian Charles and in terms of his variation. You know, I would like to see him just have a little bit more variation in his bowling, you know, and you talked about him spinning the ball. You know, surely he needs to, you know, he needs to turn it a little bit more,
especially one-dimensional.
When to the left-hander.
Yeah, it's pretty one-dimensional. As someone was making the point, when he comes off the ball, the batsmen are well set.
Well, kudos to him in terms of that. You know, he got into the President's 11 team against England earlier this year was it for the tour, and he made quite an impression, picking up a couple of wickets. I think he picked up 4 wickets against the English.
Well, he got a sixer in the very first game in this year's regional tournament against
Jamaica.
Yes, he got 6 down at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. But it took him all of 20 odd overs, 28 overs.
The end of the over, 45 for 1. 13 overs have been completed. Powell is 23, Carty on 19. And the off-spinner, Brian Charles, is going to continue with his second over. You would expect more people to come down here, Anil. It's free entrance.
Yeah, well.
And Trinidad and Tobago playing.
Yeah. You would think that they would also want to have a look at the new spanking Diego Martin Sporting Complex. It's a wonderful place. A very big field as well, Colin. These are very big boundaries.
Well, they certainly are. Well, the bats nowadays are different. You can top edge for 6. And the loud appeal goes up. He started to use his feet. Karen Powell started to come down the track to Brian Charles and wasn't to the pitch. And he just stopped and looked to play it in front of him. Seemed to have taken the pad, but he was a long way down.
That was a bit of a premeditation to me.
Yeah, he was. He started to come down. Yeah, you're right.
It wasn't a flighted delivery, and there he was. Ooh, that's very well played. That's a paddle sweep. That is going to beat that man at backward square leg for 4. That was very well played by Kieran Powell. That
was an excellent shot, actually, and you know I've always found that it can be risky to an off spinner, but he was right on top of that ball when he was paddle sweeping. He was to the pitch, and then he just swept it nicely down to the boundary for 4. That's a very, very good shot from Powell. It's on to 27 and it's 49 for 1 now.
Yes. And those of you who do not feel like coming down here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex to see the Red Force and the Leeward Islands.
That's a spanking shot. That's a beauty from Powell. This time using his feet once again, getting to the pitch, and he hit it straight to the left of I would say, a straightish mid-on, And Jaden Seals, who is at a mid-on, the orthodox mid-on position, couldn't get around in time to his right. And that ran into the boundary before you could say Jaden Seals. It was an excellent shot by Powell. It brings up the 50. It's now 53 for 1 and takes Powell under 31. What a good shot, Anil.
He was much more decisive with that shot. He was quickly off the mark, down the pitch. He recognized it was a more flighted delivery, and he was quickly off the mark. Very good footwork, very quick, got to the pitch, and he hits the ball very powerfully as well. There's a man down at long on. He probably couldn't get close to it.
No, Seals actually, they've moved him now from mid-on to long on. He was at mid-on, and as you rightly said, he didn't get close to that. So what they've done, and they pushed him back to long on, and I agree with that, because Powell is starting to use his feet. He's starting to use his feet to Brian Charles, and he may just have to think twice, especially if he decides to go airborne. They've now got a man at long on. But it's the end of the over from Brian Charles. He's conceded 13 runs from his 2 overs, and it's 53 for 1.
And the TNT Red Force, they have been pushed on the back foot slightly here. You've seen a lot more defensive fields now. The field is very well spread. Just the one man in a close catching position for Brian Charles. The slip, 2 as a matter of fact, he had the forward short leg. So a good battle here going on at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. TNT Red Force, they are up against it now because this pair at the wicket, Kieran Powell and Keacy Carty, seem to have been very well set and not seen a lot of chances being offered. Pitch not doing a lot as well.
With that boundary from Powell as well, Anil, it's brought up the 50 partnership. Yes. The partnership now with 51, because remember Hodge, who seemed to have been out since yesterday, with his total on 2, and it's 53 for 1. So a good partnership here, because when you lose an early wicket like that, you've got to consolidate. But not only consolidate, these two not only have they consolidated, I think they've been scoring the runs at a pretty good pace.
Yeah, the run rate is pretty good. You average in a first-class game like this, that the average run rate per over would be around 3. They are just ahead of that.
Yeah, 3.74, and that's 4 more runs. That's a good shot again from Carty. It was short. It was coming into from Anderson Phillip into Carty, and he just swiveled beautifully. A lot of movement of the feet, and he turned the ball fine. He's aware that Jaden Seals is at a wideish long on, at a wideish fine leg, and that went to his right, and he had absolutely no chance because that came off the bat very, very quickly indeed and went down for 4. So 57 for 1 now. Carty's into the 20s. He's on 23, and he's starting to look a little bit more confident now.
Yes, he looks pretty unassuming at the wicket, but he's very much aware as to what he is doing. He doesn't offer a lot of chances. He lines up the ball pretty good, and his technique is good as well. That last shot there was very well played. He used the pace of Anderson Phillip. He knew that there was a man down at fine leg who was pretty wide, and he played that leg lance very fine indeed. And he's not tempted even with the balls just outside off stump, Colin, picking the line very well, shuffling across, watching it go by. And this is probably what had him scoring so heavily in the regional tournament the last couple of years, and he's found his way on the West Indies senior team now.
Much more orthodox feel now with 2 slips and a gully. Point cover mid-off, shortish mid-on, forward square leg and a fine leg. You could see him just opening the face of the bat. He gets in position, and then just at the last moment, he just opens the face of the bat. And I think you were making that point a little earlier. He sees it onto the bat, and at the very last moment, he opens the face of the bat, guides it out to point. He tends to look for the drive. He tends to be looking to play that ball through the offside. But when he can't, he just opens the face of the bat. So he gives me the impression he's always looking to score runs.
The good thing about him is that he's looking at the ball all the way, playing it as late as he possibly can. and played the appropriate shot. He's got good footwork as well. He's moving around the crease to the fast bowlers. I haven't seen him to the spinners just yet. But he's been a pretty decent player to spin as well. I've seen him scored heavily at the Queen's Park Oval against Trinidad and Tobago, who always have a pretty good spin attack. So just a slightly more defensive feel now. Just the two slip, a gully. There's a backward point, a cover, a mid-off, and then the onside you've got three men, a mid-on, a man just forward of the square leg umpire, and a man at a deep fine leg.
So the end of the over from Anderson Phillip, it's now what, 57 for 1. Powell is 31, Carty is on 23, and Anderson Phillip, he's just completed his 5th over, none for 13. So the partnership now going up to 55, and seems that Shannon Gabriel is making his way off the field, and I really don't like to see that, because, you know, Shannon Gabriel, you know, he's had his fitness issues. He's got to, you know, if he's fit and he's declared himself fit to play in this game, then why every fight, why are you coming off the field? You know, okay, maybe a bathroom break or something like that, but come on, stay on the field and fight.
Well, he seems to be injury prone, Colin. I mean, throughout his career, he has been bugged by injuries.
Well, I'm just hoping, Anil, that you know, he's back to his full fitness. I know he's been working very hard, and kudos to him for that. I've seen him working very, very hard, trying to get his fitness back up to scratch. And you know, I think he still has a lot of cricket left in him. If he can keep himself fit, he's a wonderful bowler, there's no doubt about it. But he has to keep himself fit. And once he keeps himself fit, you know, he can contribute, there's no doubt about it. What I think he lacks now is a little bit of match fitness, because he hasn't been playing cricket. But he needs to start to play cricket and get back that match fitness.
Well, I was making the offer to those who can't come down to the Martin Sporting Complex to see the Red Force and the Leeward Islands. You have two other options. You can go to the Queen's Park Oval, where Guyana, the Guyana Harpy Eagles, they're up against the Barbados Pride. And if not, you can go down to south at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. The Windward Islands are up against Jamaica. And entrance is free at all three venues.
I heard you said you were making the offer. Obviously, because it's free.
Yeah.
You weren't going to pull anything out of your pocket to pay for anybody, were you?
Why should I?
So Charles is continuing here. He's in his what? In his 3rd over. 57 for 1. Wrong the wicket to the left-handed Powell. So he's steady, he's settled. This has made a much better over from him. He's been a little tighter, he's been on the spot, he's made Powell play at all the deliveries. I think that's much better. That will do his confidence much, you know, it will lift him, because after 3 overs he went forward 13 runs, you know, and you know, this over was really a good over. Well, I was more impressed with this over than anything else.
That's his fault, really, in that he's able to bowl good length, good line, and try to be very economical. He's a very steady bowler. He doesn't flight and spin the ball a lot. He depends on containing the batsman and putting a lot of pressure on the batsman. Well, Shannon Gabriel is making his way back onto the pitch, and Carty, who was substituting for him, he leaves the field. So Gabriel, nothing too serious, maybe he's off the field just for a couple of minutes. So it's going to be Anderson Phillips continuing from the northern end at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. He bowls to Carty. Carty right in behind this one, opens the face and allows it to go to the man at gully. No run.
So Joshua De Silva deciding to bowl pace at one end, spin at the other end. I think this may very well be Anderson Phillips' last over. And who knows, we may very well see Akil Hussain into the attack. Would you look at Yannick Carrier at all?
I thought he would have been brought on as the first spinner, to be honest, Colin. I mean, he's a wrist spinner. He's much more attacking than the finger spinners. And the type of form he is in, he's in the form of his life. When last you heard a man getting 2 hat-tricks
a world record
in 2 days? That has to be some sort of a world record. And it happened in 2 very important games. The T20 semi-final, national T20 semi-final, and the final. And it followed day after day. I was in amazement. I would have brought him on.
Yeah, just for the kind of confidence he has, isn't it?
I'm sure the batsmen would have been telling themselves, look, this guy got 2 hat-tricks in 2 days, you know, we've got to be watching.
That's a good shot. That's a beauty. What a shot from Carty. That's absolutely magnificent. Pitched up to him by Anderson Phillip, and he went down. Basically, he bent. Let's have a look at that. Look at that shot, Anil. He just bent beautifully, and he stroked it majestically through the offside. What a good shot from Carty. Keacy Carty is the name, and that is an absolutely peach shot. Probably the shot of the day. You know, everything was right about that.
Quite easily so, the shot of the day. I thought that he didn't follow through. There was no follow through. It was a check drive. Once he had made contact, he knew he hit it in the middle, and he just watched it speed away to the
placement. The placement as well was excellent.
Extremely good.
And then he's back into defense. I tell you, I'm starting to like the look of this guy.
Yeah, I know you would be impressed with him.
Yeah, I'm starting to like the look of this guy. He's settling down now. He had his little moments early on in his innings. He looked a little bit suspect to the ball outside the line of the off stump. He was pushing at it, was beaten a couple of times, but since he's settled down, he's really looking good. You know, and this is the kind of guy you would want to see playing more international cricket to get that experience.
What I like about him, he looks very unflustered. Looks very calm at the wicket.
There's another beauty. That's 4 more. Darren Bravo, from the time it left the bat, Darren Bravo just turned and jogged after it. He knew that from the time that left the bat, it was going down to the boundary. Again, there's Anderson Phillip over pitching, and Carty this time coming more on the front foot and driving it to the left of mid-off through extra cover for 4 good-looking runs. All of a sudden, he is on 31. He joins Powell on 31, 65 now for 1. And not only that Trinidad and Tobago, Red Force, need a wicket, I think they need to get this guy out before things get from bad to worse.
2 delightful shots from Keacy Carty. Here's Phillip. And he's in defense this time on the legs. Thought of a single, but the man at forward of the square leg umpire was quickly in attendance. That's the end of the over.
65 for 1, both batsmen on 31. But that final delivery, I think Anderson Phillip realized that he can't take it up to him. So he just was a little bit short of a length. And again, Carty was just on that back foot and pushed it out on the onside. So, is Gabriel going to come back into the attack instead of Phillip? Is Jaden Seals going to replace Anderson Phillip? But I don't think Anderson Phillip is going. He's had 6 overs, none for 21, and I would think that Joshua De Silva would be looking maybe for a change of bowling.
I don't think he's going to go back to Shannon Gabriel, even though he had just the 3 overs in his opening spell. I want to believe that he might either call on probably the most recognized spinner out there at the moment. That's Akil Hussain, the West Indies left-arm orthodox. He's got a good few options in the spinning department, as we said, Colin. He's got Yannick Carrier, who bowls leg breaks, googlies. You've also got Jason Marmade, who does a thing with his off breaks. But I don't think that this pitch here is very encouraging for any of the bowlers, the fast bowlers or the slow bowlers. Seems to be playing pretty good.
Ball coming off the middle of the bat now, and Keacy Carty was on that front foot. Oh, he's given it away. And you could see how mad he is. He's given it away. Keacy Carty. Oh, what an awful shot. He got to the pitch and he just flicked it. He never got over the ball. And because of that, it was in the air. And Darren Bravo took a very sharp catch at mid-wicket. And the Leeward Islands, they lose their second wicket just about when Keacy Carty was starting to look good, maybe overconfident, but he got to it and he just flicked it. And because of that, he hit it in the air, and Darren Bravo took the catch at mid-wicket. But really and truly, you could see Keacy Carty almost banged the bat on the pitch because he knew he had played an awful shot. He knew he should have kept it down. But that's cricket. You make a mistake and you pay dearly for it. So it's now 66 for 2. Carty goes back to the pavilion. Caught Bravo, bowled Charles for 31. And the new man coming out is Devon Thomas, 66 for 2. And Carty, just about when he was looking good, Anil, he's given his wicket away basically.
Well, you have to give credit to Brian Charles. I thought that he did vary the pace of that ball and the flight as well. It was a slower delivery. And Carty, not realizing or not picking that slow delivery, was into the shot just a bit too early, and he wasn't to the pitch, hit it in the air to short mid-wicket, and Bravo took a smart catch there. So that's his fall of the second wicket. Leeward Islands losing who by now should be probably their main batsman, Keacy Carty. He's out for 31 when he was just beginning to look so majestic out there. Previous over, he took 2 delightful boundaries off Anderson Phillip, only to perish the following over to the off-spinner Brian Charles. So, 68-4-2 Leeward Island Hurricanes. And the new batsman is Devon Thomas, the right-hander, taking strike from Brian Charles.
So Brian Charles picking up his first wicket at this Diego Martin Sports Complex, picking up the wicket of Keacy Carty just when he started to look so good.
Well, a little more attack now in the field placing. There's added to the close catches, the slip and the forward short leg. A man has come to very short mid-wicket, or widest, very short mid-on if you prefer.
A good shot, runs for Thomas. He's off the mark. Is it going to run to the boundary? It does. That's didn't seem when he played it. It would have carried to the boundary for 4, but it was well timed.
Yes.
He was on that front foot, and he just a short arm jab past to the left of Mohammed at cover, and it ran all the way to the boundary for 4. That's 4 good looking runs for Devon Thomas to get off the mark. Now he's in some kind of form, I tell you, Devon Thomas.
Well, it was just a push off the front foot, like you rightly said. You didn't think that it would have reached the boundary, but he timed it so well. The man at cover gave up the chase. So that's a very good shot there from Thomas, and he'd be feeling very good, having just came in and picking up a nice looking boundary. That would give him some confidence. 70 for 2 Leeward Islands. Kieran Powell is on 32 of 54 deliveries, and Devon Thomas, who has only now come in, he is on 4 of 3. It's going to be the big right-hand fast bowler, Shannon Gabriel, is coming back into the attack. He had a first spell of 3 overs, none for 14. So he should be fairly fresh, Colin.
The Devon Thomas, Anil, is averaging 80.66 in this regional tournament so far. 3 innings, 242 runs with a top score of 112. So he's got some kind of form in this regional tournament. Powell, on the other hand, he's not far behind and averaging 48 from 3 innings. He's got 144 runs from his 3 innings with a top score of 74. And Keacy Carty, he's just had 2 innings with a top score of 55 and 74 runs, 75 runs so far. So add the 31 today, he's now on 106 runs in this tournament. But if you're going to play if you're going to play for the West Indies, you got to take that average and the aggregate of runs to much higher than it is at the moment.
Yeah, you should, but a lot of players calling now are making it onto the senior West Indies team, and if you look at their averages, you'd be amazed, because in years gone by, you probably would not have made the regional team with that sort of average. Now you're getting onto the West Indies senior team. So Thomas, he's been the leading scorer, I believe, in the regional after the first 2 rounds earlier in February. Colin, before we had that almost 2.5 months break because of the COVID pandemic, he was scoring very heavily.
Yeah, he got a half century in the defeat against Barbados, which Barbados won that game by 4 wickets. He got a half century in the first innings when they total 172, and then he got a century in the second innings, that 112, when they total 346. So he was bang in form, and then he got another half century against the Guyana team when they played at the Queen's Park Oval. So he's been batting really, really very well.
He'd be hoping that they can strike a good partnership here because they've lost 2 wickets.
Well, I think the two of them need to go to lunch if they can carry the total, whatever the total is. But if they don't lose any wickets before lunch and just the 2 wickets down, they would have thought they would have had a good morning. Trinidad and Tobago would like another wicket before lunch, and if they get another wicket, they would think that they would have the upper hand in terms of the session.
So let's look at Shannon Gabriel. And this is driven square on the offside. A dive-in stop by the man from backward point, but he doesn't stop it cleanly. The batsmen are able to turn for a second, but that was a good-looking push by Powell. Kept it on the ground, hit the middle of the bat. Just the 2 slip now, a gully. Man backward, a point to cover, and a mid-off. Those are the 6 men on the offside, and on the onside there's the man just backward of square, standing next to the umpire. There's a deep fine leg and a mid-on, very short.
Brian Charles wasn't able to stop that. He partially stopped it, and because of that they were able to get 2 runs. But a good diving effort from him. May have run all the way to the boundary if he didn't get some part of his body in line with the ball. Oh, that's a good shot. What a good shot from Powell. Badly lined by Gabriel. If you're going to bowl it outside, bowl it on the pads, he's going to whip it through that forward square leg position. Now, there is a man, he was posted at backward square leg. It was in the air for a little while when it went towards the forward square leg position down to the boundary for 4. But Powell is very much aware of his field. He's also aware that the man is just backward of square, but this ball went forward of square. It was in the air for a while, as I said, but a safe shot, and Gabriel not pitching that ball in line. Let's see if there's going to be a change in the field. But 4 more runs to Powell. He goes to 38, starting to look good, and there is a change in the field now because the man has gone from a backward square leg to a forward square leg, exactly where that ball had gone. I would be surprised if Powell was to do that again and hit it in the air. I think he knew exactly where the fieldsman was. And so it was a safe shot from him. He just flicked it, just whipped it off the pads, forward of square.
Well, it was a rank bad ball, Colin. It was over pitch, it was on the leg, and there was nobody on square on the onside. And
Oh,
again,
this is great. This is absolutely brilliant batting because they moved the man from backward square leg to a forward square leg, and now Powell just waited that little bit and worked it backward square for 4 runs. Excellent batting on his part. That's what you call, Anil, knowing where the fieldsmen are, knowing where you want to put the ball, and putting that ball exactly where you want to place it.
well, Shannon Gabriel is bowling around the wicket. He's now decided to go back over the wicket. So from around the wicket, he was angling the ball into the left-hander, starting it just a bit too much on the wicket. And by the time it reached the left-handed Powell, it was going long leg. And Powell, with all the ease in the world, just whipped those last two deliveries down to the square leg boundary for 4. Well, he shifted the line now. He's gone back over the wicket and now angling it across Kieran Powell, which seems to be the better option.
That's definitely the better option because it had made some bounce, but was drifting away from Powell, and he allowed it to go through. It's the end of the over from Gabriel. He's completed his 4th over, none for 25. Powell is on 42, just 8 runs away from a well-deserved half-century. Thomas, he's just faced 3 deliveries. He's on 4, and it's 81 for 2 now.
Shaden Seals had 5 overs, took the very first wicket for 24 runs. Anderson Phillips had 6 overs, none for 21. Shannon Gabriel in his first spell had 3 overs, none for 14. He's back with his second spell, but this is Brian Charles. Driven square, through cover. It's going to come close to the cover boundary, but it is now pulled back by Jason Mohammed, and the batsman crossed very easily for 2 runs.
Thomas goes up to 6. They tell me a few dignitaries have arrived here at the ground. Anil, the acting Prime Minister called me in, but they tell me he's just walked into the ground. It's come to take maybe a few overs of this game, and would be very proud of this facility.
You probably would have been in that party, weren't you, doing commentary, Colin?
No comment.
It's a lovely view here. If you're looking at a screen in a moment, you would see the background of the northern range down to the northwest of the island of Trinidad. Very mountainous region here down in Diego Martin. It's a valley, as a matter of fact.
You know your history. That's good. It's really a really picturesque ground when you look around.
And for those of you who know the area, just east of us here, going in that direction, there is that will be 4 runs down to
a mid-wicket for Thomas again. He's come in, and literally he's just pushed the ball around. No real fireworks, and he's on 10 from 7 deliveries. But you look at the shots he's been playing, he's really all pure timing, and he's finding the gaps. This has been very impressive so far from Devon Thomas.
Well, you just have to look at the man's scores in the first 2 rounds of matches. And this is an attempted sweep shot. He picked the line, probably pitched outside leg and was going long leg, but he miscued the sweep shot. Took it on the glove, it appeared.
If there's one criticism of Devon Thomas, he tends to want to attack most of the deliveries. He gives me the impression, and I've seen him bat on quite a number of occasions, he wants to really try to get on top of the bowling at all times. And in so doing, can sometimes his shot selection is not on par with the bowling. In other words, he tries to play shots that simply are not good enough. Here he struck on the hand when he was looking to sweep that delivery, and the magic spray has come out. What they used to do with before they had the magic spray, Anil? Good old ice. Because
Well,
in the good old days.
well, ice still remains one of the most effective treatment for sporting injuries. You know, the first thing you really look for is ice when you're injured, whether it's a strain or it's a blow. Well, Devon Thomas is a man who's going to play his shots. Once the ball is there to be hit, he's going to hit it.
And you could see the field set. There's a long on and there's a deep square leg. So they've done their homework with Devon Thomas. He likes to go over the top, likes to take on the bowlers. And no doubt, if Brian Charles gives it some flight, Devon Thomas is going to go after him. The end of the over from Charles, it's 87 for 2. Thomas is on 10. Powell is on 42. Charles have just completed his fifth over, 1 for 24. Shannon Gabriel is going to continue. And just about, 10 minutes away from lunch.
I saw Eric Alden a while ago, Colin.
That's right. Eric Alden, former Trinidad and Tobago left arm fast bowler. Let me say fast bowler. And played for Paragon.
Yes, he always likes us to mention Paragon. Yes, Trinidad and Tobago and Paragon, he would insist.
Had some ding-dong battles with Eric at club level. Very fierce competitor. But, the thing with him, though, he was always fair and was one of the guys that you could have related to in the opposing dressing room. He would always give you, I suppose when you're a fast bowler, Anil, you could give talk. And when you're a batsman, you just have to take the talk. Unless, of course, you're a good hooker or a good cutter of the ball, then you could give back the fast bowler. I wouldn't call names, but I remember a story with a Trinidad and Tobago batsman telling me that we're going to have a look at Gabriel. They were playing Barbados at Kensington, and in the days in the 70s and things like that, the Kensington pitch was like glass. I mean, you could have combed your hair looking at that pitch. So it was quick and then bouncy. Of course, they had two fast bowlers, one by the name of Wes Hall and the other by the name of Charlie Griffith. And the Trinidad was in a little bit of trouble. Wes Hall and Griffith were, getting them out. And the batsman who was telling me this story said, he was ducking and bobbing and weaving and, it wasn't a pleasant experience. And they got to about 4 wickets down, and this was another batsman came in, of course, to accompany him at the non-striker's end. Oh, that's a good shot. No runs though. He hit it straight to Anderson Phillip, who is at mid-off. Yeah, and played a couple balls from Charlie Griffith, and Charlie Griffith pitched up a couple and he played on the front foot, and after about the third one he said to Griffith, "But you're not fast." And of course the non-striker now, who was there for a little while and was getting the fire, shouted to him, "Just shut up and bat." But when you're fearless as a batsman and you try to put off the opposition, you say those things, but it was never wise to try to give a fast bowler talk, was it?
Well, I was warned about that by my mate some years ago. I thought you were in that game as well, Colin. It was Trinidad against Guyana at border.
Oh, yeah, I was in that. Oh, tell me about Colin Croft.
Yeah. Really steaming in, and he bowled a bounce outside off stump, and I flayed at it. Flayed the bat outside off, took a thick top edge, and it flew all the way over third man into the stand. And I was having a hearty laugh. Just hit Colin Croft for six over third man, and while I was laughing, my mate at the other end, he was Kenrick Vaney.
Whoa.
He came up to me and he said, listen, you can't be laughing. Don't let that man see you laughing at him.
Well, I'm going to tell you the non-striker, and you will actually, when I tell you the name, you will see he was fearless. Leo John, deceased Leo John, you know, and Leo, he just loved to give bowlers talk.
And he batted without a helmet as well.
Yeah. Well, I played in that game you're talking about, and I remember Colin Crawford just dismissed Logie, and I had gone in. And the very first, I had no helmet, didn't bat with a helmet, wasn't accustomed. And the very first, I remember Faoud Bakas, who I played youth cricket with, when I say with, against, for Guyana, he was at forward short leg, and my good mate, Derek Kalicharan, who's Alvin's brother, was at leg gully. And Croft was steaming in from, of course, border. He was steaming in from the boundary edge. And of course, just getting Gus Logie, they were bubbling. And they were obviously trying to run through the Trinidad and Tobago batting team at that point in time. And the very first delivery was short, and I was getting in line, thinking, well, and it just started to climb. It's the end of the over from Shannon Gabriel. It's 87 for 2. And I was getting in line, and all of a sudden, I saw the ball somehow heading towards my my jaw. So I quickly got out of the way, but in the background, in those days, border, of course, full with a crowd, and everybody in the stand was on their feet and shouting, "Kill him, kill him!" And I thought to myself, me with this puny little bat. Because of course the bats nowadays, the bats nowadays are a big help. But Brian Charles is going to continue. We're just reminiscing in some of the good old days, and of course cricket, lovely cricket. It's going to be Devon Thomas. He's on 10 from 9 deliveries. Make that 11 because he's going to pick up an easy single. Carrier is at that deep square leg position. A delivery that he was just on the back foot and turned it. Gets that easy single, 88 for 2.
And just to add a bit to what happened that day when Croft flew off the outside edge and went over third man for 6, and Kenrick Bainey was telling me, "Don't laugh. That's a good shot. That's short. That's wide. That's not a good delivery." And Kieran Powell getting on the back foot, cracking it through cover. The man at cover had no chance. A very good shot. A bad delivery from Brian Charles.
Yeah, it deserved the treatment. It is short, and Powell was on that back foot quickly, and just finding the gap. That's all he needed to do because it was short enough once it came off the middle of the bat. So he's just 4 runs away now from a well-deserved half-century.
Yeah, and Kenrick Bainey, after telling me don't laugh at the fast bowler because the ball went for 6, I say, okay, I was the junior player at that time. Only a couple deliveries after, wow, what happened there?
He's giving the impression that it never got up.
Yes, that kept very low. Even the wicket keeper was coming up a bit too early. He didn't anticipate that sort of bounce. It didn't bounce whatsoever. And fortunate for Kieran Powell that ball was not on the stump. Yeah, so Kenrick Bainey was on strike a few deliveries after Colin. And after Croft had delivered, I saw the wicketkeeper collect the ball, and I also saw another object fly off from the person of Bainey. And I was wondering, well, what was that? I mean, I saw the ball. It was a bouncer. It was in line with his body. And then I saw an object flying off of Bainey's person. I don't know what it was. So I walked up the wicket. So I said, well, what was that, mate? And he pointed to his shirt. The top button was gone. Croft had gone with the top button. Yeah.
The end of the over from Brian Charles, 92 for 2. Charles has completed his 6th over, 1 for 29. Powell 46. Thomas is on 11. So we probably have maybe another, could be the last over. I'm not sure in terms of the umpire's watches, but this could very well be the last over before Lunch, we may have another one after this. We are saying it's 11:52. Lunch is at 12 o'clock. So depending on how long this overtakes, we might get another one after this.
It looks a worrying period here now for the TNT Red Force. We've got two pretty well set batsmen. Kieran Powell, of course, he opened the batting, so he's been there from ball one. And he is on 46. He's well set, and Devon Thomas as well. He's looked pretty good. He's just on 11, but he's looked very solid. And they're in a pretty good position here, calling 92 for 2, and we're just over 2 away from the luncheon interval. So they've been scoring pretty quickly as well.
Yeah, 4.18.
Yeah, that's a good run rate. Well, Gabriel now has the extra man on the onside, 3 on the onside. And he's got 2 slip, a gully. The rest of the field's men are in run-saving position. There's a man just backward of point, a normal cover and a mid-off. And on the onside, mid-on, the man just forward of the square leg umpire and the fine leg. I'd be hoping to pick up another one here before the luncheon interval, the TNT Red Force. If they can pick up one here, they would be very satisfied with the morning's work, I think, Colin.
Oh yeah, if they can get a third wicket, they would be very happy, because having lost the toss and going into the field, they're going to go through. That's a good single from Powell, because the ball just came off the bottom part of the bat, rolled into the pads of Devon Thomas, and then just rolled out on the onside. And Powell quickly called for the single, and they got it easily in the end.
Well, that was good awareness there by Thomas, because he didn't have a clue where the ball went. He knew it hit the bat and it was somewhere around him, but he heard the call from his partner, and without even thinking or looking twice, he was off in a flash responding to his partner's call.
Which is always good, because when you can do that, some batsmen are they're so concentrating in terms of the shot. What happened? Why did the ball come off the inner part of the bat, and where did it go? And sometimes you don't hear your partner call. And you're right, it was good awareness on the part of Devon Thomas to respond as quickly as he did to the single to the call from Kieran Powell. Over the head of the man. Good shot. And that brings up his 50. So 50 to Powell here. In 72 deliveries. It's been an excellent innings from this man. Again, that shot, it was a delivery line on the leg stump. He knew exactly where Carrier was. Carrier is at a forward square leg, and what he did, he lifted it over his head intentionally down to the boundary for 4. 4 good looking runs for Powell. Well played to him. 50 from 72 balls.
A good shot there by Kieran Powell, but that was a bad delivery again by Shannon Gabriel. It was down the leg side, heading further down leg side. And Powell, as you rightly said, deliberately lofting the ball over the man at the forward square leg. I thought for a moment that Carrier would have had a chance, but he hit it high enough and it raced away down to the square leg boundary.
Yeah, he was always in control of the shot. That was the thing. He knew exactly what he wanted to do, Powell, and he executed it brilliantly. This has been a good innings from him. He is one who, over the years, has always been, how should I put it, criticized for giving his wicket away. But this morning, I think he's concentrated nicely. Yes, he's had maybe 1 or 2 alarms, but in general, I think he's played a good innings.
Yeah, I was about to make the point. He's looked very, very purposeful indeed, and not taking too many risks. He's playing the ball on merit. He's concentrating very hard, and you can see that he wants to get a big one. Now that he has got past the 50, you would expect that Kieran Powell would want to stay there and ensure that he gets to 3 figures and that his team is in a very good position. Just a couple overs, I believe, before the luncheon interval. Might have one more.
Just a single. Again, Gabriel straying onto that leg stump, and they're able to pick up an easy single. So Powell goes to 51.98 now for 2. And as you've been saying, it's a healthy run rate, 4.29, the first morning of a game. And between the start of play and lunch, if you can get up to 100, you'll be pretty much satisfied. And then the Leewards, they've only lost 2 wickets. So I think they would be very happy if they don't lose another wicket and go into lunch at 100 for 2 or thereabouts. I think they would be happy with their morning's work. We see a change in the field where the man at second slip has come out to a very short mid-on, almost a shortish, I would say more of a shortish mid-wicket, but a straightish mid-wicket in a catching position. That's, is it Akil Hussain? It looks to be the man who has come out there. It is Akil Hussain. It's come out into that short, straightish mid-wicket position. Delivery from Gabriel outside the line of the off stump, and that's it. The umpires have said they've had enough. 23 overs have been bowled in the session. The Leeward Islands winning the toss and opting to bat. They have ended the session on 98 for 2. They lost the early wicket of Montaigne Hodge. He went caught Charles, bowled Seals without scoring. Karen Powell is there from the start. He's on 51 not out from 74 deliveries. Keacy Carty, he went caught Bravo, bowled Charles for 31 from 42 deliveries. Devon Thomas, he is not out on 12 from 13 deliveries. There have been 4 extras. The bowling for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Let's have a look at the bowling figures. They opened the bowling, of course, with Shannon Gabriel. He's had 6 overs, none for 31. Pretty expensive, 5 runs and over. Jaden Seals, he's had 5 overs, 1 for 15. Anderson Phillip, 6 overs, none for 21. And the other wicket taker, Brian Charles, 6 overs, 1 for 29. The partnership, second wicket partnership, worth 64 between Powell and Carty. And since he's been dismissed, they've been joined now by Devon Thomas. And at lunch, Anil, 98 for 2. The Windward Islands would be happy so far with that decision.
Yeah, they certainly would be satisfied with the score at lunch. 98 it is?
Yep, 98 for 2.
And Kieran Powell very well set and joined by Devon Thomas, who has looked pretty good as well. So they're in a pretty good position. I think that they are probably just slightly ahead of the TNT Red Force after the first session. But it has been good cricket. And it's nice to see that the crowd as well has come out in this spanking new facility here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex.
Okay, so that's the situation at lunch. We'll take a break. As the players take a break, we'll take a break here and we'll come back for more commentary just in about 40 minutes time as we for the second session of play in this West Indies Championship Regional 2021-22 season. It's the Leeward Islands coming up against Trinidad and Tobago, and we'll be back after the luncheon interval. as we're about to start play after the luncheon interval, the Leeward Islands, having won the toss and elected to bat, they are 98 for 2. Powell is on 51 not out, together with Devon Thomas, as I said, he's on 12. The batsman out so far, Hodge, he went caught Charles Bowles Seals without scoring. It was 2 for 1. And then a partnership of 64 between Keacy, Carty and Powell before Carty went caught Bravo Bowles Charles for 31. Here's Sir Jaden Seals with the first delivery after lunch. And Powell, very confident, getting on the front foot, just opening the face of the bat and guiding it out to where a gully would be. Gully is pretty straight, almost like a 4th slip, 5th slip, yeah, maybe. Not a very square gully. It's Jaden Seals. Here's what, 6th over, is it? Yeah, 6th over. It's at 1 for 15 so far. Took the first wicket here in this historic game at the Devon Martin Complex. Very first class game being played here. Jaden Seals picked up the very first wicket. So his name will go down in the history books, being the first man to take a wicket in first class cricket here at the Devon Martin Complex. I'm Colin Murray alongside Anil Raja. Anil, probably you would have to say, if this was horse racing, and I know you're a keen horse racing man, that the Leeward Islands just have their neck or their head, a short head, at the moment in front of Trinidad and Tobago?
Yes, they're just showing ahead of the rest, as you would say in horse racing terms, but this race has only just begun. They've just left the boxes, Colin. So a lot yet to go in this match. Remember, we have 4 days, and this first session, as you rightly said, the Leeward Islands seem to have just pushed the noses ahead at the luncheon interval at 98 for 2, with Kieran Powell looking very well set, and his partner as well, Devon Thomas, who is the leading run scorer in the tournament so far. Remember, the first 2 rounds of matches were played in early February, and Devon Thomas was very prolific in those 2 matches, leading the run scorers for the 2022 4-day regional championship. So this pair would be hoping that they can stay out there for as long as possible. And Trinidad and Tobago looked a bit jaded coming to the end of the session at the luncheon interval, because they didn't get the sort of wickets that they were hoping for, seeing that they went into the game with a 3-prong bowling attack of 3 of the West Indian fast bowlers. Here is one of them, Jaden Seals, and this is played by Powell. The other 2 being Shannon Gabriel, who has been off a very long layoff due to injury. He's now made a comeback. He's reported to be fully fit. He looked pretty sharp this morning, although he didn't bowl for long. Just the 3 overs he bowled in his first spell, but he came back for a second spell, but he was a bit wayward. Didn't pick up any wickets, just Jaden Seals with 1 for 15 in the first spell. And here he is with his second spell, and Brian Charles as well, having the other wicket to have fallen. That of Keacy Carty, who was looking extremely good, only to perish at short mid-wicket, playing a ball that was not really on for the shot. It was a slower delivery. He was deceived in flight and pace, and lofted it to short mid-wicket, where Bravo pulled off a smart catch. Defensively spread field, men saving the singles on the outer, what would have been the outer circle, or just a slip in a gully.
Thing with Jaden Seals, he always seems to be on target, always making the batsman play, and I think that is one of the real qualities of this young man. He's got a nice smooth action. You look at Jaden Seals running into bowl, seems effortless. You know, there are some bowlers that have a run up, that you're wondering if they're really running. They just seem to glide up to the wicket. Or to the stumps, and he's one of those. You know, he seems so effortless, just running into bowl. And what I like about him is that he tends to make the batsman play at every delivery.
Yes, of course. He's pretty young as well, so he should be around for a pretty long time.
Akil Hussain is into the attack, and he's going to be bowling for the first time today. Didn't see him before lunch, so it's interesting that they decided to open the bowling in this lunch, the session after lunch with Hussain. Loud appeal with the very first delivery. Bob Butler says not out, but Devon Thomas not waiting to see, and this is the thing with Devon Thomas, he's not the kind of batsman who will wait and probably going down the leg side.
Yeah.
Just looking at that replay with the appeal from Akil Hussain, seems to be going down the leg side. But Thomas is not the kind of batsman, he's not going to allow Akil Hussain to settle.
Bowler.
Well, it has worked. It has worked for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Akil Hussain, who did not bowl before the luncheon interval, has come here and has picked up the wicket of the dangerous Devon Thomas. He goes back to the pavilion for 12. It's now 98 for 3.
Well, we're waiting to have another look at this. I'm sure that's the one with the arm from Akil Hussain. He also has the ability to drift the ball back into the right-hander as well. I don't think that Devon Thomas picked that one whatsoever. He was playing just in the line that the ball had pitched. But apparently it came back in between bat and pad and knocked the stump out the ground. That's a tremendous delivery from Akil Hussain. You were probably suggesting that it took him a bit too long to bring him on the ball, Colin. I would probably agree with that as well.
I would have brought him back instead of Shannon Gabriel, bringing back Shannon Gabriel for another spell. I would have tried Akil Hussain. The thing with Akil Hussain, Anil, he's a confident young man now. This young man, his cricket has turned around more than 100%. You know, his batting. He got a 44 in a T20 game off of 15 balls off of England. And since then, his batting has come on leaps and bounds. Right? You would have seen him in the local competition. But also his bowling now. He seems to be now, what I like about his bowling is his variety.
Yeah, he has improved tremendously in all aspects of his game. We always knew he was a good batsman as a youngster, Colin, playing at the zonal under 13 and under 15, under 17 level. We knew he was a good batsman. As a matter of fact, I thought he was a better batsman than a bowler in those days. But his bowling seemed to have come along before. And he's made it basically through his bowling to the West Indies senior team. But his batting as well, that has improved tremendously as well. I've seen him over the last 3 to 4 weeks, and he's batting, it's mind-boggling. That 80-odd he scored in that final in the 50 over was out of this world, and then he came and he bettered that in the T20 final.
Yeah, I didn't see it, but
it's amazing.
I heard about it.
I even called for him to be batting higher up in the order in the West Indies senior team.
And he should be.
Yes, he's got the ability and he's brimming with confidence. We didn't get a look at the replay to see if that ball really came back into the right-handed Devon Thomas and bowled him through the gate. But I'm sure that is what happened because Akil Hussain has the ability to bring that ball back into the right-handed batsman.
Well, the new batsman is Amir Jangu, and he will know these Trinidad and Tobago players very well, and they will know Amir Jangu very well because he's played franchise cricket at the CPL level, and he's played at this 4-day regional level for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes before. Loud appeal goes up, not out, says the umpire. We have just been going down the leg side.
So you can say Trinidad and Tobago Red Force have pulled it back a bit here after the luncheon interval with an early strike after lunch by Akil Hussain, removing Devon Thomas. And now it looks as though the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force are looking to get on top of the game now, because Akil Hussain is now beginning to show that he's going to put these batsmen under a lot of pressure.
And there's no Jamar Hamilton in the team, so you look at the batsmen to come. Of course, there's Terence Ward, who's pretty efficient. It's the end of a successful over from Akil Hussain. He's now bowled that his first over and has already picked up a wicket, 98 for 3. So you look through the batting lineup to come, not much in terms of.
Well, they've got the big man Cornwall.
Well, they've got Cornwall, but no real. When I look through this, the team sheet, and you've got Cornwall, you've got Terence Ward, and there's Colin Archibald,
Shino
Jeremiah
Berridge.
Louis, Hayden Walsh Jr. and Shane Berridge. So, yes, a few of them capable of getting scores, but no real specialist batsmen to come. This is the last recognized batting pair, so to speak.
Well, Rakeem Cornwall, the captain of the Leeward Island Hurricanes, he scores heavily in the regional tournament, and he's one you can't really count out because he can hit the ball a long way as well. And Kieran Powell looks very well set. He hasn't given the opposition a lot of chances at him. He's been pretty steady, he's been watchful, and here he is coming forward, defensive, bat and pad close together, and watching it against Jaden Seals. Seals with 1 for 15. He's now in his 7th over. Kieran Powell has not added to his score since the luncheon interval. He has lost his partner as well, the heavy scoring Devon Thomas, and Amir Jangu, the wicket-keeper, a left-handed batsman, has now joined Kieran Powell.
So much depends on Powell. If the Leeward Islands, and we were talking off air, and our predictor here was saying they would end the league on 264 for 8. Now, I would think if they get to 200, 225, they would do well. But so much depends on Powell. If the Red Force was to get Powell within the next, say, 10 runs, they would be looking to seriously cause create real havoc in this Leeward Islands batting lineup. So Powell, so much, he needs, for them to get to 250 or thereabouts, you would have to think he's got to get 100 and even more than 100.
Well, he's the man who is standing right now between the Leeward Islands and the TNT Red Force, Kieran Powell. He has the ability to score hundreds as well, Colin. That's nothing strange for him. And seeing that he's had a good start, he's gone past the half century. There are all the reasons for him to stay there and get a big one. The wicket is flattened out. It's a pretty easy pace at the moment.
That's a good shot. That's 4 runs. You can't overpitch to this man in the kind of form he's showing. It's wide of the off stump and he was on that front foot. I just opened the face. Let's have a look at him. He was opening the face of the bat and he carved it beautifully to the left. To the right of the man at point down to the boundary for 4. He moves to 55, but more importantly, it brings up the 100 for the Leeward Islands. It's 102 for 3.
He's a powerfully built man, Kieran Powell, and he hits the ball with a lot of power as well. So once there's a bad delivery there, Kieran Powell most likely is going to put it away. Here is Seals.
And we've not seen many bad deliveries from Seals, in fairness to him. He's been just there or thereabouts outside the off stump. He's not carried it too far up to the bat. He's just been short of a length. I think he's bowled really well. But
yeah, he's been.
You've got to give him a bad ball every now and again, Anil.
Okay, well, he's been the pick of the fast bowler so far. He looked a lot better than Shannon Gabriel and Anderson Phillips this morning. And the good thing about it as well is that he can bowl for long spells. It's a very matured one from what I've seen, Colin, and a lot of responsibility he's batting with, and you can see that he is trying to temper his natural aggressive mode in which he likes to play. He likes to score quickly, he hits the ball pretty hard, but he is batting with real purpose out there. He is playing the ball on its merit, and you can tell that he wants to get a big score.
Yeah, I am very impressed with him. 102 for 3 at the end of that over from Seals, but I'm very impressed with him because he's, what I like about him, and you made the point, that he's an aggressive type of player. He loves to feel bat on ball, loves to go over the top, take the attack to the bowlers. But I think here, he's played a measured innings. You know, he's attacked the loose deliveries, he's moved his feet to branch out. I think it's been a very good, watchful innings from him. And he hasn't taken many chances to give his wicket away. I'm very impressed with this innings so far from Powell.
Well, he's bringing all his experience into play, and he's very experienced now, Kieran Powell. He's played at the highest level. He's been in and out of the regional setup. I can't say exactly why, but there were a couple of years I thought that he didn't play regional first-class cricket.
Well, they said he had picked up baseball. He had gone to play baseball, and I suppose that's natural for him because he loves to put bat on ball. You think that's a good shot from Django, that's probably going to run away. It's getting chased by Carty, he's not going to get it, and that's 4 runs. Good shot from Amir Django. You've got to think as well, this is an important innings for Django. You know, he's got the opportunity here now with Powell, and you just have to think that Django needs to score some runs, he needs to get a big one to cement his place in this Leeward Islands team.
Well, that was a good shot because he picked the flight. He was down the track pretty quickly and driving through cover in the gap as well. Good shot.
He's got to hurry. It's a good run in the end. So well judged run, playing it down to Anderson Phillip at mid-off, and he was away in a flash.
Good cricket there by Django. Sensing that mid-off was a bit flat-footed there, Anderson Phillip, although he was just a couple of meters inside the 30-yard circle. Django immediately called for the run, even though he struck it straight to Anderson Phillip, and he got the single. That brings Powell on strike. 2 left-handers now at the crease, Colin.
Should make life a little easier for the bowlers that they don't have to change line, because that's the difficulty when you have a right hand left hand combination at the crease. Some bowlers don't like that. It upsets their rhythm in terms of having to change line. And then of course there are those bowlers who don't like to bowl to left-handers, so that's a different problem. Easy single. Powell looks so comfortable now. Looks assured, he looks at home, and he's playing the space as just as well as the spin. He looks so competent. Bad delivery from Akil Hussain, got away with it because it was just outside the line of the leg stump, and Django was looking to pull it fine, didn't make contact, and it's the end of the over from Hussain. He's had his second over, Akil Hussain, and it's now 108 for 3. Powell 56 and Django is on 5.
So the TNT Red Force looking to really getting to the Leeward Islands batting lineup. Another wicket here can put them into serious trouble. Of course, they've got the big man Jimbo, Rakeem Cornwall, the Leeward Island captain, who is padded up to come in next.
Number 6.
Yes.
Okay.
So So he as well.
Interesting. That'd be
Yes.
an interesting knock from Cornwall, as it always is. Never a dull moment with him when he gets to the crease. Scores in the other games? Anil, have you got any lunchtime scores?
Well, we had some scores at the luncheon interval down at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, where the Windward Islands is a quick signal here, where the Windward Islands they're up against Jamaica, and at the lunch break, pretty alarming. The Windward Islands 68 for 5. The man doing most of the damage there for Jamaica is Marquino Mindley.
He's picked up some wickets so far in the tournament, and there's been a lot of talk about Mindley. Never seems to, how should I put it, get that breakthrough to get into the regional team. This, who knows, this could very well be his year.
And there's that other game at the Queen's Park Oval in Port of Spain, where the Guyana Happy Eagles are up against the Barbados Pride. And in that game, similar scores in terms of the total, 68 as well, but they have only lost the one wicket, Guyana. So not scoring as quickly as this match here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex, where the Leeward Islands had closed on 98 for 2 at the luncheon interval. And that was because Kieran Powell and the earlier on Keacy Carty, they were scoring pretty freely and were going at just over 4 runs and over. But a different story at the other venues. At the luncheon interval, Guyana 68 for 1 against Barbados, and down at the Brian Lara Academy, Windward 68 for 5 versus Jamaica.
Well, the Windward's in some trouble, no doubt. And it's going to be they've got to certainly put things together after lunch.
Interesting, the point standing so far for this year's 2022 Regional 4-Day. Barbados are top of the standings with 42 points. Of course, Barbados and TNT Red Force both won their 2 opening round matches, but there's a difference in the point standing. Trinidad and Tobago are on 38.6 points. That is because of the bonus points for batting and bowling as well. And Barbados just moving slightly ahead there. Leeward Islands, on the other hand, Colin, they are in 3rd position. Their 2 matches, they had an outright win and they had an outright loss as well. And that game that they lost was a very close game indeed against Barbados, when they almost came from behind to beat Barbados. Yeah, they are on 24.6 points, Leeward Islands. Guyana, they had a win and a loss as well. They are on 21.4. And Windward Island and Jamaica losing both matches outright. So, pretty surprising as well that in those 6 matches that have been played so far, there were no drawn matches.
Yeah, very interesting.
Outright wins in every single game.
And I expect that trend may very well continue.
Is that an indication that the regional batsmen can't bat for long? Colin?
Well, it or you can take it the other way, that the bowling is just too good. But no, we've talked about that, about the batting of the regional teams and that type of thing. And we're hoping that, you want to see a competitive game. You want to see a pitch that has something for the batsmen to play their shots and also has something for the bowlers. You really want to see that. But the batsmen, talking about batsmen, Powell, for example, he's close to 200 runs now in this tournament, and this is his 4th innings, which puts him at number 4 among the leading run scorers. But so far, he's a couple of runs for Django. A delivery lined on the hip region, and he was just tucking it out backward of square. So the end of the over, 111 for 3. Django is 7, and Powell is on 57. And no surprise that Craig Brathwaite is on top after 4 innings. He's amassed 341 runs. So that you look through some of Devon Thomas is second with 242 runs before today, and from a Trinidad and Tobago perspective, he was dismissed for 12. So you want to see much more regional batsmen score hundreds, and it's let's hope that in this last 3 games that we get some century makers.
Well, it almost slipped me as well that the West Indies Test captain Craig Braithwaite he had a huge knock in a double century, a big double century.
Yeah, 276.
270 odd. Yes, that's right. I had forgotten about that completely, Colin.
And Anderson Phillip, he's the leading wicket taker so far with 12 wickets. Brian Charles, with his 1 wicket today, has joined him on 12. And we talked about Mindley. He's now, with the 3 wickets he's picked up today, he's gone to 11 wickets. So he's the 3rd leading wicket taker in the tournament. Imran Khan is on 10, but of course he's not playing in this game. And there's an off spinner I saw for the Windward Islands. Demba, he's picked up 10 wickets so far in the tournament. So let's hope that 1 or 2 new faces come through and try and push the regional selectors to include them.
Not seen a lot of wrist spinners come into the fore.
That's the problem.
Not seen a lot of wrist spinners at all. And quality wrist spinners at that too.
Yeah, that's the problem. I'm waiting, Anil, to see a quality leg spinner and a left arm, back of the hand, unorthodox spinner. I don't know if maybe up in the East you can find 1 or 2.
Well, you had one who should have been on show today. He has been dropped. And that's something that the selectors need to explain as well here in Trinidad and Tobago. So shocking.
Hussein is going to continue. I think what's surprising was that Webster, who was not in the 15, brought into the squad and then made the final 11. So I'm not too sure how that worked out and the rationale behind it. I was thinking maybe it's specialist position. But 1 run to end the over, 113 for 3. Powell is on 58 and he retains the strike.
So pretty quiet period now here after the luncheon interval. Both teams battling out here to see who can really take the initiative. Leeward Islands putting up a pretty tough battle, and mainly through Kieran Powell, former West Indian opening batsman. Still in the hunt here to get back on the West Indies senior team, but he's been putting on a good show here for the Hurricanes. He's been doing the brunt of the batting, as you're not missing any cricket.
There seems to be some repair work to the
foothold.
Yeah, where Jaden Seals lands. See, we have an in-house commentator who tries to explain what is happening out in the field. So the gentleman coming off the field is going to get some applause. 113 for 3. Still great conditions down here at the Diego Martin complex. Or the Diego Martin Sporting Complex, is it?
Yes.
And great sunny conditions. Too wide of the off stump, and Django is allowing it to go through. As Leeward Islands trying to consolidate and build again with these two, Django and Powell, after the early loss after lunch of Devon Thomas, who was bowled by Hussain for 12. It was then 98 for 3. And you just thought with that fall of Devon Thomas's wicket that Trinidad and Tobago will try and capitalize and pick up a couple other quick wickets. But Django has come in and he's looked solid. First couple of balls he faced from Akil Hussain, he didn't look all that solid. There was a couple of appeals. But since then he's settled down nicely, looking to play his shots.
Yeah, he's known to be a batsman who likes to get on with it. When he had just come on the scene for the TNT Red Force, he was very, very attacking, and he used to be going at the bowling from ball one. Hence, he was awarded a contract as well to the Leeward Islands, the Hurricanes. They were at the CPL.
Yep.
Yeah, but he didn't get a lot of runs in the CPL, and he more or less fell away a bit. But here he is again. He's a franchise player, hence the reason for him representing the Leeward Islands, Colin.
Yes, and good luck to him, because, you know, sometimes you can't get into your own country's team's franchise, and if someone else in one of the other islands will pick you up because they see your talent, then that's great on both sides. One, for the country that picks you up, and secondly, for you being able to showcase yourself in another franchise and do well. But as you rightly said, Django has been around for quite a while, and I think he's got to start now to turn 20s and 30s into half centuries and big half centuries and even hundreds.
Yeah, he got a fair amount of opportunities. Played in the CPL, he plays in the regional 40 as well. One of the few bouncers we have seen in this game so far, Amir Django just ducking under. I couldn't understand why they were not serving up some more bumpers with the new ball earlier on, Colin.
Yeah, this is my thought. But Jaden Seals doesn't tend, he uses it, I think, very wisely. You know, he tends to bowl the short ball either if he sees a fault in the opposing batsman, or just as a surprise delivery. And I really like his approach. Django looks confident, doesn't he? He's getting right behind the line of the ball, and not once he can't score, he's just defending. But he's looked confident. End of the over from Seals. He's had 9 overs, 1 for 22. And you look at the summary scorecard so far, 113 for 3. Powell, the man at the top, and 58 not out. Carty, 31. Thomas, 12. Django, 8 not out. And the bowling for Trinidad and Tobago, Akil Hussain, 1 for 8. Jaden Seals, 1 for 22. And Brian Charles, 1 for 29. They are the wicket takers thus far, each taking 1 wicket.
Well, they've got also some spinning options. The TNT Red Force in Yannick Karaya, as we mentioned, bowls leg breaks and googly. Is also Jason Mohammed, who can bowl some off spin. But here's Akil Hussain. Powell looking to tuck it on the leg side. Missed it completely. It wasn't on the wicket, it was going to beat the leg stump.
Hence no appeal.
No appeal.
I think they realized that. This one, he's going to pick up a couple runs. Whipped it off the pads. Oh, that's great fielding. Is that Jaden Seals out there? But he moved swiftly to the ball to his left and sent the return in. I thought that for one moment they were... And Powell started off quickly. He did consider that he would get 2 runs, But Seals covered about, I would think maybe about 10 meters to his left, but he covered the ground so quickly that by the time Powell turned, he saw Seals getting to the ball. And of course, he's got a good arm, so Powell quite rightly didn't take the chance, and he remains on 59. It's easy single for Django because is it Brian Charles out there? He's halfway back to the boundary.
Well, I thought he should have been in the 30-yard circle to cut the single and keep Django on strike, but he was more or less in no man's land there.
Actually, that's Theon Webster. He was halfway back to the boundary, so he couldn't cut the single, and if Django had gone over the top, very unlikely he would have taken the catch. Powell long forward. It's been really a good knock from this man.
Yes, he's batting quite sensibly, putting a lot of pressure back on the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers. 2 men in the deep for Akil Hossain. There's a long one and a man just forward of the square leg umpire on the boundary. The rest of the men beside the two close catchers, the slip and the forward short leg, are all in the inner circle trying to cut the single. Good gripping cricket here at the new Diego Martin Sporting Complex. Leeward Islands up against the TNT Red Force. There's also Guyana up against Barbados at the Queen's Park Oval and down at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Windward Islands, they are up against Jamaica, the two bottom place team at the moment.
End of the over from Akil Hossain. It's 115 for 3. Powell 59 run, Django on 9.
So slow progress since the luncheon interval. Just 17 runs being scored since they came back out after lunch.
And the main reason for that, Anil, is the dismissal of Devon Thomas. Because not only has it set them back in terms of their run scoring, because Thomas scores quickly. He scores his runs very quickly. And with his dismissal, and of course Powell realizes that he's got to keep his wicket intact. So he's not taking any chances.
Well, I guess with the introduction of Akil Hossain as well, he has stemmed the flow of runs as well, because he's been more or less on a spot, and we know that he can really bowl a lot of different deliveries. He's got good variation. He's improved tremendously, and immediately as soon as he came on the ball, he got a wicket in his very first over. Bowling, was it Thomas?
Devon
Yes,
Thomas,
Devon
yeah.
Thomas, all over the shop.
It was a loud appeal with his first delivery, and then his second delivery, he bowled, as you correctly say, Devon Thomas.
Well, Amil Django has got to be careful with that sweep shot. You know, some umpires these days call in 2 appeals would be not out, but the third you are gone.
Oh, that's how they do it? I didn't realize that. I thought they look at it and see if it's missing, they put the stumps.
Well, Django's still got to be careful because he has had 2 appeals already and they've been turned down.
Seem to be just heading down leg.
Yeah.
He would have been given the benefit of the doubt there by the umpire. And I think that still holds, that the batsman gets the benefit of a close call. Of course, when the batsman does get out, always has a complaint. Suppose that's natural, because all bowlers feel when they appeal that the man is out. This is good steady bowling from Charles now, because they've got to put the Leeward Islands batsmen under some pressure, dry up the runs for a little while, make them work hard. If they can just dry up the runs, a couple maiden overs, and put some pressure on these 2 Leeward Island batsmen and let them take chances. But good shot to end the over from Django, just coming on that front foot and pushing it to the right of Jaden Seals at mid-off, and they picked up a single. Django is into double figures on 10. Powell is on 59, and it's 116 for 3.
Well, are we going to see another bowling change here? I see that Anderson Phillips is looking as though he's getting ready to pick up the attack from the northern end. Yes, it might be Anderson Phillips coming back in the attack, or is it? No? Leave me here for a long effort.
So Anderson Phillip is back into the attack. I'm a little surprised that Akil Hussain is off. I thought he would have been given an over or two more, but decided to bring back Anderson Phillip. He's yet to get a wicket, none for 21 from his 6 overs.
I quite agree with you, Colin. I thought that seeing that Brian Charles was just brought back into the attack, he is very economical, that's his strength. And Akil Hussain on the other end, I thought that the run scoring would have been checked and some more pressure would have been created. So a little surprised that he has taken off Akil Hussain here now. And he's brought back Anderson Phillip, who had 6 overs, none for 21 in his first spell. Didn't look all that threatening, Phillip. Now the shine has more or less come off that ball, and the wicket has eased off a bit in terms of the moisture. Whatever preparation moisture there would have been has certainly dried off now, and the batsmen are looking to really set themselves to get some big scores and put their team in a good position.
I wonder if because of the 2 left-handers, Akil Hussain has been taken out of the attack. But you know, to me, that has nothing to do with it. You need you need to put some pressure on the batsman, as you just said. Tighten things a little bit. Make run scoring hard. Put them under some pressure, and see if they'll take a chance or two.
Well, I'd hate to believe it's because that there are 2 left-handers at the crease that Akil Hussain has been taken off. I mean, that's absolute nonsense.
Yeah,
because you've got to bowl to any type of batsman who comes to the wicket.
I agree with you. I'm just saying that, you know, because he's maybe turning the ball into the left-handers, that it was may have been an idea why they decided, look, let's try something different. Well, I quite agree with Charles. Bowling at one end.
Well, beside that, with Charles and Akil Hussain bowling in tandem, you know for sure that the scoring rate would be much lower, and you know that pressure is going to build.
Yeah.
And I thought with that pressure that they probably could have picked up a wicket or two, but Akil has been removed. I was even thinking to Colin that even though there are 2 left-handers in the wicket, I was thinking in terms of bringing in the right-hand
leg spinner,
googly bowler, and Yannick Karaya.
Yeah.
I mean, you are a left-hand batsman yourself, so am I. And I always had problem with, let's say, the left-arm orthodox spinning into me, or the right-arm leg spinner spinning into me. That ball coming from outside off into you had to play at it.
That's right. That's right.
So I can't see why they don't want to bowl spinners who are turning into a batsman. That's absolute nonsense.
And the thing is, Akil Hussain, he's what, bowled just 3 overs? I think he's just had the 3 overs so far. 4. He's only bowled 4 overs. So I was...
and he picked up a wicket as well.
Yeah, I would have at least given him another over in tandem with Brian Charles.
Surely, I would have given him a couple overs.
But who knows? Sometimes we up here see things differently, and Anderson Phillip can very well come and pick up a wicket, and they'll say, what do you know?
And Amir Django is a batsman who likes to use the pace of the ball. Yeah, he likes to likes the ball to come on. He uses the pace of the ball as well. But somehow he seems to be a lot different here in this innings that he's playing. He's not as ultra aggressive as we know him to be.
Well, maybe they had a little quick word with him. There we see the bowling figures so far for the red force. Gabriel none for 31 from 6. Jaden Seals 1 for 22 from 9. Anderson Phillip, he's just completed his 7 overs, none for 21. Brian Charles 1 for 30 from 7. And Akil Hussain 1 for 10 from 4. 116 for 3. 116 for 3. Brian Charles is going to continue. He's bowling to the left-handed Kieran Powell. Not to be mistaken for Kieran Pollard. That's runs. Just a single because there is protection in the deep. Remember a friend of mine who knew very little about cricket, but just sometimes knows the names. And he was hearing that Kieran Powell. And he said, what's wrong with those guys? They obviously mean Kieran Pollard. Didn't have a clue it was the Leeward Islands was playing.
Django has a forward short leg and a slip as the close catch and fieldsman. There's also a very short extra cover. 3 men on the leg side and 6 on the offside as Charles bowls to Django, backs away, cuts, times it well, but straight to the man at point.
You think Brian Charles got away with one there? It was short, and Django even timed it well, but he hit it straight to the man at point.
He had to hurry the shot a bit. It kept a bit low as well. He was cutting way down close to the turf. Instead of standing upright and cutting a ball that would have been waist high, it kept a bit low.
Yeah, it went straight to Tion Webster there at a point position. Loud appeal goes up, not out. Trinidad and Tobago must really think that the umpires are against them. We've had lots of appeals here today, and so far the umpires have been unmoved. I think if the
we're not sure whether he got some bat onto that, or if it was going long leg. We couldn't really see it properly from this angle. Neither did we see it good enough on the replay.
The end of the over from Charles. 117 for 3. Powell is on 60. Django is on 10.
So slow going here now at the Tigo Martin Sporting Complex. The anti-red force up against the Leeward Islands Hurricane.
It's good gripping cricket though.
Yeah,
I think it's who's going to win out, the bat or the ball? And so far Powell and Django have resisted everything that the red force has thrown at them. Started with spin with Hussain and Jaden Seals, and it's Jaden Seals was replaced by Brian Charles, and Hussain has been replaced by Anderson Phillip. But so far, Powell and Django, they have remained as good as anyone can expect them to be. They are like two rocks there in the middle. Single for Powell as Anderson Phillip again guiding a delivery down the leg side. Powell in such good nick. Has a top score in the tournament thus far of 74. But looking to go past that today, and you have to think that the Leeward Islands Hurricanes would need him to get a big one if they are to get anywhere close to 250, 275.
Yeah, they would be pinning a lot of hopes on Kieran Powell here. Well, he has all rights to go on and really get a big one because he's in no problems whatsoever with the batting. None of the bowlers seem to have put him under any sort of pressure or problems, and he's very well set. He's on 61.
He's on 61 and looking really good.
Yes, and he has seen off that opening spell with the new ball with the 3 fast bowlers. The wicket has dried up quite nicely, and it's an easy pace wicket. So all reasons for Kieran Powell to really put his team in a very strong position. Django is on strike now.
Oh, that's a beauty. That's a lovely shot from Amir Django. What a good shot. Delivery pitched up to him outside the line of the off stump. And boy, oh boy, did he smack it. He hit it beautifully. And as this delivery, just outside the line of the off stump, half volley, and he lengthened it and he timed it with absolute perfection. The man there, Carty, who is on as a substitute at cover, he had absolutely no chance. It sped to the boundary for 4. So Django goes to 14. That's his best shot since he's come to the crease. It's 122 for 3.
Yes, reminds me so much of those two delightful shots that were played by Carty earlier on, of Anderson Phillips it was. Django playing an exquisite cover drive.
It just goes to show, and you made mention of it, easy pace track. This pitch is really wonderful for batting. And you'll have to see what happens over the next couple of days if it deteriorates to take spin or what the situation is.
Well, it certainly is going to turn more as the match progresses, because with the dryness, that can bring dustiness as well. And with the dust on the pitch, the ball is going to grip and turn a lot more. It's going to get easy. I want to say it's not going to be all that easy to bat on if the ball is not coming on, Colin.
And the spinners may very well come into their own.
Yeah.
And both teams, you look at the lineup of both teams, and in terms of the spinners, both teams have got some reasonably good spinners.
Yeah. Immediately you would want to think about Hayden Walsh Jr., who had that outstanding CPL a year ago, a year or two, and really came to the limelight. He would be one of the main weapons in the Leeward Islands spin attack. They've also got a couple other finger spinners. Where did he miss?
Well, you've got Cornwall. We talked about Cornwall. We talked about Hayden Walsh Jr., the two main men for the Leeward Islands.
122 for the loss of 3 wickets after 35 overs.
I think both teams loaded with both teams loaded with medium pacers. And you look through the Leeward Islands team list. There's Cornwall, Carty, Powell, Thomas, Hodge, Ward, he's a medium pacer. There's Archibald, Django, Louis is a medium pacer, Pemberton. Now that is, Pemberton is actually 12th man.
That was a close call there, because the non-striker Amir Django could have been run out there easily if the ball had touched any part of the bowler, because he was backing up and the ball struck the stump at the non-striker's end. It's fortunate for Django that the bowler didn't get a touch to it. He was out of his ground.
Yeah, it would have been an unfortunate dismissal had he got out that way.
Looking like he's up to the task, Amir Django. Very watchful, and he looks like, you know, he's a man, he's on a mission out there. You can see that he's playing with a lot of intensity.
Oh, in the air, but away from Jaden Seals. He made a valiant attempt to dive to his right and pull that in one-handed, but Django, now maybe feeling a little bit more confident, starting to play shots, used his feet. He deliberately hit it in the air, but was always looking to hit it away from Jaden Seals. And I think he may very well feel that it's not where he wanted to hit it, because Jaden Seals just took a step to his right and was diving with that outstretched right hand, and he could so easily have pulled it in. So Django's got to be careful. If you're going to play those shots, you've got to get it completely away from the fieldsmen, ensure that they don't even stand a chance. But he moves to what? 18 now, and it's 127 for 3.
Well, he did the right thing because he realized he was not really to the pitch, and he went very hard at it. It really flew past Seals at mid-off. That's how Amir Django usually bats. He goes very hard.
Yeah, well, he made up his mind very early, doesn't he? That he was looking to go over the top.
Yeah, that's how he plays, really.
There again.
That's a big one.
Is that gone for 6? No, one bounce. But another 4 for Django. So he is now decided enough is enough and is starting to open up here now. He's on to 22. He's faced 49 deliveries. And so 2 4s in this over. But that's a good hit. Used his feet and went over the top. This time going over the mid-on position. Couple balls previously he went over mid-off. This time he went over mid-on and has picked up 2 boundaries to move to 22. And at the end of the over it's 131 for 3.
Yeah, that will take a lot of pressure off Kieran Powell's back. He's been kept in check since the lunch and interval. He went to lunch on 51. He's only added 9 runs since they came back out, so it's good that Amir Django can get a couple of boundaries and put his partner at ease. Here's Anderson Phillip. Pushes him back on the back foot and he plays it out to short cover. They're beginning to look good here now, Colin. So it would be important for Kieran Powell to keep his head on. Might want to begin to tire at this stage, but I think as a first-class player, you have got to have the physical fitness and condition to bat out an entire day's play.
Yeah, well, he must be thinking now of to take it session by session, bat it out the lunch. His next objective is to bat until tea. So as soon as I say that, it gets the outside edge. But all along the ground, they're going to... Akil Hussain is the one who gives chase and they pick up a single. It's a good delivery from Anderson Phillip. Just pitched and may have just moved away from the left-handed Powell, got the outside edge.
Two slip in position still with a gully. All the others in the inner circle trying to save a single except the man who is down on the fine leg boundary. There's Anderson Phillip looking for his first wicket here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex, and a close call there. Amir Django having to hurry the shot to get the bat down in time to keep it out of the pad or the stump. Kept a trifle low as well. It's time to get your hat-trick bowler on the ball, Colin.
That's interesting. You somehow want Yannick Carrier. Oh, that's another good shot. Good timing. It's probably not going to go all the way because Carty did extremely well. They pick up 3 runs, but Carty on the field as substitute for Darren Bravo gave chase and just a meter or so inside that boundary rope, pulled the ball back, was eventually sent in by Akil Hussain and limited the scoring to 3. But another good shot there from thing, and there's Carty just overhauling that ball a meter or so from the boundary rope. Excellent bit of work on his part. He's come on the field as a substitute, as I said, for Darren Bravo. But another good shot from Django, pushed it into the gap. That gap has now been closed because they've put Jason Mohammed out into the extra cover, and Carty has gone a little squarer, but he can't stop that one. He doesn't even give chase because that was hit with ferocious power by Powell. It was short, he got onto the back foot and he absolutely hammered it square. And even though they are an extra man now in that offside position, this was Carry Peer, he had absolutely no chance. It went just to his right and down to the boundary for 4. Anderson Phillip being guilty of being too short there and punished by Kieran Powell. He is now 67. It's 139 for 3.
Well, not only was he short, he gave the batsman a lot of room outside off stump, but he was just asking to be hit, and he was hit square on the offside. That was very well played by Kieran Powell. He picked the gap as well because Joshua De Silva had just strengthened the offside field there after that 3 runs coming off, but this time unable to stop that 4. Very well played by Powell.
Excellent shot by Kieran Powell. And now he's back into defense. We can't talk too much about this innings because it's been a wonderful innings. There is a water break now, but it's been a wonderful innings from this man. He's mixing aggression with defense. He's composed. Wickets are falling around him. He's lost 3 of his partners, but still he is batting on. This has been a tremendous knock from him. He is on 67. Django is 25. It's 139 for 3 as the teams just have a water break. So just getting ready to resume after the water break. 139 for 3 the Leewards. Kieran Powell is on 67 and Amir Jangu, batting very well, is on 25. And the big question is Brian Charles going to continue after he was struck for those boundaries? And I think, Anil Raja, you're going to get your wish. Seems to be Yannick Carrier is on the ball. So you did say it's time for that man, the hat-trick man.
Well, yes, if you've got all these weapons, you've got to try them out. Yannick Carrier has been in tremendous form with the ball in local club cricket, in the T20 national finals and in the semi-finals and final of that tournament. He picked up 2 hat-tricks in the space of 2 days.
They say he's been nicknamed the executioner.
Well, he got a wicket that was helping him because it was a very dry, dusty pitch down at the National Cricket Centre. I heard you with that executioner talk. But
I didn't say I said that. That's what I heard.
Yeah, he finished the match in clinical style, man. And
in execution style.
Yeah, he was bowling the googly as well, and both the leg break and googly were turning a lot because of the dusty nature of the pitch at the National Cricket Centre.
Well, let's see how we will perform here on the first day of this regional 4-day encounter. Jangu is looking very confident now, playing this one out to Seals, who's at long on. Good thing about it, he was just coming on the front foot and he was working that ball as if it was spinning into him. He was working it down to long on. Picked up a comfortable single.
The thing about Amir Jangu, Colin, as a leg spinner, if he is on top his game and really bowling a good spell, he seems as though you can't get him away and he's always going to get wickets. But the moment he's struck for boundary or boundaries, he begins to get pretty ragged and he looks a completely different bowler when he's under pressure. I guess that's one of the reasons he's not been used quite often. He's not consistent under pressure. There you go, that was a full delivery.
Yeah, he got away with it.
Well, let's hope he can settle in. As a wrist spinner, you would take probably an over or 2 before you can really hit the line and length and get that rhythm that you really need as a wrist spinner. So we'd have to look and see how he really handles the job here. Remember, Imran Khan is off the team and he has been TNT's leading wicket taker, especially amongst the spinners. Over 400 wickets in the regional competition. That is phenomenal. And for Yannick Carrier to just step up and do what Imran Khan is accustomed doing, it's pretty difficult. But he has the ability, Carrier.
He's now sort of just getting his length before he tries anything like the googly or the flipper. I think he's just trying to concentrate on a line and length. It's a good way to end the over. Couple dot balls. So he's just completed his first over, just 2 runs coming from it. And it's 141 for 3.
One of the things I don't like about Yannick Carrier's leg break googly bowling is that probably he flights the ball just a bit too much, and sometimes he can be very slow through the air. It gives the batsman a lot of time to come down and meet it on the full or on the half volley. So adjusting his length is important to him. Just
some quick updates on the games at the Oval. Guyana have progressed to 98 for 1 since lunch. They were 68 for 1, and they've progressed to 98 for 1. And the Windwards, they were, I think, 68 for 5. They are now 120 for 8. Sorry, 102. Yes, I put the 2 before the 0. It's 102 for 8. My mistake, I thought it was 120 for 8, but 102 for 8. So they're in some trouble. They could very well be facing an outright defeat as early as lunch on the first, just after lunch, an hour after lunch on the first day.
Don't rule them out, Colin. They have the habit of coming from behind in regional cricket. They have upset a lot of the top teams in the region over the years. They used to have a run in battle with Barbados, and somehow or the other they used to win a lot of games against Barbados.
But Brian Charles is back in the attack. Now he's he's replaced Anderson Phillip. So it's the first time we're going to see him from this end. I wonder what in this sporting complex, what you call the various ends. We need to name them.
Well, if
am I to repeat that? One is the road end and one is the bush end. Do I repeat something like that, Anil?
Well,
on air?
I guess not. I guess if the bowling was coming from in the east there, Colin, we could have named that the Blue Basin end.
Yes, I suppose
it's a very well-known waterfall here in northwest Trinidad, the Blue Basin waterfall. But the bowling is coming from the north and the south, so we have named it just for now the northern end. You can see the beautiful lush green mountains in the background to the north here of the northern range. Very picturesque indeed, the Diego Martin Valley. Brian Charles from the northern end, down the leg side.
That's going to run away, no doubt. Yes, he was bowling from the southern end at first. Now he's operating from the northern end, and he's given away a boundary with the last ball, but badly lined. This man is so much in form, Powell. He's gone to 72, but you're not going to bowl him out delivery outside the line of that leg stump, because it's like taking candy from a baby, because he just worked that ball. He knew exactly where the man was at that deep backward square. He played it fine, and he hit it enough timing on that ball to run away to the boundary for 4. It's 145 for 3 at the end of the over.
A very measured effort here by Kieran Powell. I like the way that he's batting. He's really playing the balls on merit. He's not taking any undue risk. He by now should realize how much the Leeward Islands would be dependent on him, and if he should get out here just playing a rank bad shot, I don't think that they would forgive him.
Oh, that's a good shot from Django. That's a really good shot. For 1 minute I didn't think it was going to go to the boundary, but he was just coming on the front foot and he just guided it away from the man at mid-off. At the last moment you could see him just working that delivery just to get it to the right of the man at mid-off. It had so much timing in it that it just ran across this boundary, this outfield, down to the extra cover boundary for 4. That's a great shot from Django. He's on to 30 now, 149 for 3, and how well he's batting.
Yeah, it's not a pretty strong offside field. If you have a look, just the 3 men on the circle there, trying to cut the run, and big gaps between mid-off to cover, and then from cover to backward point, some big gaps there. Just 3 men out there. He's got 5 on the onside and 4 on the offside. So a pretty defensive field on the onside. They've got 3 men in the deep. Oh no, 2 men in the deep.
They tell me Marquino Mindley has 5 for 18, which means, Anil, he's now the leading wicket taker in this competition.
Well, on the first day of a match, a spinner picking up 5 wickets just after the luncheon interval. Do you think it would have been spinning from ball 1, Colin?
Mindley? No, Mindley is a quickie.
The quickie?
He's a quickie, yeah,
oh,
he's a quickie. Yeah, he's
my
a
apologies.
quickie. So, So
I was
thankfully he's a quickie, because had he not been, you probably would have been right. Ball would have been spinning from ball one. The ball would have been spinning from ball one. No, but Marquino Windies is the fast medium. It's been talked about a couple of years now, but just can't seem to break through into the West Indies team. Who knows? This could very well be his season.
Well, another performance like that or two, and he should be right there. Well, when you see that, I want to believe that down at the Lara Stadium down there probably is some grass, some green on the pitch.
Ooh, that was close. Django seemed to be trotting going in, and the Seals had a shy at the non-striker's end, and Django seemed a little bit lackadaisical in getting in, but luckily for him, it missed the stumps. But with that single, the 150 is up. It's 150 for 3. Django 31, Powell is on 72.
Well, that's the first time we have seen a mix-up with the running between the wickets. They have run beautifully so far. They were always good understanding, but this time there was some indecision and confusion as well. Django was a bit slow, as you said, in trying to get back to his crease.
Brian Charles is going to continue bowling to Amir Django, who is on 31 and really batting very well. They went through for the quick single. It went to Anderson Phillip at mid-off. Now Django played that off the middle of the bat, and it hustled to Phillip at mid-off. They went quickly for the single, but had Anderson Phillip picked up that ball and had a shy at the non-striker's end, it would have been interesting. Two left-handers now looking extremely comfortable at the crease. They're playing their shots, and you have to think that in the last over, with a little misunderstanding in the running, that now looks one of the best ways to get one of these two out, because they look so settled and so comfortable with all that the Red Force has had to offer thus far.
Well, they would have to toil out there. Not getting too much help from this pitch. You've got two pretty well set batsmen, especially Kieran Powell. He goes hard, driving. That's a beautiful drive straight down the ground, long on misfields, and that is going to be 4 runs. That's Shannon Gabriel, who came off the long on boundary. It wasn't too far away from him. He stopped it partially, but it just slipped out his grasp, Colin.
He got it. Let's have a look. He got it, he stopped it, and then it just slipped out his grasp and rolled over the boundary to get to the boundary ropes for 4.
That's a poor bit of feeling there by
very, very poor.
Gabriel.
155 for 3. Powell is 76. Django is 32.
And Charles 1 for 49 now of
from 14.
11 overs. 11.
Yes, sorry, my mistake. It's 11 overs, 1 for 49.
So they're coming under some pressure here now, the TNT Red Force. It's a very good battle here going on. Unlike what is happening down at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, Marquino Mindley.
Well, that's a battle, Marquino Mindley versus the Windward Islands, because he's certainly taking charge of that game. But just getting back here to these two, they look so settled. They're playing their shots. They don't look in any sort of trouble. None of the bowlers are really creating any problems for them. You know, they're totally on top now at this point in time. And the Leeward Islands would want these two to continue for the next 40 minutes or so until we have the tea interval.
Karaya, a quick, flattish delivery. He didn't flight that one whatsoever, but Amir Django coming watchfully forward and bat and pad close together, pushes it back along the pitch. There is a forward short leg and a slip. 3 men on the offside, a mid-off, a cover, a backward point. Driven again by Django, wide off mid-off. A tumbling
Jaden
stop.
Seals.
Jaden
Yeah,
Seals,
that's
a tumbling
excellent.
stop.
Excellent bit of fielding.
Well, Karaya is finding this pitch here is a way different to the one that he played on, that he picked up 2 hat tricks in 2 days. This is a much better batting pitch. It's not turning as much, and this is the first day.
I understand he asked the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board to walk with that pitch and they refused. It's like a batsman. Sometimes you make 100 on certain pitches and you wish you could carry it with you wherever you play. But these two are certainly managing here very well. And Powell beaten for the first time in a long, long while outside the line of the off stump. He went for the drive.
Well, I wonder if it came back between bat and pad, because Karaya was almost certain that he had him bowled. We'd have to get a second look at that. Well.
Wasn't sure what happened there. But Powell maybe just a leaf on the pitch.
Yeah. Well, he pulled out of the shot already.
In time, yeah.
He's distracted by some object that was blowing across the pitch there, Kieran Powell. But that previous delivery was a very close call there for him. He was going for a big drive. Ball appeared to spin back between bat and pad and missing the off stump.
Well, he settled down back nicely. He was just long forward to Yannick Carrier. He's in his third over, none for 8. The end of the over, 156 for 3. Powell 76. Django is on 33.
Well, Yannick Karaya probably would like to be bowling to right-handed batsmen instead of the left-handers, where he's got to shift the line to the left-hander, come from a little wider off stump and get that ball coming back into them and forcing them to play. Under pressure here, the TNG Red Force. 156 for 3. Kieran Powell is on 76 and Amir Django is on 33.
Of course, the PA system here blaring out, tuned by the legendary Blacks, who unfortunately passed away. One of the victims of COVID. So very sad. A music legend here in Trinidad and Tobago. And very popular throughout the world. This has been a really good knock from Django. He's looked so impressive from the time he's come in. Once he got to terms with the conditions and the pitch, he's looked so good. So when he plays it down to long on, and they amble through for that single. 156 now for 3. Django is on 34. Oh, that's a wonderful shot from Powell. Used his feet. Now there's a man at long on, and he just used his feet. And I would say more than anything, he just caressed it high over the... I lost sight of it, but it seemed to be heading more over a long off rather than long on position, straight back over towards the side screen. And the man at long on had absolutely no chance, because you could see as Powell got it, he just opened the face and he hit it high over long off for 6. That's a fantastic shot by this man. How well he's seeing this ball. He's on 82, 163 for 3. What a great shot there, Anil.
It was a slower delivery as well from Brian Charles. Just a little flight, and he pulled the length back a bit. But Kieran Powell picked up the slower delivery very early, and he was down the track. He wasn't to the pitch, but there was no long off. There's a long on, and he went almost straight, just on the offside, with a deliberate lofted drive back down the pitch. Wonderful shot. Moves him on now to 82. He's gone into the 80s, and quietly you would want to say that he is now on 82.
Yeah, he's on 82, and he's looking so good. He's, the way he's batting, it seems 100 is assured. It's just how much after 100 would he want?
Well, he's looking very determined out there.
Yeah, from the start, isn't he?
Yeah, you would have noticed from the very start that he came out there with a lot of responsibility, and he has batted with a lot of responsibility as well. Has the ability to dispatch the bad deliveries, so he doesn't have to force the pace actually. He's just got to stay out there, Kieran Powell, because he has the ability to really dispatch the bad deliveries. He's had very good support from Amir Django. When Django came into the wicket, Powell was struggling a bit. That was just after the luncheon interval, but Django eased the pressure off Powell by picking up some nice boundaries as well, and Django has looked pretty good himself.
Yeah, Django has brought a sort of stability to the innings with Powell, because when they lost the wicket of Devon Thomas with the total on 98 for 3, well, things could have fallen apart for them, but these two now have put on 65 good looking runs, and it's been a really top class partnership. And of that 65, Django has scored 34 of those 65, so it just shows you how well this young man has batted.
Yes, he's given tremendous support there to Kieran Powell. And really looking to take a stronger hold on this game now. Remember, they've still got the big man, Rakeem Cornwall, the Leeward Islands captain, and West Indies first team player, Cornwall.
And Anil, they need this partnership, because when you look down the batting order, there's not much to come. There are a couple of all-rounders who can hold their own. People like Ward, Cornwall, and even Hayden Walsh Jr. can come in at the end and give you a quick fire 30. But this partnership, and we kept saying it, at 98 for 3, had the Red Force picked up another early wicket, they might have found themselves struggling to get to 225. Now you have to say that they're well on course to maybe 275.
Well, this is what the game is all about. It's a battle, and you've got to go out there and really give it everything you have. If you don't do that, you might find yourself on the losing end. So you've got to fight all the way, and this is what the Leeward Islands batsmen are doing at the moment. Kieran Powell and Amir Django, they're really putting TNT to the sword here a bit. They've moved on now to 163 after 43 overs. They've lost 3 wickets. Powell is on 82, Django on 34. Brian Charles with 1 for 56. The other wicket takers, Jaden Seals with 1, and Akil Hossain as well, 1 for 10 or 4.
Carrier is going to continue. He's had what? I think he's in his fourth over, is he? 3 overs, yes. He's in his fourth over. None for 8 from 3. That's another good shot. Well, how well this man has batted since he's come in. He was to the pitch and then just opened it, the face, and getting it away from the man at mid-off, playing a beautiful drive because he came down the track and he was just getting to the pitch and he wanted to keep that away from the man at mid-off. And so instead of playing it with a straight bat, he was just opening the face of it and getting it away from the man at mid-off down to the boundary for 4. So he goes on to 38. 167 for 3.
Another good shot from Amir Django. Using his feet and getting to the pitch of delivery and hitting it wide off the man at mid-off.
That's 4 more runs. So, Carrier decided now he's not going to give it here, not push it through. So, because Django was just using his feet and then getting to the pitch and driving, so he pushed it through, and in so doing, it was short. And what did Django do? Get on the back foot, and he smashed it beautifully this time to the left of the man at point, down to the boundary for 4. Well, he's on 42 now. He's on 42 in a partnership of 73, which means 31 has come from Powell, the man who is on 82 and who has been batting all day long. Django is outscoring him.
Yes, very much so. I told you since he came in, he took a lot of pressure off Kieran Powell, who was struggling at that time just after the lunch interval. He was on 51 and he had added just 9 runs in about 40 minutes. That's when Django came in there and really took the pressure off Kieran Powell. He struck quite a few boundaries. And every over we are seeing a more defensive move by the TNT Red Force. They've now posted a man at the deep extra cover boundary. So they've got 5 men on the boundary, more or less like a limited overs field.
I was about to say that. I was about to say,
a lot of
are we in a one-day scenario here?
A lot of singles, a lot of gaps on the field now. So that's when you come under pressure.
Look how easy he did it. Just get on the front foot and pushed it down to long off. I'm hearing sirens. Anil, what is that about?
Well, it's either that Kieran Powell and Amir Django are on fire.
Or do we run out of the building? Drop microphones. 172 for 3.
Plenty gaps, plenty singles. It's Powell.
Forward defensive goes Powell, the end of the over. 172 for 3. Powell is 82, Django is on 43.
Powell usually scores big hundreds when he gets to 100. So
Yes,
that
there are batsmen like that, don't they? They get to 100 and they just don't know when to stop.
no, that's when they really start to bat, when they cross 100.
Let's hope for the Red Force sake it's not going to happen today. But the way it's looking, I mean, Django is looking so confident, you know. He reminds me a little bit about Carty. Carty was looking so good and then gave his wicket away. Django is, you know, he's on 43, sorry, and he's looking so confident and playing all the shots.
I thought that Carty was thoroughly deceived because Brian Charles it was, who normally bowls it quickish, flattish. He held it back slightly, he flighted it a little more, and it was a slower delivery. And Carty was into the on-drive, he was not to the pitch, and he lofted it to Bravo, it was at mid-wicket. So it was a good bit of bowling by Brian Charles.
So you're giving Charles more
Yes.
credit than a bad shot from Carty.
Well, I usually pong him when he's not bowling well, so when he bowls a good delivery, I have to give him credit.
I hear you. So So Shannon Gabriel is back into the attack. And Anil Raja is taking a bit of a break. I'm not too sure why. He's a very pumped up individual, very fit individual. But he's replaced by another A. No, not Anil, but Anil. So there's good day, Anil.
Pleasant good afternoon to you, Colin. How are you?
Well, I'm okay. I'm doing better than the Red Force at the moment. But these two guys are batting really well, aren't they? Both Jangu and Powell.
But the partnership being 74 from 118 deliveries, that would give you a clear indicator that they have been very dominant, this partnership.
Yeah, and Jangu has been, to me, been excellent because he's coming after the fall of Devon Thomas, and that was a crucial wicket for the Red Force. And Anil Jangu has come in, and he's really taken the attack to the Red Force. Here he's going to pick up another couple of runs, and he's blossomed more and more as his innings has progressed.
Well, he has blossomed over that lunch and tea period, between this tea period, and what he has done really well, he has used his feet excellently to the spinners. He's been very, very well when it comes to using his feet to the spinners. Once the ball is flighted, he's taking that invitation to come down the wicket and off or on drive, as the case may be.
Yeah. Well, the voice you're hearing is Anil Lakan, because Anil Raja has just retired for a minute or two or more. Oh, that's a beauty from Shannon Gabriel. It came out of nowhere. It was short. It's a no ball. Well, maybe that's the reason why. Because it was short, it was ferocious. Look at it. Whoa! It was short, it was ferocious, it took off like a bullet. And Amir Jangu could barely he didn't get out of the way. He was trying to get out of the way, and it hit him somewhere on the helmet, it looked like. And whoa, he's good. Well, once you get hit on your helmet, the doctor's got to come out. They got to have all sort of concussion tests and things like that. But where did that come from? Because this pitch has been docile, it's been flat, there's been nothing in it. And Shannon Gabriel just came back with his first delivery in his 7th over, and he said, "Remember me?" And what a ball.
Well, a very sharp delivery from Shannon Gabriel, and I'm sure Amir Jangu was as surprised as any one of us. He didn't have the time to react on it. He got struck in the helmet, and of course the physio, the doctors are out there conducting that concussion test, which is required once you get hit on the helmet.
Yeah, that came out of nothing. He surprised me, much less for Jangu. I thought Jangu was seeming just to get on the back foot, and he may have been thinking to pull, but before he could have said Amir Jangu, the ball struck him in the helmet. My word, what a delivery from Shannon Gabriel. Yeah, where did that come from? It just goes to show that this man, people talked about Shannon Gabriel, well, it's time for him to pack up, he's always injured. Yes, he's always injured, but when a man can produce those kind of deliveries on pitches like this, you've got to say he's still got something in him.
He's definitely got something in him, Colin, and he has been working really hard on his fitness in the last 6 months. He has hired a personal trainer to assist him in getting up to that level of fitness that's required to play both at the regional and international level. So I think at this stage, Shannon is really raring to go at this stage, because I'm very impressed with the work that has been put in the recent past.
He has worked hard on his fitness. It's just a matter of him keeping himself fit. I don't think, though, he has bowled as well this morning as he can. We've seen better spells from him. He looked very much short of match fitness. But that ball, I tell you what, he's woken up Amir Jangu. And another short delivery. This time Jangu does the safe thing, gets out of the way, allows it to go through to Da Silva. See, umpire Butler is going to just look at where Shannon Gabriel is landing. Well, we're not going to see it from here, but we're certainly going to see that delivery, that another short one. So Shannon Gabriel has obviously said enough is enough.
So it seems to me, Colin, that Joshua Da Silva, skipper Da Silva, has decided to go to Plan B, and Plan B has to be at this period, this passage of play. It's possible that they're going to look at really send some chin music to both these batters. So it seems at this stage it's going to be short and fast and ferocious.
Another one.
So Shannon Gabriel is really waking up this pitch here at the Diego Martin Recreation Ground.
Well, the umpires will have a word with him because that's two short. Well, the third short one, but one was a no ball. So I don't know if that will count. But 3 short deliveries to Amir Jangu, as if to say, well, it's got to pitch up one. Now that's the beauty of a fast bowler. You bowl a couple short deliveries, get the batsman looking on the back foot, and then suddenly you slip in the Yorker. But it's going to take some quality bowling to do that.
And Shannon Gabriel is a quality operator as well, Colin. And what we'll see now is that there is the plan in place. The catchers, both at the fine leg and the deep backward square, is posted as well.
And that's the ball pitched up, and Jangu was waiting on it and drives it out to the deep point position. Carty is on the field as a substitute. I'm not seeing Darren Bravo. He hasn't come back on the field as yet. So a single in it for Jangu. So he's on 46, 176 for 3.
So a very threatening position from the Leeward Islands at this stage, Colin. If Powell is allowed to continue at the rate at which he's going to get 100 before the tea interval.
Could very well do that because he's just 18 runs away from that landmark.
So the plan is in place, some short ones, the pitched up one, and also good planning from the skipper as well. He's got the sweeper on the cover boundary to protect that full pitch delivery as well.
It's a good delivery. Shannon Gabriel is working up quite a quick pace here. It's the end of the over, and he's obviously been asked by Joshua Da Silva to bend his back in these last few overs before tea. It's 176 for 3 at the end of the over from Gabriel. He's completed 7 overs, none for 35. Powell is 82 and Jangu is on 46.
So a very fast over from Shannon Gabriel on this occasion, and he's really responded to the skipper by really bending his back and really sending some thunderbolts at these batters here. But they would need to continue, Colin, to do something very innovative in order to affect this breakthrough, because these guys look very set for a long vigil.
Oh yeah, they're very set, there's no doubt. I think the first delivery that Gabriel bowled to Jangu, it was really unexpected because that came out of nothing. This pitch has been very docile, it's been good for batting. We've seen Seals, we've seen Phillip, we've seen Gabriel before, and he's produced nothing like what we saw in that last over.
And I'll tell you what, these batters were really looking to come on the front foot, but having seen the speed of which Shannon delivered in the last over, they might be tempted now to be hanging back a bit, Colin.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt that. And we will have to see some smart bowling from Gabriel, because if you're gonna be a batsman and you're waiting and you're looking for that short pitch ball, then the ball you've got to bowl is that Yorker length delivery, where they may be coming on that back foot, and by the time they come on the front foot, it'll be too late.
Well, if he was to able to affect that Yorker, what he will do, he's going to bring a lot more modes of dismissal into play, Colin, because the batters will be an LBW candidate as well as a bowl down. So you're really opening up a lot of options in terms of that dismissal.
So very true. Well, Jason Mohammed is the new bowler, so Joshua Da Silva starting to look for other options. And Jason Mohammed has been brought into the attack for his first over. And again, Django equal to the task, just coming on that front foot and driving it down to long off. So he's just 3 runs away from a half century. Brings Powell back into strike. It's a good delivery from Mohammed. Mohammed very much an underrated off spinner. He's not a big spinner of the ball, but I think his variation is good. He tends to give it a little bit of a loop, and as well as pushing through the quicker delivery. So he's very deceptive, is Jason Mohammed. And, at times he looks very ordinary. He looks as if you can, do what you want with his bowling. But as I said, he's very deceptive and can pick up the odd wicket. He's the type of partnership breaker that you need. Sometimes you as a batsman, you see a guy like Mohammed take the ball that is not your recognized bowler, and because of that, as a batsman, you tend to just relax a little bit and say, well, it's only Mohammed, and you tend to play a fall shot, and the next thing you know, you're back in the pavilion and Mohammed has picked up the wicket.
Well, what he has done over the years, Colin, he has had that golden arm. He's got that wicket-taking delivery in his armory, and as you rightly said, you cannot take him for granted at no point in time because he can produce that wicket-taking delivery. He has been a partnership breaker on many occasions.
It's Django picking up another single. He looks so comfortable at the moment, just pushing that ball, playing with a very straight bat down to long off and long on. Is getting onto that front foot. So anytime the ball is given a slight amount of air by any of the spinners, Charles or now Mohammed, he's just pushing it down gently in front of him, down to long off or long on. It's a good delivery from Mohammed.
But what I'm impressed with in terms of Amir Django, you look at him at the crease, Colin, and you see that level of stability when he plays those off and on drives, and that really gives you an indicator in the kind of form and the manner in which he's timing the ball at this stage of his innings.
There's no doubt about it, and as you know, as the innings has progressed, he looks more and more comfortable. 179 for 3. There is the surroundings here at the Diego Martin Sports Complex. Really nice facility and wonderful surroundings here. But Powell is on 83, Django is on 48, and the Leeward Islands making merry at the moment. They're 179 for 3, and this partnership now with 81 runs from 131 deliveries, and just 3 bowlers so far picking up wickets. Hossain, Seals, and Charles all picking up 1 wicket, but they are at the top of the list in terms of the Leeward Islands. The batting, Kyron Powell on 83, not out.
But I would love to see Joshua Da Silva get a forward short leg in place, Colin, because if it's going to be chin music, right, a short of a leg, then I think that forward short leg is going to be a very good option for the skipper.
Well, played it just on the offside. That's an interesting point, because I think what they're looking at is that you're not going to get either of these 2 batsmen the kind of way they're batting and their confidence. I doubt they're going to be just flinching at deliveries. They're going to either get out of the way or they're going to hook. Now, having said that, if Gabriel can produce that delivery quicker than they anticipate and get them out of position, you may very well be right to put a forward short leg. But I am not too adverse to that at this point in time. But I'm not either worried about the field that Da Silva said. That's a good shot. That's going to run away. It's going to be the 50 for Amir Django. Well played to this young man. Excellent innings. That was a peach of an on drive as well. Pitched up by Gabriel, and he was on the front foot, and he just, more of a short arm jab, he just pushed it to the left of mid-on, down to the boundary for 4. Amir Django, 52 off of 83 balls. That's the shot to bring up his 50. He was just moving into it, and he played it beautifully to the left of mid-on for 4. 52 for Django, 183 for 3.
Perfect execution of the on drive. Any youngster looking at the the manner in which to produce an on drive, Amir Django has just given you the perfect opportunity to take a note of.
But as I was going back to the point, I have no problem with the field because the kind of confidence these two are batting with, any short delivery, they're going to look to pull, they're going to look to hook. If they don't get over it, they can very well get a top edge, and it can either go to the man at the square leg, deep square leg, or to fine leg. You see the confidence being displayed now by Django. And that's the problem when you're a batsman and things are getting too easy for you. You feel you can dominate the bowling, you feel you can play almost any shot. And look at Powell has actually come down to have a word with him. And I would think Powell is going to tell him, hey, we've only got a few minutes to tee. Take your time. Don't try anything too out of the ordinary. Play every ball in its merit. Let's us get to tee unscathed.
Yeah, I'm sure Kieran Powell would have echoed into his ear that, listen, mate, we are almost there, battered almost an entire session. There's no need to do anything special at this stage other than just to preserve your wicket until we get into the interval, and then we'll reassess.
That's another good shot. Lined on the pad. And Django whipping it away down to the deep mid-wicket position. And there was the man having to run. Is that Carrier down there? No, it doesn't. Yes, it could be. Yes, it is Carrier. Having to run all the way from a backward square leg to that deep mid-wicket and to pick up 2 runs. That's another good shot from Django. When you think of it, he's on 54 already. Just 29 runs behind Powell.
So he has really motored along during this innings, but he has been very, very, very impressive in the manner in which he has timed this ball. And Shannon Gabriel has also gifted him some leg stump deliveries, which he has executed to perfection as well, Colin.
Well, a partnership of 87, and Django has scored 54 out of that 87.
So he has been very, very dominant, while Kieran Powell is just motoring along and supporting him.
Another one to wake him up. And if to remind him that, hey, my name is Shannon Gabriel, I'm a fast bowler, and I play for the West Indies.
But we are seeing evidence where Shannon Gabriel is showing definitely that his fitness has improved tremendously, because he's really running in and bending his back on this docile Diego Martin recreation ground.
Nice sunny conditions still prevailing here. It's Gabriel at the top of his mark. Oh, that's a beauty. That's much better. Delivery, pitching, just maybe outside the line of the off stump, but a delivery that is in that corridor of uncertainty. And Django had to play at it, and it may have just hit the seam and deviated away from the left-hander, but just too good to catch the edge of the bat, went through to De Silva. That's a good way to end the over. Gabriel has completed 8 overs, none for 41. Powell is 83. Django is 54. And the Leeward Islands, they continue to bat well here at the Diego Martin Sports Complex. It's 185 for 3.
And on that note, Colin, this partnership had progressed to 87 of 137 balls, and that has been at a very brisk pace, to say the least. So, De Silva ringing the changes here, Captain De Silva ringing the changes, hoping to get a breakthrough before the tea interval.
Well, he's brought the partnership breaker. We did mention that in the previous over. When Muhammad had come in for his first over, he's back on again for his second over. Very close to tea. Powell has been very comfortable in terms of playing second fiddle to Django. Once Django started playing the array of shots he did, Powell has gone very quiet.
And that shows the level of maturity of Powell as well. in the sense that he have assessed the situation perfectly and is allowing Django now to blossom.
That's quite right. It's the quality of a good batsman and the quality of a batsman who values partnerships.
And partnerships, as you know, could change the complex of a game over a period of time. And what they have done really well is run aggressively between the wickets. They only had the one blemish not too long ago, but they have gone past that now and really, really now looking to take this game away from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Well, at 98 for 3, you would have thought the Red Force were in, but now it's at 185 for 3. Leeward Island certainly on top. That's a good ball from Mohammed. Beats the forward lunge of Powell. The end of the over, 185 for 3. Powell 83, Django on 54. Let's just go up to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, where the Windward Islands, they're taking on Jamaica. And the Windward Islands, not a good display from them, all dismissed for 137. Kotoy, he got to 50. Hodge, 23. Melius, 17. McSween, remember he got a half century batting at number 10 against Guyana in the opening game. Well, he wasn't so lucky today. He just got to 12. And Jamaica, the bowling, Mindley, he had 5 for 20 in 12 overs. Excellent for him, from him. Gordon, 4 for 42 from 16. Merchant, well, the other wicket, we're not too sure who got the other wicket, but between Mindley and Gordon, they picked up 9 of the 10 wickets to fall. Jamaica, they won the toss and they elected to field, so that's an interesting, and you have to say that that decision paid enormous dividends for them, because when you win a toss, you send the opposition in, and you get them out for 137, you've got to say well done.
You have to really, really give credit to Mindley for picking up a 5er, but more importantly, having dismissed the opposition just before tea time on the first day, you've really put yourself in the driver's seat, Colin.
That's right. You now want to bat them out of the game. You need to bat the rest of the day, all of the second day, and then set a big target for them by the third day.
But looking at the situation here, just maybe the last over before tea, I might be tempted to take the sweeper, the cover sweeper, put him into a normal, conventional cover position, take one of the slip off, and put him at a short mid-wicket position. I'll tell you why. The line Shannon Gabriel is bowling at the moment is more or less on middle and leg stump. And what you're hoping for, if he clips it through that mid-wicket region, he may just present an opportunity at that mid-wicket position. What's your thoughts, Colin?
Well, very interesting theory, Anil. I will have to give that some thought. I'm not too sure. You know, as it is, there's just a slip on a gully, very straightish gully. It is obvious that, in my view, De Silva is looking for Gabriel to pitch that ball up outside the line of the off stump and look for Django to drive at it, maybe just get a thick outside edge, go into gully, or even slip. So it's, and even the backward point, you look at him, he's just backward of point, and you know, to me, he's in a bit of a catching position there, just in case that the ball is pitched up and Django goes into a drive and gets it uppish. But I am not sure. I would continue with the line of attack they're going. You know, get it outside the line of the off stump, get the ball to deviate away from the left-handers, and hopefully look to pick up the edge. My view, when you're looking to go leg stump, you're opening up yourself a little bit to give the batsman more opportunities to work the ball around.
Well, the reason why I said that to you, Colin, it's only a matter of time before we go into the tea interval. And what you want to do is try and explore as much as possible going into the tea interval.
See, every time they pitch it on that leg stump, they seem comfortable, both Powell and Django, and they're able to work the ball around. Now, if you're going to do that, what I was thinking that in terms of a tactic, that they would have been employing the short ball a little bit more often to both of these batsmen, tempt them into going for the hook shot.
Well, that's a good theory as well, because you have both your catchers in place in the fine leg position and the deep backward square region.
I'm a little surprised that Gabriel hasn't bowled the first over and a half. He bowled, I would think, about 4 or 5 short deliveries. Since then, he hasn't really bowled any short deliveries, sort of tempting either of these two to go for the hook shot.
Is it a case where he doesn't want to become too predictable by the batters?
Well, that could be as well. That could be one food for thought. But every time he pitches on the leg, they're just working it around, and they look so comfortable once that ball is not short in the body or pitching outside the line of the off stump. Let's just go up to the Queen's Park Oval. We had a score with Guyana batting. At one stage, they were 78 for 1. They have now progressed to 116 for 2. Imlak, oh my, he's got 53. There was a lot of talk about this young man. Chanda Paul is on 35 not out. Hemraj, he's back in the pavilion for 19. Imlak, he is out for 53. And Johnson is on 1. There have been a lot of talk about this young man called Imlak. I was mentioning at the last game, I was doing commentary with John Ramsing out of Guyana, and he had a lot of time for this young man called Imlak, and he was saying he could make the team as just a batsman because he's also a wicket keeper, and they've been playing Bramble. But with Hetmeyer now out of the team, this Imlak guy has come in, and he's got a half century. Excellent from him, but there's a lot of time. They have a lot of time for this young man. He's a young man. I think he's just finished playing under 19 cricket. But he's a wicket keeper. And of course, he's not getting into the team before Bramble. So he's come into the team now, and he's announced himself.
Well, I'm not surprised, Colin, because having looked at the Guyana trials late last year, he had got an impressive 100 at one of the trial games. So he definitely would have inked his name somewhere in that squad to be given an opportunity to present himself at the Queen's Park Oval.
You're quite right. And that's what they were telling me, that at the trials he did so well that they couldn't understand. As a matter, they were picking him before Bramble. It's a good delivery. I just showed that. I think that's T. So these two batsmen will come off here extremely happy with what they have achieved since the luncheon interval. The Red Force would be a little bit disappointed. They got the breakthrough right after the luncheon interval when Akil Hussain dismissed Devon Thomas when he bowled him right after lunch, and the score then was 98 for 3. Well, since then, Amir Jangu has come in and he has batted like a man on fire. 54 not out from 87 deliveries. It took a lot of pressure off of Karen Powell because he's done 83 not out from 136 deliveries. And the bowling, only 3 bowlers have picked up a wicket for the Red Force. Hussain has picked up 1, Seals 1, Charles 1, and at 185 for 3. One has to say, at this point in time, at the tea interval on the first day, the Leeward Islands are in charge of this game. If Trinidad and Tobago Red Force have to get back into it after tea, they've got to dismiss both of these batsmen quickly, or at least get one of them for them to get back into this game. If these two continue the way they're going, at the end of the day, Trinidad and Tobago could be facing a massive first innings total.
Well, both these batters have batted impressively, Colin. And if you look at the score at 187 for 3, and after the interval, the tea interval, if the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force were to pick up 2 early wickets and at possibly 200 for 5, they'd be very well back into the game, into this contest, Colin.
Yes, and that's what they'll have to do. But that's the situation here. We're at tea on day 1 of this West Indian Championship regional game, 2021-22 season. We're at the Diego Martin Sports Complex, and at tea, the Leeward Islands, having won the toss and elected to bat, they are 185 for 3. Karen Powell is on 83 not out. Amir Jangu is on 54. We're going to take a break and come back with more commentary right after the tea interval.
And welcome back here to the Diego Martin Sporting Complex, where we are witnessing the first day's play in the Regional 4-Day Championship. This is a resumption after we had 2 matches in early February. We had a break for the England Tour of the Caribbean, and the third round has resumed today with 3 simultaneous matches at 3 venues in Trinidad. Here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex, we have got the home team, the TNT Red Force. They are up against the Leeward Islands Hurricane, and we have had 2 sessions. First session, Leeward Islands, they closed at 98 for 2. They have closed the session at tea at 185 for 3, so they had a pretty good session, the last session between lunch and tea, where they added 83 runs and lost just the 1 wicket. Jason Mohammed is the bowler at the southern end, and he would be bowling to Kieran Powell, who is very well set. Very close call here, tick inside edge, just keeping it off the pad, and they're going to go back for 2 because it ran 15-20 meters past the square leg umpire, and they were able to turn back for 2. So that would take the total on to 189 for 3, and Powell moves to 86, and looking at a century as Jason Mohammed comes from the southern end. Powell down the track, going hard and driving down to long off. A tumbling stop down there at long off by Jaden Seals, but that was a flighty delivery, and very quickly Kieran Powell down to the pitch and driving Powell's full shot there, Anil.
Yeah, excellent use of the feet on this occasion from Kieran Powell. Striding down the track and expertly hitting that ball down to that long off position. Jaden Seals made an excellent stop from that ball going into the boundary.
Surprised that Jason Mohammed has started the attack after tea. He had 2 overs for 3 runs, didn't pick up any wickets. Just the 3 wickets going down so far in the day's play. TNT Red Force picking up 2 wickets the pre-lunch session, and just the 1 wicket in the session between lunch and tea. So they've had their work cut out so far, Anil.
Well, they've had their work cut out, and I'll tell you what, Anil, the Leeward Islands batters have had, the luxury of scoring 13 boundaries during that lunch and tea interval. So they definitely have benefited from some loose bowling from the TNT Red Force bowling lineup.
Well, you have to give Amir Jangu some credit as well. When he came to the wicket just after lunch, Kieran Powell, who was very well set and was going very well at a pretty brisk clip as well, he was held back for a while, and he went pretty quiet for a while. This is when Amir Jangu took over, and he played quite a lot of attractive shots, and he took a lot of pressure off Kieran Powell, and together, when Powell got back his rhythm, they were able to pick up quite a few boundaries, and they also ran well between the wickets. 98 in the first session is pretty good going, and 83 in the second, that's a pretty good fast scoring rate as well.
It is a very fast scoring rate as well, but I'm sure you would agree, Anil, that too many boundary balls were served up between lunch and tea. Even though Amir Jangu has been really excellent in terms of his timing and his execution when it comes to placement, you have to give it up. Both these batters have really taken the ascendancy away from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team.
Powell on the back foot, pulling down to mid-wicket, and that is going into the deep mid-wicket boundary for 4. That was short by Aki Lusain, who was returned to the bowling attack. It was short. Powell quickly onto the back foot, pulling it down to deep wicket. There's a man at deep wicket, but he had no chance.
So Kieran Powell continues on his merry way. That boundary takes him on to 91. Akil Hussain on this occasion was guilty of pulling it down, and he executed through that deep mid-wicket reach, and it raced away for 4 runs.
Powell on the back foot, whipping it through the onside, forward of square. The man is at the deep mid-wicket boundary and keeps it to a single. He has discarded his helmet now, Kieran Powell, in that spinners are on. But Amir Django is now on strike. Remember, Django was struck on the helmet by a ferocious blow from Shannon Gabriel, and he had to call on the physio to ensure that all was okay. Just a matter of protocol now. When you get it on the helmet and in first-class cricket, it's compulsory that the physio come out and do some sort of examination to ensure that you are quite okay.
But we have seen in the recent past where after a batsman has been struck, it doesn't immediately have that effect on the batter. So sometimes, you know, it is very, very important for the physio to go out and execute that concussion test to ensure that the batsman is in the proper frame of mind in order to continue.
Yes, you're right. The concussion test is compulsory once you are struck on the helmet. Here's Akil Hussain, and Amir Django comes along forward, stretching across just outside off stump and playing with bat and pad close together. There's a slip and a forward short leg. They are the two close catching fieldsmen. There's a short extra cover in Jason Mohammed. There's also a normal cover on a man at backward point as Akil Hossain. He just had 4 overs in the day's play. He had 1 for 10. This is short, and Django gets in the wicket, into the leg stump, and pulls it down behind square. There's a man down on the square leg boundary, and it would only be a single. Django has moved on to 56, is it, Anil?
Yes.
Amir Django is on 56 and Kieran Powell on 92.
And with that single, the partnership is now worth a valuable 98 runs. So they're just 2 runs away from that 100 partnership. And that will definitely be a major milestone where the Leeward Islands batting as a unit would be very happy about.
Yes, how well this player has batted. They have really put the Leeward Islands in a pretty strong position, because when the last wicket fell, thought they were at, was it 94? Yes. 90 or 98, I believe it was. Yes, the score was 98 when the last wicket fell. So they have batted exceedingly well, this pair of Amir Django and Kieran Powell. Just 2 runs away from 100 partnership.
But with both spinners in operation, Anil, what do you think is the plan of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force? What do you think they are attempting to do in terms of this passage of play early into the tea and the afternoon session?
Well, I was a little surprised that Jason Mohammed picked up the attack after tea. I thought we were going to be a little more attacking with probably a more recognized wicket-taking bowler. But seeing Jason Mohammed here, I believe that they were just probably hoping that, the batsman can make an error here, because he's just bowling it pretty flat about off stump, trying to contain them really. And here's Django backing away to delivery that keeps low outside off stump, cuts it behind point. A chase here for the man at backward point, and they're going to pick up 2. So a good shot again by Django, short outside off stump, kept low. He was keeping his eyes on it all the way and opened the face, running it past slip for 2 runs.
So that brings up, that double brings up the 100 partnership. So this pair continues to rub salt into the wounds of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force outfit. But it has been an expertly played, Anil, to say the least, by both these batters.
Very much so. Good batting we've seen from Kieran Powell and Amir Django. We've had almost all the bowlers on the TNT Red Force squad getting a bowl. How many of them now? 7 bowlers have been used so far. We had Jason Mohammed, Akil Hossain, Gabriel Shields, Philip, Brian Charles, and Yannick Karaya. So quite a lot of bowlers having been used here by Captain Joshua Da Silva. He's bowled him. Jason Mohammed has bowled Amir Django. All ends up. It appears as though it passed between bat and pad, because he was groping forward with that bat and pad close. Can't see exactly where it passed from here, but I want to believe that it was through the gate. So that's the fall of wicket number 4, Anil.
Yeah, a very welcome dismissal, breakthrough by, I look at it again, Amir Django on this occasion, playing on the wrong line, Anil, and having his off-stump knockback.
Oh, his off-stump was struck.
Yeah,
Well, he played inside the line, you would say?
inside the line of the ball.
Yes, so he was playing for that ball, coming in with the arm. Amir Django, he's batted quite well, only to come out in a pretty unfortunate circumstance. I didn't think there was much in that delivery. He was grouping forward, and as you said, he played down the wrong line. He was playing inside the line of that ball. Jason Mohammed coming around the wicket, probably looking for it to come with the angle. Playing just inside the line, only to see the ball go past the outside edge and knock his off stump back. So Leeward Island Hurricane, they have now lost their 4th wicket. That was a very good partnership. Just as soon as they realized the 100th partnership, Amir Django goes bowl Jason Mohammed for a very well played 56.
And is what the doctor would have ordered just after the tea interval to get that immediate breakthrough and start prying into that middle and lower order of this Leeward Islands outfit. If Trinidad and Tobago Red Force were to really get a grip on this game immediately, Annie, they would need to remove Karen Pollard almost immediate as well.
Okay, so the sun is with us in all its glory here at the spanking new Diego Martin Sporting Complex. And what a picture it is out there, seeing the lovely mountains in the background here down at Diego Martin. And a wonderful lush green outfield and surrounded by so many vegetation, a lot of fruit trees to our left. And the new batsman is Ward, Terence Ward, right-handed Ward. He has joined Kieran Powell, and Jason Mohammed now has gone over the wicket to bowl to the right-handed Ward. He produced a beautiful delivery to Jason Mohammed, deceiving Amir Django and knocking back his off stump.
So the score 198 for 4. Leeward Islands are still well pleased at this stage of this innings, but they will want Karen Pollard to really build a huge total. Yeah, Karen Pollard, the UN Islands outfit will want him to carry on for as long as possible, and with the lower order now coming in, guys like Ward and all the others to follow, they would have a role to play in terms of staying with the season campaigner in Powell.
Well, Jason Mohammed has proven me wrong, because I was thinking that I was not going to start with him at the resumption after tea, but he has come and picked up a very crucial wicket of Amir Django, a partnership realizing 100 runs between Django and Powell. But here is Akil Hossain now from the northern end, bowling to the left-handed. Powell gets inside the stumps and whips it on the onside. He's running the first one very fast. He's licking off 2. And he's going to get 2 runs quite easy. That's good running there by Kieran Powell. The man at backward square leg is a bit fine. He had to run around about 15-20 meters. And that brings up the 200. And a very good score here for Leeward Islands. 200 for 4. And we have just started play after tea.
So that would have ticked another box where the Leeward Islands think tank would want to be at this stage of this first day's play. Having scored now 200 just after the tea interval, Leeward Islands are still very well pleased to go on and get a huge total at the end of the day's play.
Well, I know for a fact that they would have to score probably in excess of 300, because the TNT Red Force have got a pretty strong batting lineup, with the return of Darren Bravo to the regional 4-day tournament. Akil Hossain as well as rejoined the Red Force squad, and he is batting like a man who really has improved tremendously in all forms of his game, batting, bowling and fielding. Akil Hossain has really lit up the local cricket scene here over the past couple of weeks.
And we would have seen his development has really accelerated over the last year as well in the white ball format. And here we're seeing representing Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in the red ball format. So it says to me, Anil, that he does have ambition of playing possibly Test cricket in the very near future.
Well, I don't see any reason why he shouldn't, because there are quite a few players who are playing Test cricket. I think that Akilos is potentially better than plenty of them. He was always a good batsman. I thought when he started playing as a youth man, playing under 13, under 15s in the zonals, he was more a batsman than a bowler. And at that time, he used to be bowling left arm wrist spin, Chinaman googlies. And I was very impressed with his bowling as well, because he had very good control. He was a pretty small guy at that time, but he had very good control and was bowling the length pretty good with good pace as well. Only to switch to left arm orthodox, it seemed to have paid off for Akil Hossain. But his batting, he was always a good batsman, and it has come on really tremendously over the last couple of years since his ascendancy to the West Indies senior team. Added to that, he also has a regional first-class 100. He scored that 4 to 5 years ago. Then he went off the radar on the national team. I don't know, for whatever reason. Didn't see him on the team for a couple of years. Then he came back, and he came back very strongly. He found his way on the West Indies senior team in the white ball format. And here he is today, returning to the Red Force in this regional resumption that we have had after the 2.5 months break because of the England tour of the Caribbean.
So Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 4 points behind leaders Barbados. And Trinidad and Tobago will want to stay on course, Anil, by getting a victory here at the Diego Martin Recreation Ground in order to stay within striking distance of the Bajans.
That's a powerful shot here by Kieran Powell, over cover, down to the deep extra cover boundary for 4. Jason Mohammed just flighting it slightly, and Kieran Powell, he's a very tall man. He got that front foot right to the pitch and drove it powerfully down past extra cover for another boundary. That takes him on to 99. Kieran Powell on the verge of yet another regional first-class 100.
And I'm sure with this score that it is at the moment, he will definitely be sending a strong message to the West Indies selectors as well, Anil.
Well, let's see what happens here. 99 Powell, forward defensive, taking too many chances. He has not taken a lot of chances throughout his innings, so why take any chances now on 99?
Well, I'm a bit surprised that Joshua Da Silva, the skipper, hasn't brought in the boundary riders to try and stop him from getting that elusive single to take him to that converted landmark of 100.
Well, you can't speak so loudly because apparently he heard you. He's brought in the man from deep extra cover to normal cover, trying to put some pressure on Powell to get that single. Well, he's off and running here. He finds the gap quite easily. He's going to run 2, and that would be 100 for Kieran Powell. As a matter of fact, it goes into the deep extra cover boundary now for 4, and that was a splendid inning here by Kieran Powell we've seen here today. He is really batted with real maturity, and what a responsible innings from him.
Well, Kieran Powell has shown us that he can mix defense with that aggression, and on this occasion he went back onto the back foot and caressed that ball through that cover region to take him to that elusive figure of 100. So well played to Kieran Powell, and what a way to resume after 2 rounds to come back here and score 100, Anil.
Very well played, Kieran Powell, and I'm sure that Captain Raheem Cornwall would be extremely happy the way Kieran Powell approached his job here today at the new spanking Diego Martin Sporting Complex.
Well, I'm sure he would have inked his name into the history books here, Anil, having been the first person to score a regional 100 at this venue.
Oh, very much so. Becoming the first batsman to get 100 here in this new venue. Kieran Powell is the man.
So the Diego Martin Sporting Complex has been given international accreditation during the recently under 19 World Cup, and now we are seeing now a lot more first regional first class games taking place here at this venue.
Terence Ward is yet to score as Powell has reached his 100. He's on 104. 210 for 4 it is.
So Anil, with 54 overs being bowled in a day's play, would you be tempted to try and just dry up the runs and get to that second new ball later on in the afternoon? How would you approach it going forward from this stage of this passage of play?
Well, they got to keep looking for wickets. I mean, waiting for the new ball and waiting for overs to go by, it means that runs can be scored and you might not be getting wickets. So it's important that you keep picking up wickets and try to get in further into the Leeward Islands batting. A little surprised that Captain Rakeem Cornwall has not yet come out to bat with the fall of the 4th wicket. I thought he would have been in at 6, but he's decided to allow Kieran Powell to probably steer or guide some of the other younger players who would have met him at the wicket. Cornwall himself being a very experienced guy, he probably is holding back a bit in case Powell should get out. He would be the next senior batsman out there.
So very impressive innings from Kieran Powell. His score now is at 105, and with Ward, he will want to continue to build not only a large total but also build an individual score for himself. And if he does that, Anil, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force could be well chasing in excess of possibly 300 at the end of the day's play.
Just to give you a bit of the bowling stats, Shannon Gabriel, who opened the attack this morning, he had none for 43 of 9 overs. 9 overs made up of 3 different spells from Shannon Gabriel. Jaden Seals had 1 for 22 of 9 overs. Anderson Phillip, none for 34 of 9. Brian Charles 1 for 56 of 12 overs, and Akil Hossain, okay, he has 1 wicket as well. I don't have all the stats for Akil Hossain just yet, but I'll give you that shortly. Yes, Akil Hossain 1 for 20 of 6.4 overs. Surprised that he has bowled so few overs in the day's play so far. I thought that when he had picked up that first wicket, that he would have been kept on for just a bit longer, especially when Brian Charles came to the wicket. And what a close shave that is here. That would have passed very close to the off stump.
So just having
Ward on the back foot. Have a look at it here, looking to punch. Oh my goodness, well, as a matter of fact, he got the edge and it passed between slip and keeper. Is that what happened there?
No, it just came out the hands of the skipper, wicket keeper. Okay. So a catch goes up begging on this occasion.
Well, he got the edge actually.
Yeah, he did.
I thought it came off the edge and it went between the keeper and the first slip, but it came off the glove of wicket-keeper Joshua De Silva. And that beat the slip as well, so that was a close call there. But it will be Powell on strike, and Jason Mohammed continues. He just had the wicket of Amir Jangu, bowled all over the shop. Nice
so
little crowd has built up here now at the Martin Sporting Complex, Anil.
Yeah, and the crowds keep coming in after the tea interval, so there's a decent crowd on hand. And I must tell you that they were very, very vocal when Amir Jangu was batting, because as you would be aware of Anil, he's the homeboy. He lives not too far away from this facility, and he didn't disappoint them, to say the least. He scored 56 runs, and it was just amazing to look at the manner in which he executed during that innings.
Well, he played a lot of cricket on this ground previously. Remember, he was a member of the Mary Boys Cricket Club. They used to play in the Premiership 1. They are now at Premiership 2. He played a lot of cricket with them, and he got his recognition there as well, Amir Jangu. So he would be a favorite down here, even though he's playing against the home team.
Outstanding young player, Amir Jangu. You would have seen a lot of him, Anil.
Well, I saw a lot of him in the club cricket. I used to follow Mary Boys a while, because there was a time that Isaiah was playing for Mary Boys. He had played for them for 2 to 3 years. And yes, I did see a lot of Amir Jangu. And then he came on the TNT Red Force team. He was doing pretty good when he started. He was known as a very swashbuckling left-handed batsman, wicket keeper. And then he was snapped up by the Leeward Islands Hurricane for the CPL. He didn't produce this type of runs that we accustomed seeing him produce at the club level, and he just went off the boil slightly. But it's nice to see him back here and getting among the runs, Amir Jangu.
Yeah, very talented Amir Jangu, who lives in the Diego Martin area. And it's great to see one of our players, you know, being attached to another franchise and making a name for himself on the regional scale.
Oh yes, a lot of opportunities have opened up with the franchise format as well. A bit of a frustrating day for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
And what has not helped, the pitch has been absolutely docile. The bowlers are getting absolutely nothing. Not even some spin is on offer. So they need to continue to show that level of discipline, bowl on one side of the wicket, and I'm sure skipper De Silva will be very aware of how he wants to go through this passage of play.
Well, one of the things about this third round of matches is that the two top teams, Barbados, they got 42 points. They're the leaders. TNT Red Force, they've got 38.6 points. And both teams have had 2 outright victories. The difference in points is because Barbados got more bonus points than Trinidad and Tobago Red Force did. In the point system, they are bowling and batting points. They picked up just a couple more points than Trinidad and Tobago did. The good thing about this for the TNT Red Force is even though they are under a lot of pressure here at 219 before, that's 4.
So Akil Hussain string on leg stump on this occasion. And Ward sweeping that ball to a short fine leg position. And it goes into the boundary for 4 runs.
Well, that was poorly lined indeed. It was way outside leg stump, and it was swept very fine as well. Yeah, I was making the point that Barbados are the leaders, but they are under a lot of pressure now in that third round match against the Guyana Happy Eagles. Going to pick up a single or 2 here down to backward point. Well, they have settled for just a single. I thought that should have been 2. Yes, Barbados are under a lot of pressure at the Queen's Park Oval because at the tea interval, I thought that Guyana had lost just the 2 wickets and they had crossed 100 already. So that would put a bit of a squeeze on Barbados, the league leaders, and it would allow Trinidad and Tobago as well to try and get back in it. Now that they have been set back a bit here by the Leeward Islands, who are on 220 for 4. I don't think they were expecting a total like that at this time of the day. And just 4 wickets they have taken.
What do you make of the pitch, Anil? Do you think that with 3 fast bowlers in our lineup, do you think that the pitch could have had a bit more in it for our bowlers?
Well, I was wondering whether they decided to go in with the 3 fast bowlers without knowing what sort of pitch that they were going to prepare. And even having come here this morning and seen that the surface is devoid of grass, you know, if they were still prepared to go in with the 3 pacers, and this is what they did. They won the toss, TNT. No, I thought the Leeward Islands won the toss and decided to bat. We were given wrong information. We heard that Trinidad and Tobago had won the toss and asked Leeward to take first strike, and we were a bit critical of that decision, only to realize later on that Trinidad and Tobago in fact did not win the toss. The Leeward Islands won the toss and they decided to take first strike because, as you can see, I mean, just looking at the color of the pitch, you know that there's not a lot of water there and it is devoid of grass. So there would not have been a lot in it for the bowlers or the team fielding first. What can happen here is that because of the dryness of the pitch, we didn't see a lot of help for the fast bowlers when Trinidad started. You know, the ball moved around a little bit because it is a new ball. It's hard, it's shiny, and it is going to move about a bit. But with that being the case, as soon as the preparation moisture would have dried off, it became a pretty easy pitch. I would not say it was a docile, it is a docile wicket. I've heard Colin saying it is a docile pitch. What I was surprised is that the fast bowlers did not use enough short pitch deliveries, and we've seen just the one bouncer, and that's the one which Shannon Gabriel struck Amir Django on the helmet. And I was even asking Colin Murray is why the fast bowlers are not trying to bowl some short pitch deliveries to look to intimidate the batsman, bowl some bouncers, see if you can get them to play the hook shot and miscue, you know.
So
we
is
did
it
not see that, and I don't think they're all that aggressive. Shannon Gabriel came back in his last spell and really looked like he wanted to put a lot of extra in it, and I thought he should have been doing that from the beginning.
So you're saying that you would have liked to see a bit more aggression from our fast bowlers, Anil?
Yeah, a bit more aggression and a bit more grass on the pitch as well. Give them something to work with.
Well, I am pleasantly surprised when I came here this morning and I looked at the pitch that, you know, there wasn't enough grass in my estimation to really, you know, give the fat bowlers any kind of momentum in terms of encouragement, Anil, to say the least.
Jason Mohammed over pitching, that was a wide half volley and it was played very late by Ward. He opened the face and ran it down to where a backward point would have been and picked up 2 easy run. Well, Jason Mohammed would have to continue because he has just picked up a wicket, but normally if he hadn't taken that wicket, I don't think he would have been on the ball still. This time it's undriven for a single down to long on. Kieran Powell, a man who is doing the brunt of the work for the Leeward Islands, 110, 224 for 4, the Hurricanes.
So that takes the score to 224 for 4. Kieran Paul is 110, Ward is on 9. The partnership now beginning to blossom, Anil, and it's going at a good rate, 27 runs in 37 balls.
Well, this is why you always hear all the coaches and all the technical staff keep telling you that you have to bat in partnerships. You've got to bat in partnership to ensure that you get a good team total. Now have a look at the scorecard here on the screen. Monson Hodge, he was out for a duck. Kieran Powell, he is still there, 110 not out, and how wonderfully well he has played. Carty looked exceptionally well for his 31. He is one of the latest additions to the West Indies senior team, Devon Thomas, a man who had tremendous form in the first 2 matches. He got out for 12. Django made a brilliant 58 and a brilliant 100 partnership with himself and Powell. So we've got Ward, who has just joined Powell out there in the middle. He's on strike and he'd be taken from Akil Hossain.
So it's going to be Akil Hussain from the northern end. Loud appeal, but umpire Butler is having none of it. Akil Hussain bowling with a slip, forward short leg, backward point, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and a man at the fine leg position. Akil Hussain Anil continues to ask questions of these batters.
Well, Ward has not really gotten it going as yet. He's 9 off 23 deliveries. No wonder you're seeing a much more attacking field for him, and a lot of people trying to cut the single. They're looking to keep him on strike as Akil Hussain tries to get rid of him. He comes long forward and plays it on to short extra cover. There's a slip and a forward short leg. There's a short extra cover as well. Those are the men in close catching positions. Jason Mohammed is at a short mid wicket too.
So at this stage of the innings, Anil, would you be tempted to try and bowl as much as possible to Ward and sort of starve, if I may say so, Powell off the strike and try and break his momentum?
It's not a bad ploy. You've got the batsman on one end who has just come into the wicket and he's not really striking the ball cleanly or regularly. You would want to be bowling at him more than the man who is well set on 110, that's Kieran Powell, because he's got the ability to really spank the bad deliveries and score quickly. And he might just want to do that having already scored 100. But I'm sure that he's also thinking in terms too of batting out the entire day's play and coming back fresh tomorrow to really post a very big total for Leeward Islands.
And to achieve that, the Leeward Islands would really want Powell to bat for as long as possible and continue, to bat with the lower order as well. And the lower order of the Leeward Islands outfit, they will have a responsibility as well, as long as Powell is there to bat around him and support him.
Very much so. That previous delivery from Akil Hussain, he did bowl it about 2 yards behind the bowling crease. So that's another ploy, another variation that bowlers use, bowling from behind the bowling crease. It allows you to vary the length without the batsman really picking it up. So that's the end of that over, and at the end of it, it's Leeward Islands 226 for 4. Powell is on 110 and Ward is on 10.
So Akil Hussain showing us, his full range of bowling skills in terms of using the crease, bowling from at the back of the crease, and trying to change the angle as well by going wide on some occasions as well, trying to angle that ball into the right-hander and defeat him outside the line of the off stump. Just trying to attack the right-hander around that 4th, 5th stump line, Anil.
Well, there's a change of bowling at the southern end. It's the off spinner of Brian Charles. He has 1 for 56 in 12 overs. I didn't do a lot with the ball really. I didn't see a lot of spin and turn, neither flight and bounce or loop. Basically a flat type of spinner who depends on his accuracy and his economy rate as well. To get him through, he likes to create pressure. He's that type of off spinner. He doesn't have a lot of guile, and he doesn't flight and spin the ball as much as conventional off spinners would. So he has come under a lot of pressure because he has not troubled Kieran Powell throughout his innings. And now that the new batsman Ward is at the crease, he's still trying to negotiate or find out what Brian Charles is doing with the ball.
Well, I wouldn't want to be too harsh on Brian Charles because the pitch has offered absolutely nothing for him in terms of spin and bounce. It has been basically very easy for batting, and the batters have been able to negotiate him very easily, to say the least.
This one is pitched on the batsman's legs, and he turns it fine to short fine leg where there is a man posted and no run there. That's the end of the over, and the end of that over. That is over number 50, is it? 60. Over number 60, 226 for 4, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes.
So Powell 110 not out. Ward is on 10. The partnership is now with 28 from 49 deliveries, and they have made a good start to this partnership, with Powell doing the bulk of the scoring. So there seems to be a definite ploy, Anil, in terms of bowling Powell on that leg stump line, forcing him possibly to go across the line of the delivery, looking possibly for an LBW decision, because he seems to be playing the ball elegantly through that cover region in front of the wicket. So it seems that there's a definite plan to bowling that leg stump line and ask him to go across.
Well, I don't know if there's a ploy or not, but I haven't seen Kieran Powell in any sort of trouble in this inning so far. I don't think any of the spinners have troubled him, neither have any of the pacers. So he's very much at home here, and he should be, because he's on 111, and there's no better feeling when a batsman has scored 100 and he is still at the wicket. He is brimming with confidence, and telling himself that he's going to bat out the rest of the day's play. I'm sure that's the plan.
Well, we would both agree, Anil, at this stage of his innings, he would be seeing that ball big as a breadfruit.
Well, very much so, because he's really hitting it with the middle. Ward continues to be watchful, giving good support to Kieran Powell. Still maintaining the forward short leg and the slip, Akil Hossain. I guess he would, because he's got that ball with the arm that comes into the right-hander. Could easily take the inside edge onto the pad and offer a catch to the man at forward short leg. This one, he pushes it back along the wicket. There's a slip. And beside the man at backward square leg, everyone else is trying to save the run in the infield. Hossain, left arm around. Ward again, looking to defend that ball that comes off the outside edge and bounces down to the man down at backward point. And it's been a while we haven't seen Colin Murray. Have you seen Colin Murray?
Oh, he was having a rest, I understand.
Oh, I thought he had left the job, really. I'm sure that he'll have a lot of new information for us, Colin Murray. Welcome back, Colin. How was your lunch?
Good afternoon. My lunch.
Or your tea?
I didn't have tea.
I mean, it was so long you were missing since lunch.
Well, I went downstairs with some of the spectators, and why did I make that mistake? I had to struggle to get back upstairs. I mean, I don't know, and I don't know why. Everybody seemed to have something to say, and I saw some of your good friends, Mr. Morgan Bravo, father of Dwayne and Darren, but he always has something to say. And there was one or two others downstairs there that saw some football supporters. Well, you know, I'm a Liverpool man, and I saw some Spurs supporters who was laughing at me and saying they've made sure that they drew with us so we couldn't win the league and all sorts of things. But it's all in good fun. But 227 for 4. Leewards again losing an early wicket after the break when we had lunch. Edwards was with Smith right after. Then we had a good partnership there between Django and Powell. And then Django going after the tea interval. And now Ward has come in and he's batted quite well. He just has 10 off of 36 deliveries. But more importantly, he's sticking around with Powell, who at the moment is on Nelson.
Yeah.
And in the air over the man at the long off. Well, he took a gamble, Powell. He went after Brian Charles. There is a man at long off in the figure of, who is that? Is it Jaden Seals? And he went after him, and Seals at one stage looked as if he was going to get under the ball. And then all of a sudden it climbed and went over his head for 6 runs. That's a good shot. Chancy, but I suppose when it comes off, it's great. If it didn't come off, Well, he would have been very disappointed, and his teammates would have been disappointed when you have 111 and get caught at long off.
Well, it didn't look to me as though he was looking to go for a big one, because there wasn't any high backlift, but he had timed that so well, and with the man posted down at long off, you thought that he probably would have been in trouble there. But he cleared his head quite easily down at long off and picked up a maximum.
It just goes to show you the kind of timing and the form this man has now. He's playing absolutely superbly. He's batted well throughout the day. You know, every now and again, he plays those type of rash shots. And that is Kieran Powell's problem. Powell tends to be batting well, and all of a sudden he gets this rush of blood, tries to hit a six, doesn't make proper contact, and ends up going back in the pavilion. He should now be looking to go from 100 to 150 and just bat on. But he was lucky. Powell was lucky this time. It traveled over the man at long off and went for six.
I was just making the point that he should be looking to bat out the remainder of the day's play and ensure that he's here tomorrow to take his team a lot further than they are at this point. 2-3 for 4. That's pretty good going. I don't think any of the other two matches that are being played that they are scoring that quickly. As a matter of fact, the Windward Islands, they were shut out for 108 or
137.
137.
Yeah.
So that would be a game that might probably finish before the 4 days.
Guyana aren't batting badly. They're 143 for 2. And young Chanda Paul, who opened the innings, he's on 45 not out from 203 deliveries faced. But he's the kind of guy, he will bat till tomorrow if give him the chance. He'll bat the all of tomorrow as well. You know, he's such a talented player. What I would like to see of him, scoring a little more quickly. He needs to find the gaps. He needs to get the singles. He's not a big hitter. He's not a Powell type of player. And Jamaica, in reply to the 137, they are 45 for none. So it's all happening in the other games. But Guyana, that's not a bad start. If they can carry on and say get to 350, they will. That's a pretty competitive total.
I'll get back to their total, but there's a saying. Once a stage Narayan Chandapol is at the wicket, Valium tablets don't really sell.
I hear you. He's 45 not out from 203 balls. And when you think about it, he's been batting since 10 o'clock.
Well, the other good thing about that from a TNT Red Force perspective is that Barbados are the league leaders right now. And the TNT Red Force wouldn't mind if Guyana can hold them in this game. And if TNT should get a favorable result here, that would suit them fine in terms of the standings and winning of the 4-day tournament.
Well, it's the end of the over. 11 overs, Hossain has now bowled, 1 for 33. Powell is 117 not out. Ward is on 14, and it's 237 for 4. Yeah, it's early days yet, of course. You know, the way things are shaping. The Leeward Islands seem on course, unless it's a real collapse, for a total of in excess of 300, maybe 325. But a lot depends on the man who's facing now.
I think they're playing pretty smart cricket as well. One would have thought that Rakeem Cornwall would have been in with the fall of 4 wickets, but he is assessing the situation pretty good. He knows that once Kieran Powell is out there, he can take the chance and send in some of the younger players so they can bat with a senior man out there. If Powell were to get out, I'm sure that Cornwall would be coming out in the middle. So they've still got big Jimbo in the hutch. Rakeem Cornwall, he's a prolific scorer at the regional level. As Ward battles to give support to Powell.
Well, Ward, Anil, has only been dismissed. He's batted 3 times for the Leewards. He's only been dismissed once. Has a top score of 78 not out. 96 runs, so an average of 96. So his batting is not all that bad. You know, so I'm not surprised that he's come above Cornwall, because he's a he's a talented player. He tends to take his time. He's not really one who's going to go out there and try to blast the ball all over the field. He's gonna push the ball around. He's gonna lend support to Powell, and which is what he's doing right now. And he's allowing Powell to do most of the scoring. When you think of it, it's a partnership of 41, and he's only scored 15 of those 41. And that's going to be 4. Don't think it's where he wanted it to go. He was looking to cut that squarer. It peeled off a thickish outer edge and went down to third man for 4. But he's now opening up a little bit more, Powell. He's trying to, you could see him now trying to take the attack to the bowlers. He's pushing it. He's no longer going to push and prod. He's going to start to, and that is since the dismissal of Django. Once the dismissal of Django was there, Powell has started now to up the tempo slightly. Yes, he's going to take some risks, but I suppose he must feel comfortable with a total 243 for 4. He's going to take some risks. The problem is, do you have, after Ward, is there enough batting left to carry the score to say 350?
Well, you would want to believe that they've got enough batting. As I said, just 4 wickets are down. You've still got Raheem Cornwall in the padded up. So
Yeah, when you look at what is to come, there's Cornwall, Walsh, Archibald, Louis, and Berridge. Not sure in terms of, and when you go through that lineup.
remember, Colin, they had 2 very good matches in the first 2 rounds of matches. Even though they lost one of those 2 matches, they won one outright, but they had some very good batting performances.
Yeah, well, Louis scored 44 in his only innings so far. Archibald, he has a top score of 38. So there is no real rabbits per se to come. You're talking about guys to come who are capable of getting 20, 30. And if say 4 or 5 of them get to 25 or 30, you're talking another 130, 140 runs.
Yeah, well, they had two good. In their opening round match, they were shut out for 172, and they declared with 9 wickets down. And Barbados had scored 324, and then the Leeward Islands in their second inning, they made a very good second inning score of 346, setting Barbados 190 odd for victory, and they picked up 6 wickets before Barbados could have gotten to the winning score.
Yeah, they were actually, Barbados were in trouble at one stage, and the 7th wicket was the one who saw it home. So this is not a bad team, and they took, as we said, they took care of business against Guyana by beating them by an innings. So
a massive score of 438
for 7 declared. So make no mistake, this Leeward Islands team is no walkover. And the Red Force are certainly finding out that because it's stubborn resistance so far.
So to answer your question, whether they can reach up to in excess of 300, I certainly think so, Colin. Because that man out there, Powell, he's seen that ball as big as you can. He's very well set. He seems to be pretty fit because he has not shown any signs of tiredness, and he's very experienced as well. He knows exactly what his teammates want him to do out there, and he's going about doing it in a very efficient manner.
Well, the end of the over from Akil Hussain. He has now completed 12 overs, 1 for 35. Powell remains on 123. He's faced just 172 deliveries for his 123. That's only 30 deliveries less than Tejnarain Chandapal. Ward is on 16. It's 245 for 4.
Well, somehow I'm happy I'm not calling that game at the Queen's Park Oval. Colin, I might be asleep by now. Just having some fun with Tej Chandapal.
Yes, he's...
Man said anything slower than that is stop.
Well, I used to have a teammate. When he chased the ball, we used to call him Steamy. And when he chased the ball, they used to say, well, it changed from Steamy to Stop. Oh, that's just dropping short.
Only a week ago in that under 19 finals, someone was asking me if David Furlong was a very quick fieldsman.
Is it in his mind? In his mind?
I didn't know where to start to answer that question, to be honest. But I can recall that we had changed his name at the club from David Furlong because every time he fielded a ball, he would fall. So we started to call him David Furlong.
Yes, I remember that. Brian Charles is operating. And Powell continues to battle on here at the Diego Martin Sports Complex. Quite a few spectators in now. Some of them probably coming after work. So some leaving work maybe slightly early to get here. Nice conditions. It's still sunny and bright here.
Oh yeah, it's been a wonderful day. Joshua da Silva giving you the impression as though the batsman had edged that delivery.
Well, he's hustling from one end to the next. I'm not sure how many 66 overs have gone. So it's still a few overs, quite a number of overs left for the new ball. But he was hustling down to the next end. And Hussain is going to continue. Brian Charles, 16 overs, 1 for 68. Trinidad and Tobago going through the motions here. Any changes, Anil? I mean, you've been seeing Brian Charles and Akil Hussain operating for the last, 20, 25 minutes?
Well,
is there any changes? Maybe change things up a little bit? Try something different?
Yeah, I wouldn't say that they are actually going through the motions. That would be a bit harsh on them. But the pitch is not really offering a lot of assistance. And then with that batsman so well set on 100 and odd, you would think that they are under some pressure. They definitely are, but they are not, certainly are not going through the motions. I thought that even though Akil Hussain is probably the main spinner on the side, you know, he had a first spell from the northern end. You would think that if you bring him back a spinner for a second spell, unless he particularly likes the end on which he bowled at first, that you would have bring him from the other end just for the sake of variety and a change, you know.
Yeah, sometimes, as you rightly said though, sometimes bowlers like to bowl at a particular end. And maybe Akil Hussain is happy. So when he bowled from just behind the crease and was a quicker delivery, but Powell is so well set that you're not going to catch him with that. It's got to be a special delivery or a rash shot to get him out now.
I would have slipped back in a Yannick Karaya with a couple, seeing that there's a right-hander at the crease as well.
You'll hold back the quickies until the new ball is due?
Well, that's still some distance away, the new ball. And they have not had a lot of response from the wicket. I wouldn't say it's an entirely docile wicket. What I thought is that when they had the new ball and the bowlers were fresh, I didn't see any of them attempt to bowl some telling bounces and some good short pitch bowling to at least intimidate the batsman. Just the one bouncer we had, and it struck Amir Django on the helmet. Well,
that spell from Shannon Gabriel took me by surprise because it was very hostile. He decided that he had enough, and his first 3 deliveries to Django were short, lifting. The first one not only caught me by surprise, but caught Django by surprise, because by the time he was looking to get out of the way, it hit him flush on the helmet. But outside of that short spell from Shannon Gabriel, we've not seen the bowlers exhibit any type of hostility to the batting team, and I would expect a lot has to do with the pitch. You know, they don't feel it's conducive enough to short, hostile bowling. There's no grass on the pitch. When you look at that pitch, it's brown, it's dry. You know, I expect that it's going to turn and maybe keep a little low as the game progresses. But certainly there's nothing in it for the faster bowlers.
I agree, it is a good batting pitch, Colin, but when you've got a new ball and in the first 10 overs with fresh fast bowlers, I mean, even when they started, we see some good carry. It was carrying to the wicketkeeper and the bounce was good as well, but we didn't see any deliberate effort to try to bowl some bumpers and try to unsettle the batsmen. You probably could have picked up a wicket or two. Batsmen try to play the hook shot or the pull shot, miscues, you know.
Would you like to see that from Jaden Seals? And we're going to talk about that after this ball. So Powell's going to get another single. Yeah, would you like to see that more from Jaden Seals? Because Jaden Seals, in my view, tends to be a bowler that is on or around the off stump, tends to move the ball just short of a length, slips in the odd yorker, but you don't see him really bowling many short balls up by the chin music to an opposing batsman.
Well, if you're a fast bowler, one of the weapons you must have in your arsenal is that short pitch delivery, that bumper. And I would like to see him bowl a bit more of those short pitch deliveries. I mean, he's got pace, he's got a good line. It's not that he's bowling bumpers and it's going way down leg side or way outside off. It generally is in line with the batsman and the wicket. So I would really like to see him bowl a bit more of the short stuff, especially when he's got a wicket that is helping him.
The end of the over from Charles. The end of it, Powell is 125. He continues to soldier on here. The first batsman to score 100 in regional cricket or first class cricket here at the Diego Martin Sports Complex. So he's created some history. Jaden Seals picked up the first ever wicket here. And it's 248 for 4. Powell 125. Ward is on 17. He's provided with that single, the 50 partnership has come up. And off of 97 deliveries now, the 50 partnership. So these two continue to bat well.
Here's Akil Hussain. Good bat speed there by Powell. It was a quicker delivery from Hussain. He was on the back foot. But had to hustle to get the bat.
It's a good recovery as well, Anil, for the Leeward Islands. When you think they were 2 for 1 in the second over. So having been, that's going to run away for 4. That's a bad delivery from Hussain, just outside the line of the leg stump. And Powell just helped it on its way. Hit it very fine. There is a deep backward square leg in Jaden Seals. But that ball was hit to his left, and he had absolutely no chance because it came off the middle of the bat and went down to that fine leg position. The 250 is now up. It's 252 for 4. Powell goes to 129.
Good shot to get it that fine. There's a man at the backward square leg, as you said, but he hit it very fine indeed. Now this is cut down to backward point. It's running down to the wide third man boundary, but it's going to be hauled in by
Anderson
Seals?
Phillip?
Anderson Phillips, and Powell picks up a couple.
Yes, so Powell is into the 130s now. It's 131.
He'd be thoroughly pleased with his performance here today and the manner in which he approached it. Thought that his application was almost spot on.
We see a change.
Any sort of problems, any trouble at all?
Not really, but we see a change in the field. Very interesting because he's taken De Silva's taken the man out from that forward square leg. He's put him towards a point position, and he's moved the deep square point to more of a cover point right out on the boundary.
I thought he was going to shift the line with that change of field.
I thought so too. That surprised me because when you change the field, I thought the delivery, the next delivery from Hussain would have been out just on or around the off stump. But he bowled it middle and leg, and Powell had the easy option of just turning it towards mid-wicket, picks up another single. So that's when you can sometimes the plan, you don't stick to a plan because it was obvious that De Silva wanted Hussain to bowl the ball just on or around the off stump.
Ward driving out to cover. played a lot of attacking shots, Terence Ward, and one can understand why. Certainly he seems to be batting under some instructions to give as much support as he could to the main batter out there, Kieran Powell. Comes and drives again through cover, not with a lot of power, but he's doing a pretty good job there, Terence Ward, giving good support to his senior partner, Kieran Powell.
Yeah, excellent support, because these two continue to bat on here. 57-run partnership, took the score from 198 for 4. And we talked about the recovery. We talked at 2 for 1. But when the Leewards were 98 for 3 at one stage when Amir Jangu came in to partner Powell. And that 100-run partnership between those two turned the game in favor of the Leeward Islands. And now these two are carrying on from where Jangu left off.
Jangu, after looking so good, Colin, I couldn't understand how he played inside the line to a delivery from, was it?
Jason Mohammed. You remember we talked about Jason Mohammed coming on to bowl, the partnership breaker, the one who comes in to bowl and you just feel a little sense of comfort, thinking, well, a part-time bowlers come on. You've seen off Charles, you've seen off Hussein. And here's Mohammed now, and you feel you just let your guard down slightly, and when you do that, what happens? You lose your wicket, which is exactly what happened to Amir Jangu.
Why I was surprised, I mean, he was so well set, he was hitting the ball so cleanly, and he was on 58, and to come and just play inside the line of a Jason Mohammed so-called off-break, and get your off some knockback, I was taken by surprise. I thought the ball probably came with the arm and passed through bat and pad, but when we looked at it on the monitor, he played the wrong line.
That's right. I really appreciate this knock from Terence Ward. He's not doing anything flashy. He is not playing outside of his ability. Playing everything on merit, and he's really batting not only for his team, but he's batting for Powell.
Yeah, it's very sensible cricket. This is why I said I think he's batting on the specific instructions to give as much support as he could to Powell. Nicely driven down to a mid-off, but can't beat the fieldsman there, and that's the end of that over. And at the end of it is 252 for 4, the Leeward Islands.
Powell is 133, Ward is 113, and we have a water break. Well, just about getting ready to restart after that water break. Akil Hussain is going to continue, and it's going to be bowling to the left-handed Centurion, opening batsman for the Leeward Islands, Kieran Powell. As this ground still bathed in sunshine, as Hussain to Powell. It's really batted well. He's batted with confidence, he's batted with assurance. He's played all the shots. Been beaten maybe twice or three times for the entire day. And he's faced close to 200 balls. He's going to pick up another single. Brings the right-handed Terence Ward back into strike. He's really given excellent support. Hasn't taken any chances. Played everything on merit. Pushed the ball around, picked up the singles, put away the bad ball. But has been played a wonderful supporting role thus far. And that's going to run away for 4. A bad delivery from Hussain outside the line of the off stump there, short, and it gave Ward the opportunity to get onto the back foot. He had a lot of opportunity to just get onto that back foot, and he hit it square beautifully between cover and backward point down to the boundary for 4. An excellent shot from him, a bad delivery from Hussain. It got the treatment it deserved, and that was a point I was making about Terence Ward, Anil, that he's played everything on its merit. When he does get a bad ball, he puts it away.
Yes, finally getting a boundary here, Ward. He's been very, very watchful, played a supporting role to Kieran Powell, but it's nice to see him getting a bad ball outside off stump. It was wide and he cracked it square on the offside for 4. I'm surprised that Akil Hussain started with so much hope. In the very first over he bowled, he had removed Devon Thomas. Bowling him, all ends up in his very first over, and now he is over number 15, and he is still with that 1 wicket. 44 he has conceded in over number 15, just the 1 wicket.
And it's 257 for 4. Ward has moved on to 17.
Sporting
complex. The 71st ball. The score is now 257.
Weather has been excellent today, of course. Not the slightest hint of rain.
Rain, what's that? It's been really a fantastic sunny conditions. It's been, as they say, it's been a lovely day for cricket.
Very much so. Well,
and I think the cricketers out there, give them credit. They've performed. You know, the batsmen have done well. The bowlers, they've bowled well. It's just that the Leeward Islands, they deserve total credit. I think they've batted well. When you look at Powell, Carty, Django, they've all, and now Ward, they've all batted very well.
yeah. You can say that they had an easy surface really to negotiate the TNT bowlers, the pacers and the spinners.
But Anil, you know, you still got to go out there and do the job.
Exactly.
Because had they been bowled out for 140, everybody would have been critical of them, saying that on an easy pace pitch, you give your wicket away, and which is the perennial complaint about West Indian batsmen, that they give their wicket away too easily.
Yeah. Well, they haven't played careless cricket, and I thought the example was set at the
I thought he got an excellent delivery. One pitching just maybe on or around the off stump, leaving him. He had to play at it and got the outside edge. That was a superb piece of bowling by Jaden Seals.
Well, Carty came in at the fall of Hodges' wickets, and himself and Powell really did set the stage for them to get a big total. Carty didn't get a lot. He got 31, but he looked extremely well pitched 31. But Amir Django came in and he really looked the part. They put on exactly 100 for the third wicket. And Django gave tremendous support to Kieran Powell, only to see him go be bowled by Jason Morgan. Oh my goodness.
That's going to run away for 4. Not sure if he got bat onto that, did he? No, buys. I was saying, yeah. Yes. That's right. He was going to play it, yeah? Yep. Every now and again, you see, that's the thing with Powell. Every now and again, he plays these kind of rash shots. But that's right. You're very right. Yep. You've
Take a lot of chances and risk his wicket. I mean, he tried to paddle stream now on wide outside and probably picked the right line when he wouldn't be bowled.
They're thinking of the single. It was not on. There's no real misfield there. Was it by Gabriel? So the end of the over. Powell is 135. Ward is on 18. 263 for 4. So the score continues to mount. And these two continue to bat well for the Leeward Islands.
Try to get a score for you at the next 2 matches.
And the last we heard was Guyana 143 for 2, and Chanda Paul was not out on 45. I think with him was Captain Johnson, and Jamaica was responding strongly at 41 for none against the Windward Islands, who were bowled out for 137.
Jamaica certainly would be looking to get some points in this match because they lost their first 2 matches quite easily, and they're at the bottom of the standings. And they are in the Island, so that game now they certainly it will be a real scrimmage down there to see who gets out of the cellar position. His figures might disappoint you a bit, Colin, after that very first over he had. I think the wicket of Kevin Thomas bowled. He struggled afterwards.
He hasn't bowled badly.
No.
You know, if I had to say to Anil, Anil, if I have to say to Akil Hussain, I'd say maybe you've bowled 1 or 2 short balls, or 1 or 2 too many short balls. I would have liked to have seen you bowl less of those short deliveries to the batsmen. But in general, I thought he's been steady. Ken not getting any much turn out of this pitch at all.
And every delivery that Ward faces, he'd be going in confidence. He's on 18. Came off some 60 odd deliveries. Crowd has grown a bit quiet as the music as well has stopped.
So the end of the over from Hossain now has 1 for 45 from his 16 overs, 263 for 4. Powell remains on 135, not out. Ward is on 18. And Brian Charles is going to continue. Somewhat 73 overs, so just 7 overs left, Anil, before they can take the new ball.
The Pacers have been rested for quite a long while, so they should have something left in the tank. Keacy's come on and put everything he's got with that second new ball.
And the Leeward Islands would want to ensure that when that second new ball is taken, that Powell is still there. It's critical that he remains there when that second new ball is taken, so that he can advance their score even further. Yeah, but nothing is happening at the moment, so I think they need to take that second new ball when it is due, or they need to maybe make a couple changes to the bowling attack. I think Brian Charles now 1 for 77 from 19 and a half overs, certainly not looking as if he's going to pick up a wicket anytime soon.
So I thought that probably should have come back in today's right hand. At the wicket, he's more at ease bowling to right-handers with leg spinners and Windies. First spell he had, there were 2 left-handers in the wicket, and he couldn't really bowl the way he would like to do. I'm giving him another shot at it instead of bringing back Brian Charles there. This is now his 4th spell, I believe. Too much with the ball for them in terms of aviation and flight speed. Once you get settled to him, you're more or less at ease.
The end of another Charles over. 74 overs have now been bowled. Ward is 22, 136 to Powell, 268 for 4.
Well, I missed looking at my time. I fear not to stay for it. I have to look at that tonight.
What game was on today? I didn't follow it today.
I'm not too sure myself, but Super Giants.
KKR and Super Giants. A huge scoring game. Yeah, they 200. They lost by 2 runs. KKR lost by 2 runs. The Super Giants got to 210, and Quinton de Kock 100. He got a century, and KKR chased it down, and they lost by 2 runs.
That must have been a good match.
That's an exciting game. Are you going to look at it later? Are you?
Yeah.
Check the replay. Somehow I don't. I don't know. Replays are nice, but I just sometimes the result already, and you say to yourself, unless you look for certain moments in the game, I'm not too sure I go and sit down and look at a game where I know the result and I know they're going to lose by 2 runs.
Well, I don't mind doing it in cricket, but certainly not football. I do want to know the score is 3-0, and I still look at the match. Cricket is okay, you get to see batsmen and see their actual skill, But once I know the score in a football match,
That's
I
it.
want to watch that again. And sometimes I usually beg people who have seen the match
not to
before,
tell you the
"Please
score."
Don't tell me the score, right?
Hussain in his 17th over. Bit of pressure being put on Ward because there's that silly point and there's a 1 slip in place.
could have brought in the man from short and make a wicket into a forward short leg as well. Put some added pressure, mental pressure on him. You might force him to play a false shot, knowing that there are three men around his bat. And if he thinks about going over the man at forward short leg down to mid wicket, fine. It means that he'll be taking a chance. But he's shown good technique in defense as well, Colin.
Yeah, his
There's a rabbit out there. He's batting at number 6 on the Leeward Islands team, so he's going to be a pretty capable batsman. And as you said, he got a century already.
Yeah. They only, he normally would come at number 7 after Jamar Hamilton, the wicketkeeper captain, who's not playing in this game. So I believe they've gone for the extra bowler. But the end of the over, 269 now for 4. Ward remains on 22. Powell is on 137.
I like Powell's disposition out there. He's not giving you any indication that he's flustered or losing concentration. He seems very assured of himself out there. He's playing like that. That is a great responsibility. I'm sure that he got his team in a pretty good position. When they lost the first wicket in the very second over of the morning's play, he held firm and he's made good work together with Carty and then Thomas and then Amu Django.
How big a miss is Imran Khan? How big a miss is Imran Khan? Imran Khan not playing here today. In terms of his leg spin and variation, how big a miss do you think he is with this team?
I have to say that he has been missed because he always gets wickets. So from that standpoint, he probably has been missed here because I don't think Carty is as competent as Imran Khan as a leg spinner. Even though Carty might be turning the ball just a bit more, Imran has more control and he bowls wicket to wicket. He bowls a lot of wrong ones. This is what gets him a lot of wicket LBW and bowl as well. So he has been missed, yes. Would have been interesting though, Colin, if shout here.
Loud appeal there, but again, umpire is unmoved as Ward was trying to turn that delivery, and not too sure if it may have clipped the pad on the way through, but again, the Trinidad fieldsmen, including wicketkeeper Da Silva, seem very, very confident.
I don't think that Brian Charles himself was too enthusiastic about that to be. I thought to Colin with the bowling attack, I thought if Isaiah Raja was on the 11, that his style of leg spin with the bowling could have brought something.
Caused some problems.
Yeah. To be honest, I think that he's a much more attacking leg spinner than Niani Karaya. Gets the ability to jump, bounce as well, and he bowls at a pretty brisk clip. It's very well played there by him. Right in line and watching him all over.
Well, 77 overs have now been completed, 270 for 4. Powell is 138. Ward is on 22. So there is 270 for 4. Powell at the top there with 138 not out. Just a slight correction at the bottom. Leeward Islands actually won the toss and chose to bat. We got the wrong information. Don't know where we got it from, but whatever. Ahmed, was it you brought that wrong information to us?
I was nowhere wrong, Colin.
Oh, I'm just checking with you. You know, I'm not saying it was you. I'm just checking.
Somebody's got to take the blame, Colin.
Well, do you put your hand up? Well, it's going to be Yannick Carrier, and his first delivery is worked on the onside by Powell. Quickish delivery, flat. Nice to see a change in bowling, because it was a little bit, seemed to me, and Anil didn't agree with me, that there was a little bit of going through the motions with Hussain and Brian Charles, and you know, it seemed to be just waiting for something to happen rather than trying to get something to happen. And I'm happy to see Yannick Carrier now into the attack, maybe trying to get a wicket. There is a forward short leg and there's a slip, so it's a situation where trying to do something to put these batsmen out of their comfort zone a little bit.
With Yannick Carrier bowling, he definitely brings a different dimension to the bowling crease. You know, being a leg spinner, he has in his armory the classical leg spinner's delivery, and he's got that Raman, or googly as we would call it.
Not sure how much turn he will get from this pitch. It's very flat, nice for batting. Oh, that's a good delivery. He got some turn there and a little bit of bounce as well. Had Terence Ward just pushing at it. Wasn't sure which way it was going to turn, and he was very tentative, pushing out at it. And there's a classical leg spinner's delivery, beat the outside edge and also missed the off stump.
So Yannick Carrier definitely in this over, Colin, is getting that ball to really spin sharply. Are you okay, Colin?
I nearly went for the Kong there, did I? And it's there's a little bit of a sink here, and you know, and I am on a chair that has wheels, so you know, it's if I just roll to the right, I can roll down. So, but I'm okay. I'm surviving. I'm the Leeward Islands batsman.
Well, the Leeward Islands have definitely put up an excellent batting display during the entire innings thus far. And Kieran Powell, what a wonderful mature innings we have seen from this young man.
One of his best innings, definitely one of the best innings I have seen him play. He's been hardly playing any rash shots. Oh, another good delivery from Yannick Carrier. He's really bowled. He's come back with some zest, as you would say, because all of a sudden he's running in quickly. He's turning the ball, and that's what you want to see. You want to see the bowlers really putting out some effort, putting out some energy. And Yannick Carrier has certainly come back and putting out a lot of energy. And I think he was a little unlucky there not to get the edge of Terence Ward's bat.
Well, Terence Ward was searching for most of the deliveries, these deliveries from Yannick Carrier during the course of that over. And is it a case, Colin, where Yannick Carrier is benefiting from the footmarks as early as the third session on D1?
I don't think so. I just think he's. Let's have a look at Charles with the first delivery to Powell outside the off. I just think he's running in. He's bowling at quite a brisk pace for a leg spinner, and he's getting a little bit of turn. And let's face facts, Terence Ward has not faced any leg spinner since he's come in. He's just been facing Hussain, he's been facing Brian Charles. I think he's faced Mohammed on a couple of deliveries. But he's yet it's his first test against a leg spinner. And so far, he hasn't come out of it good at all. And I think Yannick Carrier probably can't wait to get his hands on the ball to bowl another over at Terence Ward.
Well, Yannick Carrier, I must admit, is really putting some excessive revs on that cork ball, Colin, because the quicker he's able to get that ball to come off, it will definitely be zipping off that surface.
Now, you can see Powell was trying to get that single. It was the final delivery of the over, and he was trying to get it past Charles. Charles did exceedingly well there. He stopped it from going past him, because had it gone past him, it would have gone all the way down to long off, and they would have got a single, which would have meant that Powell would have retained the strike against Carrier. The Trinidad and Tobago team, they need Carrier now bowling to Terence Ward, because he was in all sorts of trouble in the last over. And I think, you know, when you're a bowler and you've got the batsman where you want him, you can't wait to get that ball back to bowl at the same batsman, and that's what's going to happen now.
I agree, but I also had expected skipper Da Silva to bring the long on and long off into conventional mid-off and mid-on position to ensure that the rotation of the strike, had it passed Brian Charles, he wasn't able to get that single as well.
Well, I mean, you know, you could have looked at it like that, or you could have looked at it, if you brought in the mid-on and mid-on, you would have given Powell the opportunity to go over the top. You would have given the opportunity to hit wide of mid-off or wide of mid-on. That's a short delivery. Ward must be happy about that, because it was short and he was able to get onto the back foot and hit it out towards Anderson Phillip. So he's off the strike now, and brings the left-handed Powell back to face Carrier. It's 272 for 4.
What I would like to see of Carrier immediately bowl into Powell. I want to see him execute that googly immediately, Colin.
Yeah. Well, that's a strategy he can use. He bowls the googly, bowls the leg spinner, which will be turning into the left-handed Powell. So if he does bowl the googly, it's spinning away from the left-hander, and who knows, if he goes across the line, he could find himself in trouble. Loud appeal goes up, he's gone! So Yannick Carrier has come and has done the trick for the Red Force. A quick delivery flatter turning into the Powell, and the innings has come to an end. And what an innings it has been. 139. He faced 211 balls, and I am really pleased at the way Carrier has been come back into the attack. You could see him trying to make something happen with his bowling, rather than, in my view, when I looked at Hossain and Charles, they were waiting for the batsman to make a mistake. Carrier came out here and he was trying to make something happen. Excellent innings though. Take nothing away from this man. 139 glorious runs. He goes LBW to Carrier for 139. It's now 272 for 5.
Is it the case that this innings from Powell could be a match-winning innings, Colin? That 139 we have just seen.
Well, it's early days yet. We'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see exactly what happens in terms of the kind of total the Leeward Islands. I would think they would be looking for somewhere between 350 and 375. With Powell gone now, it means the onus has to be on Ward and the man who's now coming in, Jimbo, as they call him, Rakeem Cornwall. These two have got to at least carry on for the rest of the day, not lose another wicket, possibly get the total up to 300, 310, and then see what happens tomorrow. But Yannick Carrier, the thing with this man, he's picked up 2 consecutive hat-tricks in a week ago. So his confidence in terms of his bowling must be sky high. He's bowled, just about 5 overs. I would have used him a little bit more today, just because of his confidence. And I'm not saying he would have come out here and picked up 3, 4, and 5 wickets. But when you're confident in your bowling or even your batting, you can't wait to get the ball in your hand, or you can't wait to go out there and bat. And I think Carrier is so confident now and bubbly. Look at him. The way he was coming into bowl, he is so full of confidence that he can get a wicket with every ball, and he's bowled well.
What I think is important as well for Yannick Correa is the fact that he's enjoying what he's doing, Colin.
Oh, for sure. There's no doubt about it. He's enjoying what he's doing. The problem now for Joshua Da Silva is we are this is over number 79. One more over for the new ball. Does he persist with Carrier for another 2 or 3 overs to pick up another wicket, or does he go straight away to the new ball?
Well, having just gotten a wicket, I'll be very tempted, Skipper Da Silva, to continue possibly for another 5-6 overs, Colin, and have a late burst, if they may, at the back end in terms of the last 6 overs. Now, we could look at that from another perspective in terms of taking Brian Charles off, bring back one of the seamers, and continue with the old ball with Yannick Correa.
And that's a real possibility. Give Jaden Seals maybe an over or 2. See what happens keep Carrier on at that end, see what happens. And if nothing happens, then you look to take the new ball and bring maybe Shannon Gabriel or Anderson Phillip. I would give it to Shannon Gabriel just because of seniority. And look, well, it seems that Jaden Seals is actually is going to take up the attack.
So we've called it, Colin. We've called it.
It seems that Jaden Seals, and this is a good move because you've got a new batsman in, and then Terence Ward hasn't faced the seamers. So it's going to be a different experience for him. He had a different experience with when Yannick Carrier came into the attack because he didn't face the leg spinner. Now he's got another different one with the advent of Jaden Seals coming into the attack.
And I'm telling you, it's going to be a stiff examination for both these batters here. With Jaden Seals coming back here, the possibility exists. With the abrasive nature of the pitch, Colin, what can happen is reverse swing could come into effect. With one side shiny, you never know how the ball is going to go. And Yannick Correa asking a lot of questions from the northern end to the right-handers. I think we are in for an interesting half an hour, to say the least, Colin.
Well, we've got, another 10 overs, 11 overs left in the day's play. And so maybe another 45 minutes or so, I think, until maybe 5:30. And but you're right. We have... It's going to depend on the tactics now. The tactics that the Red Force uses against the 2 batsmen and the advent of the new ball. As you rightly said, do you give Jaden Seals, let him bowl with the old ball, look at Carrier for another 2 or 3 overs, see what happens. If nothing happens, then go straight to the new ball.
And what that would do, in retrospect, Colin, you would have someone in the like of Jaden Seals properly warmed up, and with that new cherry in his hand, really getting in and running in for the last 20 minutes of the day's play, it could really be interesting, to say the least.
It certainly would be. And you would think as well, if the Red Force can pick up maybe 2-3 wickets, this will change the complexion of the day's play. Because at 272 for 5, if it can get to maybe 285, 288 for 7, that's a totally different game to 288 for 5. It's a good shot. Don't think it's going to go to the boundary. Didn't time it all that well, Ward. But he picks up 2.
So Bravo is asking a question in relation to the run out.
Well,
but it's obvious that they are going to target the side that Raheem Cornwall is running, Colin.
And so they should. But I think he was trotting back for the second. The umpire, I don't think the umpire was really thinking that the throw would have come in towards the non-striker's end. So looking at the replay, it doesn't really tell us very much. The Red Force fan would obviously think that he's run out. It's a good delivery from Jaden Seals, just short of a leg. Again, making Ward play. They have 2 slips and a gully, very straightish gully for young Jaden Seals. He's in his 10th over, 1 for 24.
So it's obvious, Colin, that they want to try and get these batters out in that slip gully region, in that umbrella field that persists at the time. Now, what I'd love to see is Jaden Seals really having a go at these guys, especially, it doesn't have to be overdoing it, but I want to see some intent in terms of some short pitch stuff.
Why do you guys love to see short pitch bowling when all he needs to do is take it up to the batsman, get it to move away from him, get the outside edge, and bring the slips into play?
Excellent point, Colin.
No, that's just a different point of view to you. You want to see some short pitch bowling, wake him up a little bit, maybe get him to play the hook shot, a false shot, top edge, and then he's caught at fine leg. So
Well,
your ploy can work as well.
Well, I'm looking at the sucker punch in terms of a couple of short ones and pitching that outswinger, asking him to drive, and then bring that umbrella field into play, Colin. That's my thought process there.
You want to knock him out. It appears to be a sucker punch. You want to knock out poor Terrence Ward. But Jaden Seals, and I was discussing that with Anil a little earlier, he's not that type of bowler. And I really must admit, I enjoy immensely looking at Jaden Seals bowl. You know, his approach to the wicket, he's got this easy action, you know. And what I like about him, he makes the batsman play. He's there or thereabouts outside the line of the off stump. And, you know, it's a situation where he tends to move the ball away from the right-hander. And in so doing, it also makes them a little bit tentative in that corridor of uncertainty where they may have to push at it and brings the slip into play. So I do not think you're going to see from him, especially with the older ball, much short pitch bowling.
While I tend to agree with you, Colin, I must admit I am a fan, you know, of young fast bowlers, you know, reminding the batters that here, listen, I am here. And that short pitch delivery must be part of your arsenal.
And I agree with you. I think it has to be. But what I like about Jaden Seals, I think he uses it properly. I think he uses it as a secret weapon. And I'll come back to that after this ball. Because Carrier is back in the attack. And this is good. I like this, what I'm seeing from Joshua Da Silva. He's kept Carrier because Carrier is now full of confidence. He probably thinks he's going to get another hat trick here today because he's full of confidence. Yeah, and I was making the point that what I like about Jaden Seals is he uses that short ball in my impression that he uses it as a weapon ball. In other words, when you're not looking for it, because he runs up, bowls outside the line of the off stump, carrying, and all of a sudden he bowls the short one. And to me, that's how fast bowlers bowl. You know, if you're a fast bowler and you know every over that this fast bowler is going to bowl 2 short balls, you're on the lookout for it.
Well, while I tend to agree with you, Colin, we need to look at that possibly in a broader spectrum. And when I say so, in the fact that if you're bowling to someone who is suspect against a short pitch delivery, then I can understand that.
Yeah, fine, and I accept that. If you're going to bowl to, if your batsman comes in and you bowl him a short ball and he doesn't handle it well then you got to pepper him.
This is where the analyst comes in, Colin, in terms of going through the footages that is available and putting plans or setting plans that could work in favor in these situations.
Yeah. Well, again, you're looking at analyzing a batsman, looking at a batsman when he comes in and analyzing him properly. and deciding, where his weak points. His weak points might very well be against the short pitch ball. So you got to bowl 2 and over at him. Cornwall looking very capable at the moment. Was forward to that delivery from Carrier and meeting it with a full face. He's a tall man, Cornwall. He's a big man, but he's also tall, and his can reach out to these deliveries. Carrier's really bowled well. He's that is his 8th over now, or 7th over. 1 for 21.
If anything, Colin, to Jimbo, as we'll call him, I would just love to see Yannick Correa just pull that leg back, possibly maybe a foot, and having just keep carrying Jimbo a bit wide outside the line of that off stump. Starting on off stump, keep spinning it away, but keep carrying it a bit further that outside the line of the off stump. I don't think I'm not sure how you feel about that tactic.
Well, the only thing with that is you've got to be careful. He's such a tall man. If you just try to pull back your length and you're just slightly too short, we may have to be ducking here in commentary positions because he gives the ball a fair whack. So it's interesting how Carrier is bowling to Cornwall. That's a good shot. Oh! I thought it was going backward of square when he played it, but he worked it, look at it backward of square, seemed to have got more of a leading edge because it went towards mid-wicket. But when you look at the shot that he played, he was giving the impression that it was going towards backward, more of a backward square. Let's have a look at the shot from Ward, because he's back in the pavilion, and let's look at it. Look at it. He was flicking it towards backward square, got a leading edge, and went straight to mid-wicket, and the catch was taken by none other than Shannon Gabriel. So Ward comes back to the pavilion, caught Gabriel, ball seals for 26. It's now 276 for 6.
And how quickly things can change. In just 3 or 4 overs, Trinidad, the Red Force has been able to pry out 2 important wickets, and what it does, it brings the lower order to face someone who is really raring at this stage of the afternoon here at the Diego Martin Recreation Ground. So important breakthrough here by Jadon Seals, just what the doctor would have ordered from Jadon Seals. Yannick Correa, like I had said before, Colin, I would really love to see him bowling bowling outside the line of that channel of off stump. And if he's able to execute that consistently, his googly is going to come into effect, because with the amount of revolutions that he's imparting on that ball and spin as he's getting, he may just be able to bamboozle Jimbo a bit.
But before you go back to Carrier, I just want to make the point on Jadon Seals. We talked about short pitch bowling. That delivery carried it up toward, moved away slightly from him. And because of that, you looked at the shot Ward was playing. Ward was looking to work that ball backward of square. And the movement of the ball may have just caught him. And he got the leading edge. And it went out to Shannon Gabriel at mid-wicket. Excellent bit of bowling again by this young man. He is such a quality bowler. I really enjoy looking at him. And I think he's got, he's got the world at his feet. Or should I say in his hands. Well, the new batsman is Jeremiah Louis, and he's going to be under some scrutiny here with the bowlers now on top. Funny how things change. They were coasting, absolutely coasting at 272 for 4. All of a sudden, they find themselves 276 for 6. And if they lose another wicket, Trinidad and Tobago will be very happy so far with their day's work.
Well, it would be an excellent comeback, to say the least, in this final session of the day's play.
Delivery falling short of the man in the gully position in Jeremy Solozano.
But just coming back to that Ward dismissal, what I noticed as well, Colin, was the fact that he played across the line of the delivery, and because the impact of his bottom hand getting involved, that contributed to the ball going to mid-wicket rather than backward of square.
Yep. When he played it, when I first saw the shot, I thought good shot because I thought the ball was there in the arc for him to play that, and then all of a sudden I saw it heading out towards mid-wicket, and that was the end of him. That's a good delivery from Jayden Seales. Has Louis just fending for it, feeling for it, but pitched and may have just deviated, hit the seam.
So Jayden Seales is really giving us a masterclass of how to execute that outswinger, Colin.
Yeah, and we were talking about the new ball, because at 272 for 4, one was thinking, well, time for the new ball when 80 overs come and that type of thing. Another beauty. That's a beauty of a delivery from Seales. And you just have to say that Louis is not good enough to touch it.
Well,
but at 272 for 4, Yannick Carrier is the one who changed the complexion of this game.
He definitely did change the complexion of the game, but I would love to see the skipper bring another slip into play there, Colin, because I honestly believe it's only a matter of time before that ball go into that slip cordon.
Well, let's hope it goes to, from a Red Force point of view, the fans would want it to go to one of those 3 waiting in that region. Because there are 2 slips and a gully, very straight gully. And the end of a really good over from Jayden Seales. He beat the bat of Louis a couple times. And of course picking up the wicket of Terence Ward.
So just going back to the conversation, Colin, would you take the new ball when it's due, which is at this moment?
Well, not at this time. We've got to give Yannick Carrier a couple more overs. And listen, it might be a situation where these two just bowl out the rest of the afternoon, because it's now what, just after 5 o'clock, and 2 minutes past 5. They've got 8 overs left in the day's play. That's a good bit of fielding.
And all of a sudden, Colin, everything just seems to be clicking.
Yep.
And it does happen when you start enjoying the game again. Play was at a pedestrian pace. With the advent of that wicket, everything has changed.
Cornwall reaching for that. He's going to get an easy single. Yeah, I may very well look to just continue with these two, and then tomorrow first thing take the new ball.
Well, I'm hoping that for the sake of Red Force, that they are able to possibly pry out another 2 wickets here tonight, Colin. And if they are able to do that between now and the end of the day's play, I think it would have been a commendable effort, to say the least, from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force bowlers, because it has been consistently hard work to function on a pitch that is absolutely offering nothing to the bowlers.
Well, he's going to get off the mark. Jeremiah Louis. It's a good shot. Was reaching for a delivery. Just want Yannick Carrier just to now slow it down a little bit. Pull it back a little bit. Not short. Because we've got to be careful. When you say pull it back, just in terms of the speed of the delivery. I think he's bowling a little too quick now. And he just needs to maybe just pull it back a little bit. Tempt Cornwall. Say to Cornwall, come on, hit me if you want. And you know what? If he hits him for 6, then so be it. But just tempt him a little bit. I think right now he's pushing it through, and Cornwall is just waiting on that delivery and just in defense.
But in defense of Yannick Carrier, Colin, on a pitch that's offering little or nothing, it's important that you vary your pace. And I think he's bowling at the right pace. What I'd love to see him do is possibly just give it a bit more loop and get it above the eye line of someone like Jimbo and ask him to go if that's a good option.
You see, he's pushing it through at the moment, and all Cornwall is doing is getting on the front foot, waiting for that delivery, and then just pushing it out in front of him. But you're right. I would just maybe give it a little bit more air, and say to Cornwall, well, take the opportunity. If you can hit me out of the ground, then go ahead.
Yeah, that'll be a great shot. But the possibility exists that he could spoon it up in the air. Is a high probability.
Yeah, the possibility does exist that he can also miss-hit it. You're right. So what? 278 for 6. Cornwall is on 2. Louis is on 1. It's been a good day so far. It's been a good day of cricket. Fluctuating fortunes. The Leeward Islands started badly. Lost Hodge very early with the total on 2. Then nice partnership between Carty and Powell. And Carty departed for 31. Devon Thomas took the score to 98 for 2 at lunch, but he was out right after lunch. He was bowled by Akil Hussain for 12, and a wonderful 100-run partnership between Jangu and Powell before Jangu went for 58, bowled by Jason Mohammed. Then the long vigil of Powell came to an end when he was LBW carrier for 139, and Ward quickly followed when Court Gabriel offered this man, Jaden Seals, for 26. Well, that's a good hit. A super hit. A short delivery from Jaden Seals, and Jeremiah Louis got on the back foot and he hit it high over the backward point for 6. A delivery that was just short, had nothing in it. There was no pace or anything like that. And there it was short and it was angled into his body. And there was Louis just saying thank you very much. And he hit it high over the deep backward square leg position for 6. That's a good shot.
Excellent shot from Louis on this occasion, taking on that short ball from Jaden Seals. And again, it brings back to the point that you were emphasizing, Colin, asking for that ball to be pitched up rather than being hit into the pitch.
Yeah, don't forget, it's an old ball, a friendly batting pitch. You're talking a ball now that is what, 83.1 overs old. That at the time, really it was not a good ball from Jaden Seals. Very much out of character for him to bowl that type of delivery to Jeremiah Louis.
And when one considers that the ball now is possibly at its softest, right, having hit the deck for 83.2 overs, that would have said something as well.
Well, he's gone back to his line and length outside the line of the off stump, but take nothing away from Jeremiah Louis. He played the shot, he saw the ball early, got into position, and played that shot. It was an excellent pull shot. And the important thing was that he got into line quickly. Once you're going to play a pull shot, if you don't get into line early, you're going to find yourself in problems. And Louis is what? Batting at number 8, is he? Number 9.
So he's showing that he's got some batting ability.
It's actually at number 8. Yeah, he's goes for 1. This time he gets the top edge. So he gets the top edge and he gets a 4. So he gets 1 in the dark. Seemed to be a little bit of a quicker delivery from Jaden Seal. We'll have to have a look at it again. But I got the impression it was a little quicker than the one he pulled for 6. Yes, he put a little bit more into it, Jaden Seals. And that's good bowling. That's intelligent bowling. Because he knows that Jeremiah Louis is going to go for the hook shot. So he put it in short, a little bit quicker. He went for it. And Seals was unlucky that the top edge didn't carry to a fieldsman.
But Louis on this occasion was guilty of trying to take on that short ball outside the line of the off stump as well, Colin. And when you look at that, you would recognize that positioning that he got himself in, under no condition he would have been able to control that shot.
Agreed, but confidence is a hell of a thing. When you look at the 6 he played, he was so confident that he was going to play another pull shot. I don't think he cared where the ball was, whether it was outside the off stump, whether it was on middle stump. He was going for that pull shot. Oh, that's a beauty. Lovely ball from Seals. The end of the over, it's 288 for 6. Let's go over to the Queen's Park Oval. Guyana, 203 for 4. And Anil Raja's favorite player, Tashnarain Chandapol, is on 63 not out from 251 balls. He's been batting since 10 o'clock. And what patience this man has. Guyana at the moment, 203 for 4. So they're keeping Barbados in the field. And that's the thing with young Chandapol. I was telling Anil, he could bat till next week, if given the opportunity. And if by next week he has 18 not out, it wouldn't bother him.
And it shows the temperament of this young man. It shows that kind of temperament and his appetite for batting, Colin.
Oh, yeah.
And it's something that's needed at the highest level. Because we have a lot of shotgun players. And if we were to instill someone in the mood of Tignan Chandapol into our setup, what will happen is really create that level of stability in terms of the middle order or at the top of the order.
Top of the order, yeah, you're right. Well, it's let's go over to Brian Lara Academy. One more run here. It's 289 for 6. And at the Brian Lara Academy, the two West Indian Jamaican players are at the crease at the moment, Jermaine Blackwood and Nkrumah Bonner. And Jamaica are 111 for 2 at the moment. Blackwood is on 22. Is Louis. That's a good strike through the cover region. Does it go into the boundary? No, it doesn't seem to have gone into the boundary, and they pick up a single. So 112 for 2. Blackwood is on 22. Bonner is on 1. Remember, Jamaica had bowled the Windward Islands out for 137.
So the Jamaicans definitely in the driver's seat at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, Colin.
Oh, definitely. And I would think that by the third day they should win that game outright. Jamaica occupying the bottom of the standings at the moment, so they need a victory.
And they are well placed to really press home the advantage at this stage.
290 for 6 here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. Just got 5 overs left after this over.
And Colin, I would be very tempted now to take that new ball. Give Shannon and Jaden the rest of the split to really run in and give have a last blast, as they would say, to the end of the day's play.
Could be a possibility as gets the outside edge. Cornwall didn't know very much about it. They can only run a single because Cornwall certainly not going to look to come back for a second. But a good delivery from Yannick Carrier because it took the outside edge of Cornwall's bat. Seemed to be just playing half. Wasn't all the way forward. Wasn't totally back. Seemed to be half cock in playing that. And the ball spun and took the outside edge and picked up a single. St. Louis was hustled into that defensive prod by Yannick Carrier.
But Yannick Carrier continues to, create some problems here for the Leeward Islands lower order with his leg breaks and googlies.
1 for 26. His bowling figures. We see the team tank of the team just having a quick meeting as if to, who knows, they may very well take your advice and take the new ball.
Well, with the new ball available, just about 5 hours to go in the day's play, Colin, 2 things can happen. One, we could get an influx of runs, but the possibility exists that the bowlers may be able to pry another 2 wickets out as well.
Cornwall just having a dip outside the line of the off stump. He is not gonna push and prod at Jaden Seals. Louis coming down to have a word with him. Now I wonder what that could be. Is it that take your time? Cornwall is the skipper. Is it take your time? We've only got a couple overs left in the day's play. How do you say that to Rakeem Cornwall? He's just not, his makeup is not that way. He's not going to push and prod at Seals. There he goes. Finds the man at mid-off though. He's got ability, you know. There's no doubt Rakeem Cornwall, he can bat. But tends the bat looks like a toothpick in his hand.
And he has the ability to be destructive as well.
Oh yeah,
Colin.
he does.
He hit the ball miles when he makes proper contact.
It's well left by Cornwall, a delivery that you could see it pitching outside the line of the off stump and going further away. Cornwall picked up the line early.
But with just about 4.2 overs to go in the day's play, Colin, you know, it's really refreshing to see someone of the mood of Jaden Seals still running in at the back end of the day's play.
Well, the good thing is he's only in his 13th over and he's had a long rest from his second spell to this. And just too wide of the off stump now. From a red force perspective and from skipper Joshua Da Silva, he would want him to get closer to that off stump, make Cornwall play.
And in order to do that, to affect that discipline, he would need to really be honing around, trying to hit the top of off stump. That's where you want to be, Colin. You want to try and hit the top of off stump.
Yep, and I'm sure Jaden Seals would want to do that. He must be a little disappointed that those last two deliveries that Cornwall didn't play at them.
Spectators catch.
You know, Cornwall stands there and looks at the bat as if to say, well, that should have gone to the boundary. He's a no-nonsense kind of batsman.
Yeah, he likes to feel the ball onto the bat, Colin. He likes to go hard as well.
Well, T20 cricket, when he plays for the CPL franchise, he opens the batting. And he has one instruction. Hit the ball over the top. They're certainly not going to try for two. Just a single in it for Cornwall at the end of the over. So the total moves on to 292 for 6. Cornwall is on 5. Louis, of course, he's on 12 because of that 6 and 4 that he took off of the bowling of Seals. So he's on 12. But 4 overs left in the day's play. And seems to be Shannon Gabriel is going to take up the attack now. And do you give Shannon Gabriel the old ball and give him maybe just a couple deliveries with the old ball and then said, okay, take the new cherry now? There's no problem with the light. It's still really nice, bright here down at Diego Martin Sporting Complex. It's been a great day in terms of lots of sunshine, etc. And the big question is Shannon Gabriel going to have a couple deliveries and then the new ball be taken, or is he going to take the new ball right away? I don't think they've taken the new ball.
Well, I would continue with Shannon with the old ball during the course of this over, Colin, and give that new cherry to Jaden Seals. Just to allow him the opportunity to get really warm to the task.
I don't think Shannon Gabriel needs that. He will, you give him that new cherry and I tell you, he'll be warm. Any fast bowler gets a new ball. Any fast bowler gets a new ball. They suddenly turn, their whole demeanor changes. But I think he needs a couple of deliveries to really warm himself up. And maybe Joshua Da Silva might say to him, okay, just bowl with the old ball here. We'll take the new ball from the next over. So by the time we come back around to you, you'll have the new ball. Who knows?
We'll just wait and see how it unfolds.
That's right. 292 for 6.
And it's going to be Cornwall to face Shannon Gabriel from the northern end.
Loud appeal goes up. Umpire Butler, he's gone! Cornwall looks extremely unhappy, but he's got to make the trek back to the pavilion because Shannon Gabriel has struck here. So another excellent change. The new ball was not taken. Gabriel seemed to be playing across the line. Now, there could be a debate. It may have been heading down the leg side, but Gabriel has to go. Umpire Butler says he thinks it was striking the leg stump. There was Cornwall just looking to play it towards the leg side, struck him on the pad. And umpire Butler felt that it might have been hitting the leg stump.
Well, umpire Butler is the person who makes the decision out there, Colin. So he's raising the dreaded finger, and Cornwall has to go back to the shed. So a timely breakthrough by Shannon Gabriel late in the evening here at the Diego Martin Recreation Ground. And how wonderful it would be if the Red Force could pry another wicket before the end of the day's play, Colin.
Well, Hayden Walsh Jr. is the man coming to the crease now. He's another swashbuckling type of batsman. Hayden Walsh doesn't know how to push and prod. He's going to look to take on Gabriel. But just look at it. Without them taking the new ball, they've picked up the wickets. And Gabriel, the important thing was it was full, it was fast, and by the time Cornwall was looking to get into position to play that ball, it struck him on the pad.
And it's testimony to Shannon Gabriel and his fitness here. We see it late in the evening here, Colin. He's really running in and hitting the deck hard. And for West Indies cricket and for Trinidad and Tobago, I must admit, it's a really exciting times, to see 3 present crop of West Indies fast bowlers part of this Trinidad and Tobago Red Force setup.
That's right, you're quite right. But the left-handed Hayden Walsh Jr., he's going to face his first delivery from Shannon Gabriel. Gabriel, shortish delivery there, and Hayden Walsh Jr. allowing it to go through. And, he's another very enthusiastic cricketer, Hayden Walsh Jr. Thought his leg spinners would have improved over the years, and that's my little disappointment with Hayden Walsh Jr. When I saw him, say 3 years ago, and he had got into the West Indies team, I thought he would have carried his level up. Seems to have remained very stagnant in terms of his bowling.
So Shannon Gabriel really working up ahead of steam here at the Diego Martin Recreation Ground.
Too short though. He's got to take it up to Hayden Walsh.
Well, I think he's really looking...
Got to take it up to him and a spectator just said the correct thing. Make him play.
Yeah, this late in the afternoon, Colin, you would want, what you want from your fast bowler is to try and get your fast bowler to make every ball count, leading into the back end of the innings there.
So the crowd very much into this game now. All of a sudden the crowd has, they have awoken from their slumber, and you can hear them fully behind the Shannon Gabriel and shouting, that's the idea, make him play. It's great when the crowd gets, the atmosphere is so fantastic when the crowd starts to get involved.
Well, there's no better sight looking at a burly fast bowler really running in and really hitting the wicket hard, and on most occasions seeing it fly.
Yes, and he is hitting the deck hard, there's no doubt about it. Again, a little too short there, and gives Hayden Walsh Jr. the opportunity to allow it to go through. So is Jaden Seals going to continue? We'll have to wait and see, I would think. Or is he going to maybe, because of light, and I still think the light is good, may very well give Jaden Seals a little bit of a rest and get Brian Charles into the attack, which again may not be a bad ploy. Give it some air, see if Jeremiah Louis is going to put some pressure on Jeremiah Louis, put a forward short leg,
Well,
maybe put a gully, and well, Brian Charles has got the ball, so let's see if they'll put some pressure. Or is it Akil Hussain?
it's Akil Hussain who's going to be
Right.
picking up the attack from the southern end.
Yep, Akil Hussain, you're quite right. And put a forward short leg in, maybe a gully, and put him under some pressure.
What I would do immediately is get a silly mid off in position as well. Let him start thinking that, what is going to be presented, especially if he wants to just prod.
Well, he's not going to prod Louis. He's making his intention quite clear.
And he's showing excellent judgment, Colin, in terms of if a rank long up is served up, he's going to deal with it. He's going to execute the way he knows best. And to be fair to him, it was a rank long up on this occasion that he cashed in on.
Certainly he has. Not a good delivery from Akil Hussain coming back into the attack. We are 87.1 overs bowled. So this will be, at the end, will be the 88th over. And runs in it here. Not too sure. It's gone down to the boundary. Yes, it has. Let's wait on the signal. Leg byes. Signal by the umpire. So 4 leg byes, and that's the 300 up. So an excellent work here from the Leewards. They'll be very happy to see 300 runs on the board scored in a day. They've really played well. In particular, obviously, Powell. He's had a marvelous innings. But give the batting team credit. They've done well. They've posted a good enough score to put Red Force under some pressure.
Well, I'm sure that would have ticked the third box, which is the 300 mark, Colin. And that's a psychological effect from a batting perspective where the opposition is.
Louis mixing aggression with some stout defense. It's been good from him. He's certainly propelled the score to the 300 that they were looking for. Because when the 2 wickets went down quickly, that of Ward and Powell, and it was 276 for 6, one would have thought that the Red Force would have been in and may have felt that they could have dismissed the Leewards for around 290. But it's not to be. It's been a good display from Jeremiah Louis.
But it has also been, really, really hard work for the Red Force bowlers as well, Colin. On a deck that's offering little or nothing, you must give them credit. They have done a commendable job.
No doubt about it. All the bowlers, I think, they bowled well. Of course, some went wicketless. You look at the bowling figures for the Red Force, and outside of Anderson Phillip, they all picked up a wicket, and there was Gabriel's picked up 1, Seals picked up 2, then there was Carrier, Hussain. There it is. Everybody picking up a wicket outside of Anderson Phillip. 1 to Gabriel, 2 to Seals, and then Charles, Hussain, Carrier, and even Jason Mohammed picked up a wicket, the wicket of Django, which is such an important wicket because that partnership was very ominous. They had already put on 100 runs. But let's look at Shannon Gabriel as he tries to effect another breakthrough for the Red Force. Well, that beat the man there at the mid-off position. It seemed to have, it was in the air for a while. And it looks like Jeremy Solozano. No? Is it Bravo? Yes, it is Bravo. I need to clean my glasses. It is Bravo, but that seemed to drop just before him. It was in the air for a while. The shot played from Hayden Walsh Jr. Yes, it was in the air, and Bravo may have just lost sight of it because he was sort of falling backwards rather than going forward to take the catch. I think he lost sight of it.
So testimony to what you were saying earlier, Colin, that Hayden Walsh Jr., he's not going to muck around.
No, he doesn't know how. I'm surprised he left alone a few deliveries, but they were short. And good defense he's shown there. But he's the kind of guy, if you're going to take the ball up to him, he's going to try to go over the top. Hayden Walsh Jr., he's not going to push and prod.
And I think he loves trying to hit the ball through the line, Colin. And on a pitch of this nature, you can, if the ball is pitched up, you can hit through the line of the ball.
For sure. Well, we are in the 89th over. 1 over left after this. And with the spinner Akil Hussain bowling, I'm sure we're going to get that over in. Unless, of course, a wicket falls now and the umpires may very well say okay and call it a day. That's too short from Gabriel. And Hayden Walsh Jr. will wait on that all day and leave it alone.
But Shannon Gabriel really hitting the deck hard here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. And it's great testimony to the work that he has put in terms of trying to get back to full fitness, and he's showing evidence here that, he is back to full fitness. Late in the evening here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex, and he's still running hard, still hitting the deck hard, and trying to affect a breakthrough for the Red Force unit.
Yeah, he's in his 11th over. That's well played by Walsh.
But are you impressed with the manner in which he's running in and
for sure.
the deck?
No, yeah. I think he's giving 100%. There's no doubt about it. And it's just a matter of him now playing more cricket. He's got to get what you call match fit. He's not played for such a long time. He's physically fit now in terms of, I would hope, and based on what I'm seeing now, he's got over all his niggling little injuries. What we want to see from Shannon Gabriel now is that match fitness, that running in, as you rightly said, bowling quickly, bowling hostile, getting that ball moving. You want to see all the good things from him now in terms of a match.
And those things that you're talking about, Colin, they could only come when you're 100% fit.
Yeah, you're quite right about that. But he's bowling a little too short. He's opted now to come around the wicket to the left-handed Walsh Jr. He was bowling over the wicket. And what was happening to him, that the short deliveries was just leaving Walsh Jr. and he was just leaving them alone. So he's opted now to come round the wicket and maybe angle the delivery into the left-hander and see how he handles them.
Would you be tempted to put that forward short leg in place?
Why not? There's no harm in doing that at this point in time.
Because he will be angling the ball into the batters.
Yep. Bring the man from that forward square leg position and push him into a forward short leg. Let Hayden Walsh Jr. think that a short delivery is coming. It's a good shot. That's a very, very good shot. That's going to run away. That's an excellent shot from Hayden Walsh Jr. Pitched up by Shannon Gabriel, and Walsh Jr. played a really good shot. On driving to the left of the man at mid-on, And that's a good way to end the day's play because the players are turned and they're walking off towards the pavilion. But what a good shot from Hayden Walsh Jr. to end the day. That would, he would probably want to bat on now after a shot like that. But the umpires have called it a day. 89 overs have been bowled in the day's play, and it's 308 for 7. Louis is 16 not out. Walsh is on 8. And let's have a look at the scorecard. Leeward Islands actually, they won the toss and elected to bat. And the batting lineup, well, we're just looking at a summary. Maybe we can get the full scorecard to run through with you in a minute. And but it's been a good day's cricket play. And you have to say, maybe, just maybe, with 300 on the board, the Leeward Islands have put themselves just slightly in front. So they won the toss and elected to bat, and they opened with Hodge and Powell. Hodge caught Charles bowled Seals without scoring. Powell, an excellent innings from him. LBW carrier for 139. Carty, he caught Bravo bowled Charles for 31. Thomas bowled Hossain for 12. Django, another good innings, bowled by Jason Mohammed for 58. Ward caught Gabriel bowled Seals for 26. And Cornwall LBW Gabriel for 5. Louis is 16 not out. Walsh is on 8 not out. There were 13 extras. And after 89 overs, 308 for 7. They would be pleased with their day's work. The Red Force had to come, they had to dig deep, because at one stage they were 272 for 4. As we look at the fall of wickets there, 266, 98, 198, 272 when the 5th wicket fell, and then 276, 292, which meant that at 272 for 4, the Red Force were under the gun. So they pulled themselves back nicely. The bowling figures, Gabriel, 11 overs, 1 for 51. Jaden Seals, he had 13 overs, 2 for 35. Anderson Phillip, he had 9 overs. He went wicketless, none for 34. Brian Charles, his 22 overs cost him 78 runs. He picked up 1 wicket. Akil Hussain, 18 overs, 1 for 50. Yannick Carrier, he had 1 for 26 from his 9. And Jason Mohammed had 7 overs. He also picked up a wicket, 1 for 24. So a good day's cricket here. A very competitive day's cricket. And when you look at it, 308 for 7. Maybe the Leeward Islands would have felt they would have preferred to lose 2 wickets less and maybe close the day at 308 for 5. The Red Force, I think, would be happy with their day's work. They came back from a position where they were really under the gun, and to have the Leewards at 308 for 7, they may very well be pleased at the end of the day with their day's work.
Well, I think what's going to be important going into tomorrow's play, Colin, the first hour is going to be critical for both teams. If the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force bowling unit can bowl the Leeward Islands out, let's say possibly for 320, 325, I think that the Trinidad and Tobago outfit would be very pleased with that. Now, having said that, on a second day wicket, which is showing all evidence that it's good for batting, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, Colin, will need to bat properly to ensure that they either overhaul the Leeward Islands score or get close to it, because one of the factors that we need to factor going deeper into the game is the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force will be batting last on the surface, and this being the first game at a regional level that's going into 4 days, there's absolutely no history to say how it's going to play on the 3rd and 4th day. So a lot to look forward to, Colin, but at the end of day 1, the Leeward Islands would have definitely put themselves in the ascendancy.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. An interesting comment. We're not sure what's going to happen by the 3rd and 4th day. If this pitch starts to turn, the Leeward Islands, they're very well equipped with Cornwall and Hayden Walsh Jr. They are 2 tested spinners who can put the Red Force under some pressure. So you're very right. We don't know, based on the history, how this pitch is going to play by day 3 or day 4. And the Red Force batting last, they can find themselves in problem. But that's down the road. Tomorrow we look forward to day number 2. We've closed day number 1 here with the Leeward Islands on 308 for 7. They would be happy with their day's work. The Red Force, they had to work hard on a pitch that gave very little assistance to the quick bowlers, and to the spinners. But a good day's cricket, and we look forward to tomorrow when we should have another good day here at the Diego Martin Sports Complex in the West Indies Championship, a game between the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the Leeward Islands. It should be another cracker tomorrow, and we look forward to that. So until tomorrow, from all of us here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex, it's goodbye, and we see you tomorrow.